The cleat was loose again. I crouched low on the deck, knee pressed against the coaming, and put my weight into the screwdriver. The threads inside the wood had gone soft over the years, and the screw wouldn't bite the way it used to. I twisted until I felt it hold, just enough. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. You learn to settle for that at sea. The dock lines sagged slightly where they tied off. I adjusted them. Not for tension, but for neatness. I hated slack rope. Bad rope work meant bad habits, and I had run out of time for those. The morning was cold and still, the kind of still that felt like waiting. Fog hung over the water in sheets, thick and flat, as if someone had taken a wet wool blanket and stretched it over the marina. You could hear things better in fog, halyards clinking, gulls scratching overhead, the occasional splash that might have been a fish or might have been nothing. I stood and brushed my palms on my pants. Salt had already settled into the fabric. I hadn't even left yet. Below deck, I lit the burner with a match that broke in half when I struck it. I used the other half and watched the blue tongue of flame catch. The kettle was dented, but still held water. It hissed and clattered on the metal grate like it was trying to speak. I drank the coffee black, standing, one hand on the bulkhead for balance, though the boat was still tied. I didn't like sitting before departure. It felt like asking to be stopped. Outside, the fog swallowed the cranes. Even the ferry horns sounded muffled. I finished the coffee in 3 long sips. I didn't rush, but I didn't linger either. A man can ruin a good leaving by dragging it out. The cleat held. The knock came from the dock. 2 short raps, the way you'd knock on a cabin door if you didn't want to scare the man inside. I looked up from the chart table and saw Dan Mercer standing by the bow rail, hands in the pockets of that same canvas coat he wore every damn winter. The elbows were darker than the rest of it. He hadn't shaved. Never did. "Thought you'd be gone by now," he said. "Weather window's better this morning." He stepped aboard without asking. The boat rocked gently under his weight. He moved slow, like everything hurt, though he'd never admit to any of it. "Fog'll make a mess of the strait." "Could." Dan ran a hand along the teak trim near the hatch. He'd helped refinish it 6 months ago, cursing the whole time. Said I was sanding for ghosts. "You bring the spare filters?" "On board since Tuesday." He grunted. Approval or disapproval, I couldn't tell. Probably didn't matter. Dan reached into his coat and pulled out a silver flask, held it out. I shook my head. "Not before I'm 3 days out." He took a sip himself, winced like it was poison. "You know you're out of your goddamn mind, right?" "That's what you said last time." "You were sailing to Port Townsend last time?" I didn't say anything. He leaned against the boom gallows and looked out over the water. The fog moved like breath. Boats came and went in it, their masts vanishing halfway up. "You tell Rachel." "She knows." "You tell her where you're stopping." "No stops planned." Dan sniffed and rubbed his chin. "Jesus, you really gonna sail all the way to Australia on a leaky old piss tub like this?" "It leaks less than you do." That got a small smile out of him, crooked and short-lived. He pushed off the gallows and looked around once more. Mast, rigging, lines. He wanted to say something, maybe advice, maybe something else, but all he did was pat the mast, twice, like it was a dog that had done its best. "You get bored, you come back. Nobody's making you prove anything." I nodded. He stepped off the boat and onto the dock without looking back. "Try not to die," he said over his shoulder. "I'll pencil it in." He disappeared into the fog like he'd been born there. The cabin smelled like engine grease and saltwood. It always did, no matter how much I scrubbed or aired it out. The varnish had faded on the companionway steps, and the floorboards creaked in 2 places. I'd meant to rebed the screws, but it hadn't seemed urgent. You had to let some things stay worn or you'd spend your whole life chasing clean lines. I ducked inside and pulled the hatch closed behind me. The fog outside made the air in here feel warmer, thicker, more mine. On the chart table, sitting where I'd left it 2 days ago, was the envelope. Cream-colored, bent at one corner. My name in her handwriting, neat, left-leaning, always in block letters. The postmark was from Seattle. Last week. I turned it over, then again, I didn't open it. Instead, I slid it next to the logbook. The edge of the envelope lined up with the binding. That seemed good enough for now. I oiled the rag and wiped down the brass compass housing. The glass fogged on the inside when the cabin got damp, and it was starting to fog now. I unscrewed the casing, cleared it with the corner of my shirt, and set it back with slow care. I tightened the screws evenly, quarter turns, opposite sides, the way Dan had taught me. The oil level in the engine checked out fine. I dipped the stick twice to be sure. It had a sweet stink, like overripe fruit. I capped it and wiped my hands on a clean towel I kept folded over the locker latch. It had been white once, not anymore. The toolkit was open on the starboard bench. I went through it out of habit. Pliers, socket wrench, spark plug gapping tool, spare shear pins, a tiny tin of cotter rings, everything where it should be. I closed it and latched it with a flat palm. Above the bench, a photograph of the Madeline hung in a plastic sleeve. She was beached on the shore at Crescent Bay, tied out, sails down, mast like a bare flagpole. Rachel had taken it when she was 15. She'd framed it for Christmas with masking tape and cardboard. I looked at the photo, then the envelope, then the clock. It was time. The fog hadn't moved. It sat thick on the water like paste, turning the world into shapes without names. I stepped up onto the deck and listened. No one was talking on the docks anymore. No clatter of buckets. No Dan. Just halyards ticking against aluminum like an old man's cough. I undid the stern line first. It came off smooth. I coiled it neatly, slowly, and laid it beside the winch. Then the bowline, tighter from the pull of the current. I had to lean back to get it free. The line hissed against the cleat, and I braced my foot on the edge of the dock to steady it. When it came loose, the boat moved at once. Not fast, just a lean, a quiet shift like a sleeping animal adjusting weight. I stepped back aboard. The dock slid away half a foot, then more. The tide was in retreat. So was I. The engine was already warm. I gave it throttle and felt the prop take hold. Water gurgled against the hull. The tiller answered without fight. The marina was a narrow tunnel now. Fog wrapped the slips in gauze. No one waved. No one watched. If they did, I couldn't see them. As we cleared the last piling, I took the cigarette from behind my ear and lit it with a match I'd kept dry in a jar lid. It caught on the second strike. I drew long, slow. The smoke drifted sideways into the mist. I didn't look back. The fog thickened the farther out we went. It wasn't wind-driven. It didn't swirl or move like smoke. It hung, dense and still, the kind that made distance a trick of the eyes. You could see the bow. You could see the water, but nothing beyond it. I kept one hand on the tiller, the other resting on the throttle. The Madeline moved slow and steady. The engine hummed its low, oily tune. Below, the keel carved through the harbor like a pencil line on paper. The city was gone now, vanished behind the gray. Not a single rooftop or masthead cut through. No ferries, no cranes. Even the gulls sounded farther away, as if they'd climbed out of reach. A channel buoy emerged from the fog like a rusted ghost, red, steel-framed, slumped to one side. I gave it a wide berth. The tide was with us, pulling soft but sure. I could feel it in the rudder, that long, slow nudge of something bigger. The cigarette was gone. I flicked the butt overboard. It hissed, vanished. I checked the compass once, then again. The needle was steady. South-southeast like I'd planned. The last harbor buoy passed off the starboard beam. I waited 5 seconds, 10. Then I reached down and cut the engine. The silence came in a single breath. The boat drifted forward. The water slapped gently at the hull. Nothing else. No horns, no gulls, no dock hands shouting, no footsteps, no Dan. I pulled the tiller closer and leaned into it. Not hard, just enough to angle us out toward open sea. The fog was still there, but so was the way forward. The wind came up hard around Cape Flattery. It blew straight down the strait and funneled through the teeth of the land like it had business to do. The sail was reefed to its second point. I'd taken it in early, before the first gust started laying the mast sideways. You learn to do things early or the sea teaches you slow. The swell was short and steep. Gray water, cold, choppy, the kind that spat sideways into the cockpit. It didn't care where it landed. It came up over the side and down the back of my coat, soaking through the collar and into my shirt like a drunk cousin at a funeral. Loud, unwelcome, and familiar. The tiller bucked under my hand. I held it steady with the heel of my palm and kept my knees bent. The Madeline took the waves better than I did. Her bow punched through like she meant it, and the hull shook but didn't rattle. Old boat, but sound. A gull paced us for a while. I didn't hear it. Just saw it floating there, low and wide-winged, its head cocked like it was considering something. Maybe judgment. Maybe nothing. Another wave broke over the rail and dropped 2 inches of water into the cockpit. I reached for the saucepan and started bailing. The water was cold and full of flecks. Salt, foam, dirt, maybe rust from somewhere I hadn't found yet. I didn't rush. You couldn't rush with cold hands. The fingers didn't close right. They moved slow, like they had questions about every task. It had taken me 20 minutes to button my coat that morning. I'd laughed when I got to the last one and saw it didn't match the hole. When the cockpit was dry enough, I lashed the tiller and went below. The cabin was dry, if a little damp around the ports. The smell was stronger now. Wet wool, rubber, diesel. I pulled off my gloves, peeled out of the coat, and lit the burner with a match that shook a little in my fingers. I made beans with sausage, straight from a can, into the pan. The label had peeled off weeks ago, but I remembered the weight. You learn the shape of things when you don't label them. I ate standing up, swaying with the motion, bowl in one hand, spoon in the other. No table. Just the bulkhead to lean on. It tasted like metal and salt. Not bad, not good, just food. Outside, the wind hadn't let up. I finished the last bite and scraped the pan clean with the spoon. I didn't wash it, just wiped it dry and set it upside down on the counter. Back in the cockpit, the cold bit deeper. The sky was slate and water. The land was gone. No lights, no sound but the wind and the sea. It would be dark soon. The sea had calmed some by mid-morning. Not calm enough to call it smooth, but enough to stop the bailing. The wind dropped to a long, steady breath, and the chop spaced itself out like the sea had finally gotten bored of being angry. I held course, trimming the headsail tighter, listening to the creak of the blocks and the hum of the line under tension. The sun was up there somewhere, veiled behind a low sheet of pale cloud that turned everything flat. I had just settled the tiller in its lash when I saw them. They came from the west. No sound, no fanfare, just shapes in the water. First a fin, then 2, then 4. Black and smooth, moving fast and wide like shadows that knew their business. Orcas. They passed maybe 200 yards off the port bow. 7 of them. One small, likely a calf, staying close to a larger one. Their bodies moved low and clean through the swell, barely breaking the surface except when they rose for air. They didn't spout like whales. Just short, sharp breaths. There was something polite about it, like they didn't want to wake anything. I didn't move, didn't touch the tiller, didn't breathe too loud. I watched them the way you watch something you know doesn't care if you're watching. Not hostile. Just outside you. Like the sea itself. They were gone in less than a minute, slipped under or turned, or maybe they were never there at all. I sat back. The boat had drifted half a point to starboard. I adjusted, not quick, just enough. Below I flipped open the logbook and wrote, 0935, 7 orcas heading west, 1 juvenile, sea state 3, bar, 1013. I closed the log, Didn't say a word. The wind came back in the afternoon. Not with anger this time, just work. I'd been watching the telltales twist on the headsail, waiting for the shift. When it came quick and wrong. Not the broad reach I'd trimmed for, but a stiff beam wind with teeth in it. The sheet pulled tight enough to hum. I went forward to take in sail. The deck was slick with sea film, and I hadn't worn the boots with grip. I stepped wrong near the shrouds, slipped sideways, caught myself on the winch. The edge of the drum took my right thumb clean across the pad. Blood came fast. I sat down hard against the house, hand cradled to my chest. The pain was sharp and red but short. It dulled after a minute. The blood didn't. It spilled across my palm and dripped onto the deck, dark on white fiberglass, bright in the sun when it hit just right. It puddled near the winch. I watched it, not moving. I muttered a single word under my breath, not loud, not for anyone. Then I got up. I went below, tore a strip from the linen towel, and wrapped the thumb tight. Found the gauze roll, made a pass, tied it off with my teeth. Didn't bother with tape. The blood would seal it. Back on deck, I finished the trim one-handed, slow but clean. I kept the winch away from the bad side, used my knee where I needed to. The sail bellied just right. We caught the wind and held course. I sat back down on the companionway step and looked at the smear still on the fiberglass. I didn't wipe it off. I came below when the sun dropped past the boom. Not much light left, but enough to see by. The cabin glowed that amber color it always caught in the evenings. Wood, brass, the dull glint of old varnish. The boat smelled like salt and cooking oil, and the faint iron stink of blood from the rag I'd left on the counter. I sat at the chart table, unwrapped my thumb. The bleeding had stopped, mostly. The cut was clean but deep. I rewrapped it tighter. It throbbed. The letter was still there. I hadn't planned to open it yet. I don't know what changed. Maybe the quiet. Maybe the orcas. Maybe the blood. I peeled it open with my left hand, careful not to tear it more than I had to. The paper was folded in half, no envelope liner. Her handwriting, tight and measured, each word spaced out like she was thinking between sentences. "Hi, Dad. I'm guessing you're already out by the time this gets to you. If you're still in port, don't forget to check the bilge again, twice. You always trust it too much. School's fine. One of my students brought me a little whale he carved out of driftwood, said it looked like the one from your books. Let me know when you hit California, or don't. Just write when you want to. R." I read it twice. Folded it back the way it came. The crease wasn't perfect anymore. I tucked it into the logbook cover. I didn't say anything, didn't write anything either. I lit the cabin lamp and made tea. The fog came in again just after dusk. Not the thick, still fog from Vancouver, but a moving kind. Slow, wide bands of gray that drifted across the water like smoke without fire. The sun was low behind it, throwing strange shadows. The air turned quiet. That kind of quiet that makes you listen for things that aren't there. I was trimming the mainsail when I saw the shape. Big, long, darker than the fog. It moved low across the horizon, coming from the north and heading southeast. A freighter. It shouldn't have been that close, not in this much haze. No horn, no lights yet, just the sound of water pushed aside like a hand sweeping across a desk. I held the tiller firm. Watched. It passed maybe half a mile off. Could have been more, could have been less. The fog makes liars out of distance. The name was painted in white along the hull. Tanaka Maru. Block letters. I read them just before they disappeared behind a curtain of mist. I didn't wave, didn't call on the radio. They wouldn't have heard me, wouldn't have seen. I waited until it was gone, then went below. Wrote it in the small spiral-bound notebook I kept by the nav station. Freighter, Tanaka Maru. Bearing 140 degrees. Close. No horn. Fog. 19-20 hours. I closed the notebook and tapped the cover once. Just habit. Back on deck, the water had gone flat. The wind dropped. Like even the sea didn't want to follow that ship. I lit a cigarette and leaned on the hatch. The fog kept moving. The boat stayed still. And somewhere out in the distance, the freighter kept going without me. The water inside the breakwater was calm, but not still. It rocked low. Slow swells that lifted the Madeline and set her down again, like someone rolling coins across a table one by one. Wind off the land. Dry, warm. Different from the last 2 weeks of cold gray pushing down the coast. The air smelled like diesel and fish guts. I had the engine in low throttle. The bow edged past the marker buoys. The marina ahead looked older than I remembered. Paint flaked from the pilings. 2 docks had whole sections of missing slats. A gull circled a dead thing on the launch ramp. I adjusted course toward a vacant slip near the end. Starboard side tie. Wind off the port quarter, enough to make the nose swing early. I should have motored farther past and reversed in, but I didn't. I turned in tight. Too tight. The bow pivoted well, but the stern caught the edge of the piling. The fender caught most of it, but it scraped loud enough to feel. The sound of tired rubber. "Easy there," a voice called from shore. "You got her." I didn't answer. A kid, maybe 20, all elbows and sunburn, jogged down the dock in canvas sneakers. He wore a red harbor shirt with the sleeves cut off and a knot of keys clipped to his belt that jingled when he moved. He reached for the bowline. "I got you, Skip. Just toss it." "No." I stepped off with the stern line already coiled in my hand. He paused, not insulted, just surprised. He backed off. I tied off both cleats snug and quick, checked the slack, and gave the hull a light push from the dock to feel how she sat. She rocked once, then settled. "You solo?" the kid asked, still standing there. I nodded. I stepped back aboard, reached into the cabin, and pulled the canvas bag with my paperwork. "You need anything?" he said. "Water's clean. Showers are to the left. We got diesel at Slip C, but the pumps—" "I'll find it." He smiled anyway. "Welcome to Pedro." I walked past him without looking. The diner was 3 blocks up from the harbor. Windows fogged. Neon open sign half lit. One of those places that smelled like toast no matter what hour you walked in. Grease lived in the ceiling tiles. It was the kind of place where the ketchup bottles were always sticky, but no one wiped them down because no one ever complained. I sat at the counter, didn't wait to be seated, didn't take off my jacket. A woman in a blue apron came over. She looked at my hands first, then my face. "Coffee?" "Yes." She poured without asking how I took it. That was fine. I never took it any other way. I ordered chili because it was the first thing on the board and didn't have numbers after it. She nodded, said nothing, walked off. Behind me, a booth creaked. A man's voice, low, impatient. A woman's voice, trying not to rise. Just the 2 of them, arguing the way people do when they still care enough to whisper. I didn't listen to the words. Just the tone. The rhythm of long silences between short replies. The chili came in a cracked white bowl. It steamed like it had something to prove. I stirred it. Too thick. Too hot. The beans hadn't soaked long enough. The meat tasted like last week's leftover. I ate every bite. It sat heavy in the gut, but it was warm. That counted. I finished my coffee. It had gone lukewarm, but not cold. She never came back to top it up. I didn't ask her to. I left a 5 under the saucer and stood without scraping the stool. Outside, the street was bright and colorless. The kind of sun that bleaches things. A dog barked behind a gate down the alley. A woman pushed a stroller past me without looking up. The city moved like it always had, like it didn't know who I was and didn't need to. I walked toward the hardware store without hurrying. The hardware store sat between a boarded-up laundromat and a liquor shop with steel bars over the windows. The bell above the door didn't ring. It clanked. Inside, the air was dry and smelled like rubber, rope, and something burnt. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The shelves were metal, dusted, and bent in the middle from too many seasons of weight. I walked straight to the back wall. I didn't look around. I knew what I needed. 3 packs of stainless screws, 1 roll of sail tape, a pint of engine oil, a coil of 1/2-inch nylon line. All of it fit in the crook of one arm. At the register, the clerk was maybe mid-30s, with arms like dock lines and a face that looked like it didn't get a lot of sleep. He scanned each item one by one, slow, like he was memorizing them. Heading to Mexico? I shook my head. Oh, he said. Farther? Yeah. He looked like he wanted to ask more but didn't. 41.30, he said. I gave him 50 and waved off the receipt. He handed me back the change in crumpled bills and coins warm from the register. Need a bag? No. I tucked the line under one arm and the rest in my jacket pocket. The bell clanked again, behind me. Out on the sidewalk, the sun had dipped past the buildings. It didn't feel cooler, just darker. The sky was the color of steel. The bench faced west, not the ocean, just the harbor. Cranes stood out against the sky like skeletons of machines too big to bury. One leaned at an angle that looked wrong, but maybe always had. The water beyond them flashed orange in strips where the light slipped through. It looked warmer than it was. I sat with my back straight and the line coil beside me on the bench. Down the hill, 2 kids shot baskets with a flat ball. They moved like they'd done it 1,000 times. No talking, no arguing. Just the thump of the ball and the scrape of their sneakers on cracked concrete. The net hung from one chain. Every shot made the rim sing. I watched without meaning to. I didn't smile. Didn't feel anything like that. Just watched. I took a slice of bread from my jacket pocket. Dry, slightly flattened. Ate it in 3 bites, chewing slow. Swallowed without water. I lit a cigarette and held the smoke in longer than usual. It caught in the throat. That was fine. A car passed behind me. A horn honked down the block. Somewhere a gull screamed once and didn't come back. For half a second I thought of Rachel. Her hair pulled back, that corduroy coat she used to wear in the fall, the way she never asked questions twice. Then I let it go. The harbor lights blinked slow across the water. I'd anchored outside the slips, away from the dock noise. No need to pay for a second night. Didn't plan to sleep long anyway. The Madeline rocked gently in the swell. The wind had died completely, and the water slapped the hull in soft, uneven rhythms. The sound was nothing like the city behind it. Below deck, I sat in the dark with the cabin lamp off. The radio glowed weak orange and muttered static through one speaker. I drank rye from the tin cup I used for coffee. It was rough, cheap stuff Dan had left behind in the locker months ago. Tasted like gasoline and firewood. I drank it slow. The radio cut in through the haze. A preacher's voice, southern, big lungs. And I tell you tonight, brothers and sisters, the sea will not have mercy on the unrepentant. No, it will not. I turned the dial 1 notch, static, 1 more notch, country music, too clean, too bright. I turned it again, and back to static. I left it there. The cup was still warm from my hand. I poured in the rest of the rye, let it sit, then drank that too. I found the old coffee from that morning in the bottom of the pot. Cold, bitter. I drank it without thinking. The taste sat wrong on top of the rye. Outside, a wind tried to rise, then changed its mind. I didn't set the alarm, didn't check the charts again, didn't send a note. I'd be gone before sunup. By the second morning south of San Diego, the wind was gone. Not light, not faint. Gone. It left like it had something better to do. The sea went flat, sheeted glass from horizon to horizon, unmarked except for the faint ripple of our own weight floating on it. No swell, no chop. Just long, slow heaves under the hull, wide enough that you couldn't tell if the boat was moving or if the whole world had tilted. The sails hung dead. The main curled at the bottom like it was ashamed of itself. The headsail luffed once, gave up. I tried trimming them, adjusted the sheet lines. No change. The wind meter spun like it was mocking me. 20 degrees to port, then 20 to starboard. Then nothing. The boom creaked. It was the only sound. That long wooden groan as it swayed half an inch, then back, over and over again. A noise like boredom. A slow complaint. I started the engine. It caught, coughed, settled. The sound was too loud for the stillness around it. I throttled up, then stopped. Checked the tank, then checked it again. I had fuel for maybe 2-3 more hours of motoring. Not more. Not out here. I shut it down and let the boat drift. Below deck it felt worse, like sitting inside a stalled elevator. I came back up and sat in the cockpit. The sun was already higher than it should have been. The light bounced off the water in flat white knives. Nothing moved. No birds. No waves. No other boats. Not even contrails. Just me, the boat, and water stretching away until it stopped being water and became sky. I didn't do anything. Just sat. Held the tiller even though it didn't matter. The boom creaked again and again. I rigged the handline just before noon. Ran it off the stern, maybe 20 yards of monofilament with a spoon lure at the end. Shiny, red-painted, the kind of lure you buy, hoping it fools something hungrier than you are. I knotted it to a stanchion and let it trail behind the boat. It didn't dance. The water was too still. The line just hung there, lazy. An hour later, I set the second one. Midship smaller hook. Piece of foil tied to it with twine. Looked like nothing, but I'd seen fish strike it less. I weighted it with a nut and dropped it shallow, hoping for dumb luck. I sat in the cockpit and watched both lines for a long time. Every few minutes I leaned to check tension. Nothing. Not even a tug. Once I thought I saw a flick near the stern, but it was just the sunlight flickering off the surface. The boat rocked in place, held by nothing but the suggestion of movement. The sun climbed and sat overhead like it planned to stay there a while. I drank 2 sips from the tank. Warm. Plastic taste. I spat the second mouthful over the rail without thinking. The stern line snagged around 3. It jerked once, then went slack. I hauled it in by hand. The hook was gone. The leader snapped clean. I didn't curse, didn't say anything, just held the wet line in my hand and looked at it a long time. Then coiled it, slow, and set it on the deck. Lunch was half a can of beans and 1 cracker. Cold. No heat left in me to light the burner. I ate leaning against the mast, watching the other line. When I finished, I wiped the spoon clean on my pants, looked out across the water, and without meaning to, I said, "Well?" Just that, quiet. But I heard it, and there was no answer. By late afternoon, the sun felt like a lid. It pressed down, wide and slow and heavy. Not sharp, like desert heat. Not even bright. Just constant. The kind of heat that made you feel like you were shrinking inside your own skin. I went below for shade. Bad idea. The cabin held the heat like a sealed jar. No breeze moved through the vents. The brass on the lamp was too hot to touch. Even the shadows felt cooked. I opened the tank and drank. Warm, stale, worse than before. Plastic, old vinyl hose, the taste of storage and glue. I spat it into the sink, tried to lie down. Sweat soaked through my shirt in minutes. My back stuck to the berth cushion like tape. I turned once, then again. Peeled the pillow from under my neck and threw it toward the corner. It hit the chart table and fell to the floor. I sat up fast and the motion made me lightheaded. For a second I just sat there, palms flat on my knees, trying to cool off with nothing but still air. Then I said it. God damn it, not loud. But it was the first time I'd heard my own voice like that since I left Vancouver. I stood, climbed back up into the light. The deck was white hot. I walked forward anyway, barefoot, just to feel something. The heat bit through the soles in seconds, but I didn't go back. I crouched by the rail, looked out at nothing, and stayed there until the sweat ran into my eyes. I heard it during the night. Not loud, just a slap, wet and short like a rag hitting a tile floor. I was half asleep lying on the berth without a sheet, sweating through the back of my shirt. I didn't sit up. I didn't care what it was. There were 100 noises like that at sea. Most of them meant nothing. By morning, the wind was still dead. The sun had come up behind a film of high white cloud that looked like gauze stretched thin. It gave the world a dull shine. I came up on deck with the empty coffee tin in my hand and saw it near the starboard rail. Small. No more than 10 inches, maybe less. Gray-blue and stiff. One eye gone dull and white. Fins splayed out like torn cloth. The body shimmered a little in the light. Scales drying, half curled from the heat. A flying fish. Must have jumped during the night and cleared the rail by accident. Bad aim. Lucky for me. I picked it up by the tail and it bent slightly. Still soft, still edible. I cleaned it on deck with my knife. No ceremony. Just cut from jaw to vent. Gutted quick. Scaled with the blade edge. Rinsed it with a little fresh water from the plastic bottle I kept forward. Below deck, I lit the burner. The pan was dry. No oil left, but it didn't matter. I cooked it hot and fast, flipped it once, burned the edges, dried out the tail. It curled up in the heat and let out a sound like paper tearing. I ate it all, skin, bones, everything but the spine. Chewed slow, it tasted like salt and dust, but it was warm and it was mine. I didn't write it in the log, it didn't say a word, but when I sat back in the cockpit afterward, I caught myself watching the horizon like something else might show up. I woke before dawn, not because I meant to. Just the wrong shift in weight. The Madeline rolling different than she had. Not the dead drift sway. This was tighter, cleaner, directional. Then I heard it. Not loud, but there. The halyard tapping the mast in a rhythm that hadn't been there in days. I sat up and listened. Counted the seconds between taps. 2, then 3, then 2 again. Uneven, like fingers drumming on a table, not from boredom. Expectation. I stood and climbed to the deck without my boots. The air had cooled during the night. My shirt clung to me from sleep, but the breeze caught it and made it shift. I went to the rail and felt it with my hand. There it was, not much, but real. A slow, dry push out of the east, warm at the edges. I didn't speak. Didn't smile yet. I moved to the mast and started shaking out the sail. Took my time. No need to rush a thing like this. The canvas unfurled like it had been waiting. The boom settled into position with a quiet readiness. I checked the lines twice, trimmed them until they felt tight in my palm. Then I watched the sail catch, not snap, not yet, but pull. That soft, full-bellied sound like breath drawn deep. The tiller answered. We moved. The compass needle steadied. Water hissed just a little at the bow. Not fast, not bold, just forward. And that was enough. I sat back, one hand resting on the wood, and watched the world remember how to turn again. The barometer dropped 3 millibars before noon, not all at once. A tick. Then another, then nothing. Then a slow slide, as if the air was making up its mind. I tapped the glass, watched it. The sea still looked normal. A long swell from the east, slow and wide. Wind steady off the beam. Enough to keep the mainsail full and the headsail taut. Blue sky overhead, but too pale at the edges. The kind of sky that pulled color out of things. I looked west. The clouds had gone flat. Not dark, just flat. Gray like iron filings under glass and stacking low over the water. The light felt wrong. I eased off the sheet and put a single reef in the mainsail. Did it without hurrying. No tension in the lines yet. But I didn't wait. I always reefed early. No one ever regretted that. The rope burned my thumb when I slipped the cleat hitch. The skin was still raw where the winch had caught me. I worked slower after that. I checked the halyard tension. Tight. Good. The sail looked clean. I pulled out the storm jib from under the bunk and laid it beside the mast. tied it in 3 places so it wouldn't shift if I needed to swap it in a hurry. Below deck, I went through the cabinets. The tools were stowed already. So were the charts. I slid the logbook into the drawer, latched the galley cabinet, secured the locker with the canned goods, 2 turns of cord around the latch, same knot I'd used in the straight. I tied a loop of rope through the kettle handle and lashed it to the burner frame. It wouldn't matter if the stove gimbaled. It was the kettle that always jumped first. The bilge pump handle was dry. I gave it 10 test strokes anyway. Nothing came up. That was good. I pulled the companionway hatch shut but didn't lock it, left it resting in place. Everything was ready. I stood in the cockpit and looked west again. The sky hadn't changed, but the air felt thicker. The boat rocked once, sharper than before. I checked the reef line one more time. Then I sat down, one hand on the tiller, and waited. The first gust hit like a shove in the back. No warning, no whistle. Just the sail jerking hard against the line, the whole boat swinging half a point starboard before the rudder caught it. I braced my knees and held the tiller close, let the wind push, let it settle. Then the second gust came, stronger, then the rain. It didn't start with a patter or light drizzle, just rain. A full sheet of it, dropped from the sky all at once, dense, heavy, cold enough to make me blink. I yanked the hood of my coat over my head and ducked low. The wind swung again. The boom pulled against its sheet and creaked under strain. I hand-steered into it, rudder angled to hold course. The compass needle swung wide, then came back. The sea came up fast, chop over swell. Short, ugly waves, maybe 4 feet but angry, and spaced just wrong, close enough to slam. The Madeline took the first 3 over the bow. Water dumped across the deck and shot into the cockpit in a hard burst. It filled ankle-deep before I could blink. I left the tiller lashed and reached for the saucepan. Same one I'd used to cook fish. I bailed fast, scooping hard and flinging it back over the rail. It made no difference. The cockpit wouldn't drain fast enough. The boat pitched, nose down, and water rushed to the footwell. My feet slipped. I dropped to one knee and steadied myself with the boom crutch. The rain kept falling, the deck slick and silver. I went back to the tiller, pulled it under my knee, kept steering, boat was handling. She just needed balance. The mainsail whipped once, too much slack. I adjusted the sheet with both hands, yanked it tight. The line burned the cut on my thumb. I didn't stop. The sea slammed the bow again. Everything was moving. Everything was wet. The sky had no shape now, just low gray and streaks of rain. No horizon, no light. But we were holding. I looked once over my shoulder. Nothing behind us but white water and more rain. I bailed again, then steered, then bailed. It came loose sometime before midnight. The shackle that held the boom vang to the mast fitting gave out with a sharp, clean crack, not loud, but final. I felt it more than heard it, a sudden slack in the sail, then a hard jerk as the boom swung free across the cockpit. It passed 6 inches above my head. A tearing sound followed. Canvas. The Dodger peeled back like paper under a blade. The rain came in harder after that. Nothing between it and me now. The boom swung again, starboard to port, back again, low and wide like a battering ram with no rhythm. I dropped low, crawled to the rope locker and grabbed a length of line, 40 feet of stiff, salt-bitten nylon. I coiled it once around my wrist and crawled forward on all fours. The deck pitched hard to port. I slid, slammed into the cockpit combing and felt something in my side pull wrong. Didn't matter. I waited for the boom to swing again, then moved. Grabbed it mid-arc, heavy, wet. The sail still pulling against it, confused by the rigging that no longer held true. I looped the rope around it once, twice, missed the third turn, tried again. Rain in my eyes, throat raw from salt spray. Almost lost the rope when the boat heeled. It slipped from my hand and dragged 10 feet before I caught it again. Tied it to the port rail cleat, then took a second turn and lashed it to the base of the winch post. No knots yet. Just tension. Holding force against force. The wind screamed low over the mast, a constant howl like something alive that had forgotten words. I tied the final knot. Double hitch. Not pretty. Didn't need to be. Just needed to hold. When it was done, I slumped forward onto the wet deck, chest heaving. The rain ran off my face in streams. Then I rolled to my knees, turned, and vomited into the scuppers. Nothing in it but bile and coffee. Maybe some fish from yesterday. I couldn't tell. Didn't look. I sat back against the bulkhead and listened to the boom creak against the strain in its new leash. It was secure. That would have to be enough. The storm didn't pass, it stayed. 12 hours in, the wind shifted from east to southeast, then back again, like it couldn't make up its mind whether to push me down or pull me apart. The rain never stopped, only changed weight. Thick, thin, sideways, then thick again. I kept the tiller lashed. There was no course to hold, just motion to manage. The boat pointed wherever the sea allowed, and I led her. Below deck, it sounded like the world was trying to split open. Every bolt in the hull groaned. The mast stepped hard with every gust. The stays hummed under tension. Not a tone, just a warning. I ate dry crackers from a tin, didn't taste them. Drank water in shallow sips so I wouldn't throw it back up. The coffee from 2 mornings ago was still in the pot, cold, bitter. I drank half a cup and poured the rest into a jar with a rag, just to keep the cabin from smelling like sickness. Sleep was a trick. I didn't chase it. I wedged myself between the starboard bench and the bulkhead. Back bent, knees up, one shoulder pressed hard to the frame so I wouldn't roll. It didn't matter. The boat jerked sideways twice in the dark and sent me sliding anyway. I checked the boom lashings 3 times, once by feel in the rain, still holding. I checked the bilge. Water was in it. Not rising fast. Not enough to panic. I pumped it dry with 40 strokes, then closed the panel. I didn't write in the log, didn't touch the notebook. There was nothing to say the sea hadn't already said louder. I marked the passage of time by the burner fuel. I used it twice, once to heat the dampness from the cabin, once to dry my gloves. It burned out sometime after the second nightfall. I didn't refill it. By morning, the sound had changed, not stopped, just softened. The wind still moved, but not with the same weight. The rain had thinned to a steady drizzle that tapped, not slapped, against the deck. The sea was calmer, too. Still rolling, still confused, but slower now. The kind of motion you could stand in, if you moved with it. I came up on deck with my coat half-zipped and my boots undone. I stood there, blinking into a sky I hadn't seen in 2 days. Low sun off the stern, pale orange. No heat to it yet, just light. The mainsail had torn at the leech. A clean rip near the second reef point. I'd seen it in the night, but hadn't done anything. I wasn't going to go climbing in that. Now it hung like a tongue from the boom, luffing gently with every rise and fall. The boom lashings were soaked through but still holding. Rope dark and swollen. The knot had slipped half a turn, but it hadn't come loose. Good enough. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out the crumpled cigarette pack. The last 2 were damp. I took the one that bent the least and lit it with the old matchbook from the San Pedro diner. It caught on the 3rd strike. My hand shook. I didn't stop it. I drew in smoke and held it. The boat creaked beneath me. The lines were all wrong. The sails would need mending. The dodger was ruined. My knee was swollen from the fall in the cockpit. My thumb pulsed from the cut that hadn't healed right. I blew out smoke into the morning air and watched it disappear. Today I was 51. I didn't say it out loud, didn't mark it in the log, didn't think it was worth lighting both of the last cigarettes. I just stood there, with one hand on the lifeline, watching the ocean stretch out in every direction, and waited for the wind to make its next move. The buoy was rusted through at the base. It leaned slightly, like a man with a bad knee, rocking in place where the swell met the reef. The paint had gone from red to orange to something like rusted blood. A gull stood on it. Didn't fly off as I passed. I brought the Madeline in slow, motor on low idle, mainsail down, headsail furled. The lagoon opened wide and shallow, clear turquoise over coral in patches, deeper green where the seafloor dropped off. The entrance was narrow, just 200 feet between breakers. No other boats, no harbor master. Just a short dock built from salt-bleached planks and a sagging shack beside it. Corrugated roof, one door, no flag. The island looked like it had been put there and forgotten. Palm trees leaned inland, no movement, no sound but the lap of water and the dull slap of the engine, no smoke, no music, no dogs. I cut the motor near mid-lagoon and coasted. The anchor dropped with a muted splash and a soft chain rattle. It caught quick. Sandy bottom. I checked the depth, 9 feet, enough. The dinghy took a few minutes to lower and ready. The oars were stiff in the locks. I rowed in slow arcs toward shore, the hull gliding over clear water so still it felt dishonest. At the dock, I tied off to a splintered piling. The rope held. The dock creaked under my boots. Not loud. Just a dry sound, like wood giving up. I stepped off the boat and stood there. Didn't say a word, just listened. He was sitting in the shade maybe 20 yards from the dock. A folding chair, aluminum frame, canvas seat, faded green. He had a wide straw hat tipped low over his face and a pipe balanced in the corner of his mouth. Bare feet, thin ankles, shirt open at the chest, sleeves torn at the shoulders. He looked like something you'd find in a painting half finished. I didn't call out, didn't raise a hand, didn't need to. He saw me. He watched me step onto the dock, coil the painter line, and knot it to the cleat. I took off my gloves, hooked them through my belt, and stood there in the sun for a minute. I didn't walk up. Neither did he. Smoke curled from the bowl of his pipe. Sweet, earthy tobacco. The kind I hadn't smelled in years. Finally he spoke, not loud, more observation than greeting. Wind died, no? His accent was French, the kind of French that had spent a long time forgetting itself. 4 days, I said. He nodded slowly, didn't smile, didn't blink. Rain coming, he added. I saw. He tapped the pipe twice against the armrest and looked toward the boat. You need diesel? No. Water? Maybe. He stood, stretched, his shirt lifted, and I saw the belt wrap twice around his waist to make it fit. His ribs showed, his face didn't. He walked to the shack, barefoot, came back a minute later holding a mango. It was overripe, skin starting to blister. He handed it to me without a word. I took it, and that was the end of it. I set up under an old awning near the dock. It looked like it had been a fish cleaning station once. The table was rough, dark with stains. A palm frond roof sagged above it, lashed to 4 posts with frayed twine. Shade moved through it like water through a screen. I spread the mainsail out over the table. Just the torn panel. The leech near the reefing kringle, where the wind had split it. The edge flapped once in the breeze, then stilled. The Frenchman sat back in his chair, pipe between his teeth again. He didn't offer to help. Just watched me thread the heavy needle with waxed sail twine, bite the end clean, and double the thread like I'd done 100 times before. I stitched slow, tight turns, thumb against the sailcloth. Pull, pinch, knot, repeat. The rain held off, just distant cloud sitting over the east horizon like a threat that hadn't made up its mind. I patched for 3 hours. Replaced a batten pocket, reinforced the reef point grommet with scrap canvas I'd cut from the sail bag. The thread dug into my fingers until the skin gave, and then I didn't feel it anymore. The Frenchman got up once to piss behind a tree, came back, sat down again, didn't speak. When I was finished, I coiled the thread, wiped the needle clean, and stood. He didn't nod. I didn't either. The sail was ready. That was all that mattered. The night was still, heavy with salt and wet wood. I slept aboard the Madeline, tied off to the same splintered piling, bow pointed into the lagoon. The water slapped lightly against the hull. Not enough to rock her, just enough to remind me I wasn't on land. The air was warm, close. I left the hatch open. No wind. I lay in the berth in my shirt and pants, one arm under my head, the other resting on my chest. My fingers ached from the sail work. There was still twine under my nails. I didn't bother cleaning it out. I hadn't spoken since sunset. Some time past midnight I woke without knowing why. Then I heard it, singing, faint, far inland, women's voices, more than one. Not a song I recognized, not English, not French. Low, rising and falling like breath in a sleeping room. No drum, no rhythm. Just the voices. I sat up, elbows on knees, and listened. Didn't move, didn't speak. The sound didn't get louder, didn't get closer. It stayed where it was, a soft thread woven through the trees beyond the beach, a sound like someone remembering something you weren't meant to hear. It went on for maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Then it stopped, not suddenly, just faded out like a tide slipping back over dry sand. I didn't lie back down right away. I stayed sitting, eyes open in the dark, listening for the silence to break again. It didn't. The morning came quiet. Pale sky, flat water, light wind out of the southeast. I loaded the patched mainsail back onto the Madeline and coiled the dock line without speaking. My gloves were still damp from the night air. The stitches in the sail had set fine. The Frenchman was there. Same chair, same hat, same pipe. He stood as I stepped onto the dock. He held something in each hand. The first was a round tin, label worn, but I knew the kind. French duck confit. Heavy. Meant to last. The second was a postcard. Glossy front, edges curled. A photo of the island from the air. Blue reef, white beach, green interior. Faded colors. Looked 20 years old. No writing on the back. No address, no stamp. Just blank. He handed both to me without explanation. Didn't smile, didn't nod. I took them. Pocketed the postcard. Held the tin by its weight in my palm. We stood there a second longer, then he offered his hand. I shook it. His grip was dry, bones thin under the skin. Bonimer, he said. Et vous? That was it. I stepped into the dinghy, untied from the piling, and rowed back toward the Madeline. The water was smooth. I didn't look back. I saw it just before noon, off the port quarter, low in the haze. A dark notch against the horizon. Not sky, not water, not moving fast, just sitting there. It had the shape of a sailboat. Tall mast, no sail. Or maybe a sail furled. Could have been anything. Could have been a shadow. I adjusted course a few degrees west to keep it in sight. The haze was thick enough that I lost it for minutes at a time. Then it came back, always in the same place, like it was pacing me. I tried the radio, switched to channel 16, held the button. This is Vessel Madeline. Do you read? Nothing. Static. Tried again, slower. This is Madeline. If you're in sight off my port, please respond. Still nothing. I set the radio down and stared out across the water. It followed for hours. Or maybe I did. By late afternoon, the wind picked up a little, and I adjusted the sail trim. The shape dipped behind a swell, and didn't come back. I stood at the rail for 20 minutes, waiting. Sky behind it was blank, water the same. Gone. I wrote it down in the log. 1,230. Sighted sail or object on port horizon. No comms. Vanished by dusk. No course change. Then I stared at it for a while. Crossed the whole entry out with a pencil. Didn't tear the page. Didn't look back out there again. She was sitting on the beach just above the tide line. Anne. Same age as the last time I saw her. Hair tied back. That blue linen shirt she used to wear in spring. Wrists bare, ankles crossed. Her feet were in a green plastic bucket filled with seawater. She didn't seem to notice. The sun was behind her, low and white. I couldn't see the ocean, but I knew it was there because she was watching it. I tried to say something. Nothing came out. She didn't look at me, didn't turn, just kept watching the water. The waves moved like they were pulling back too far, like the whole sea was going to drain away. Her lips moved once, not sound, just shape. I couldn't read them. I reached for her shoulder and I woke. The cabin was dark still. The lantern swayed slightly on its hook. The hull creaked once, low and long. I sat up too fast and hit the side of my knee on the bench, sweat on my back, tongue dry. My mouth tasted like seawater. Real, not dream. Brine and something metallic. I didn't move for a while. Didn't light the lamp, just sat there breathing. At some point I wondered if it had been a dream or something I'd actually seen once. A beach. A trip. Somewhere. The bucket might have been Rachel's. Anne might have been watching her. Or maybe not. Eventually I stood, went topside. The sky was clouded over. The air close. I stayed there a while, watching the black water brush the hull in the dark. Didn't write it down. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon when I saw it. Dead calm. Wind light out of the west. The sun behind a long band of cloud that stretched edge to edge, diffusing the light until the sea looked like steel rubbed smooth. Ahead, something floated. White, round, size of a man's torso, no movement, no shape I could name, just there, off the bow, slightly to starboard, low in the water, half submerged. I adjusted course a few degrees to intercept, not fast, just enough to come alongside without swinging wide. I watched it for 2 minutes, then 1. It bobbed once, then again. Then it was gone. No splash, no wake, no wind, just gone. I stood at the tiller a while. Didn't say anything. Didn't change course again. Didn't go back. In the log I wrote 1605. Object in water unidentified. That was all. The wind picked up just before sunset. A light breeze off the southeast. Enough to fill the head sail and get the boom to settle into its groove. I stood in the cockpit with one hand on the sheet, testing the trim. It wasn't right. Not bad. Just off. "You don't like that angle, huh?" I said. The words came out of my mouth before I knew I was speaking. I pulled the line 2 inches tighter, adjusted the cleat, watched the sail belly out just slightly fuller. "That's better," I said. I didn't laugh, didn't smile, just said it. 10 minutes later, I ducked under the boom to check the batten pockets and muttered, "Still holding, barely," as I ran my hand along the stitching. The thread had faded, but the patch was sound. As I stepped back, I tapped the mast with my knuckles and said, "You're a stubborn old girl." The words didn't feel strange, they didn't feel like anything at all. Later, as I boiled water for noodles, I said, "Could have used a little more sun today," to no one. And when I turned in, I touched the edge of the chart table as I passed and said, "We'll see what you've got tomorrow." I didn't think about it, didn't stop. The wind died after dark. Not suddenly, just faded out, the way conversation does when no one wants to carry it anymore. The sails sagged, then stilled. The rigging didn't move. The boom hung quiet. The air was thick and warm, like the breath of something asleep. Humidity wrapped the boat in sweat. Even the varnish on the handrails felt soft. I lit a cigarette in the cockpit, shielding the flame with my palm. The match flared quick and went out faster. I struck a second. It caught. The smoke barely drifted, just curled in place around my face, then disappeared. The stars were out. Not all of them. Just the stubborn ones, low constellations, blurred, no moon. I listened to the sound of the sea. Not waves, just the light brush of water against the hull. A sound that reminded me of sandpaper dragged gently over wood. No engine noise, no gulls, no planes. Then I heard it. A crackle, below deck, faint, short, just a flick of sound, like a whisper through metal. I went down and stood by the radio. The dial light was off, and I switched it on. Nothing, no signal. I turned the knob through the band, only static. I listened for a minute, maybe longer, then I shut it off. Climbed back into the cockpit, sat down again. Didn't light another cigarette, didn't say anything. The water brushed against the Madeline like it always had. I saw it just before noon. A flat spot on the water that didn't belong there. Too square to be a swell, too low to be a boat. It rocked like something alive, but it wasn't moving under its own power. I took the binoculars from the hatch and pressed them to my face. Wood, crude. Lashed at the corners with rope or maybe netting. 4 barrels under it for float. Nothing above it. No flag, no mast, just a platform, and something on it. I steadied the glass, brown, small, head turned toward me. I lowered the binoculars. It didn't bark, didn't stand, just watched. I trimmed the sails, brought the Madeline downwind, and turned a gentle arc to intercept. The wind was light. The sea calm enough to maneuver without fighting the rudder. As I neared, I could see it more clearly. The raft was old, the wood swollen and sun-bleached. It looked like it had been part of a dock once. The barrels were rusted at the rims. The dog, if it was a dog, stood at the edge. Legs thin, tail low, fur dark from salt, no collar. We came within 20 yards. 15, it didn't move. I dropped sail and drifted alongside. No sound but the hull brushing past the raft. I looked down, it looked up, small, short coat, maybe 20 pounds, maybe less now. Ears low but not flat. Eyes sharp. Still no sound, no panic, no pleading, just waiting. I looped a line around the tiller, checked the drift, and stepped to the rail. The raft bobbed an arm's length away, close enough to see the dog's ribs. It didn't flinch when I leaned down, just kept its eyes on mine. I reached, slid both hands under the belly, light, wet, all bone and heat. It didn't resist. I lifted it over the lifeline and set it gently on the deck. My coat sleeve left a streak of salt on its back. The dog stood where I placed it, shook once. Water sprayed off like dust. Then it walked 3 steps to the cockpit and sat near the tiller. Same spot I always sat. Didn't sniff, didn't circle, just folded its legs and settled. I went below and filled the smallest tin cup I had, came back up, crouched, set it down near the dog's front paws. It looked at the water, then at me, then drank, slow, measured, lapped at it without sound. When it finished, it curled down into itself, rested its head on the deck. Eyes half closed. I watched it for a long time, didn't speak, didn't touch it again. The raft drifted away in our wake, then turned slowly, caught by the current, and disappeared behind us. It didn't make a sound the rest of the day, didn't whine, didn't bark, just lay there in the cockpit, head on its paws, eyes tracking me from time to time. When I moved forward to check the headsail clue, it lifted its head. When I ducked below, it watched the hatch until I came back. That was all. I gave it a strip of dried fish that had started to turn at the edges. It ate it slowly. One bite, then another, then sat back down like nothing had happened. At some point I started calling it dog, not out loud, just in my head. Dog didn't object. It didn't follow me, but it didn't leave the cockpit either. Just changed position with the sun, shifted from port to starboard, kept its paws tucked under when the breeze picked up. I didn't speak to it, didn't need to. But I stopped speaking to the Madeline too. No more stray remarks to the rigging, no half statements to the sail trim. I checked the compass and kept the log, trimmed the sheets, adjusted course twice. All silent. At dusk, Dog looked at me once, then curled up under the bench where I usually sat with my coffee. That night, I didn't say goodnight to anything. The wind rose after midnight. Not much, just enough to bring the squall with it. Fast-moving with short waves that slapped the hull instead of rolling it. the kind that came and went before you could name them. I went topside and lashed the sails half down, left a storm reef in the main and tied off the headsail so it wouldn't flog. The rain came light and steady. The air smelled clean for once, not like salt or rot, just clean. Dog didn't move. It stayed curled under the bench where I'd seen it last, eyes open, barely, watching the side of the cockpit wall like it had seen this kind of thing before. No whine, no shifting. I left the hatch open so it could come below if it wanted. It didn't. I went down and sat on the step, just inside, pulled my coat over my knees and waited the rain out. Didn't check the clock, didn't look at the compass. The wind lasted an hour, maybe 2. When it passed, the boat settled back into rhythm. The rain slowed to a drizzle. The air was warm again. I slept against the bulkhead. By morning the sky had cleared and the sun was already climbing. Everything was soaked. Lines, deck, me. Dog was still there, still under the bench, soaked through. Head resting on its paws, eyes open. It looked up when I stepped outside. Just once. I stood over it for a while, then crouched, looked back. "All right," I said, and that was it. It closed its eyes. The kettle whistled low the way it did when there wasn't quite enough water in it. I poured into the tin mug and set a second one on the deck beside me. Just warm water in that one. No reason. Just did. Dog sniffed it, licked once, didn't drink more. We sat like that for a while, me with the tea. Dog curled at my feet, the deck still wet but warming under the morning sun. I checked the mainsail from the cockpit, saw a slight curve in the belly that wasn't right. I leaned forward, adjusted the sheet a few inches, reset the cleat. "Too loose," I said. "We'll heel too much like that." I didn't catch the word until after I said it. It had come easy without thinking. I looked at Dog. It hadn't moved, it didn't blink, it didn't care. But it stayed close all day. When I stepped to the rail to look at the sky, it shifted to keep its head in my shadow. When I trimmed the jib, it watched my hands. When I sat to write in the logbook, it pressed against my boot. I didn't say "we" again, but I didn't take it back either. I heard it before I saw it, a soft sound, not rhythm, not song, just presence, a wet tap. Then another. I was at the helm, one hand on the tiller, watching the line of cloud to the west. The sea was gentle, a long swell under light wind. Nothing wrong with the sky, nothing wrong with the wind. But that sound didn't belong. I let go of the tiller and went below. Dog stood at the hatch, ears not up, but not flat, watching me. Inside, the light was dim. I hadn't trimmed the lantern since dawn. The air smelled the way it always did. Salt, wood, oil, sweat. But something underneath it. Wet wood. I stood still, closed my eyes, tap, starboard side, low, near the floorboards. I dropped to one knee and pulled up the first slat. Nothing. The second, damp beneath. Then the third. That's where I found it. A slow leak. Thin line of water beating from a seam in the hull, just below the waterline. A joint. Not split, just tired. The boat working herself open one fiber at a time. Not fast, but steady. The bilge wasn't full, but it would be. Not today, not even tonight. But soon. Quiet disasters don't wait. I touched the seam with my fingertip. The drop came slow, but it came. I didn't say anything, didn't curse, not yet. I just stood there for a moment, the boards pulled up, the water tapping the inside of my boat one drop at a time. Dog came down the steps behind me and stood at the edge of the galley. Didn't come closer, just watched. That was enough. I opened the forward locker and pulled out the canvas roll. It was heavy with damp. Everything on this boat was. And smelled like rope that had been wet too long and dried too slow. I unrolled it on the galley bench. Inside, 2 teak wedges. One long, one short. A steel mallet, rust at the base. A jar of tar-sealed linen strips, packed tight. Sail thread. A square of cloth soaked in resin. everything I had left. I crouched again beside the open bilge and ran my palm along the inside of the hull. The leak was coming from a seam 3 feet forward of the beam, just under where the waterline would rest in heavier swell. The plank was soft at the edges, not rotten, just old. I pressed with my thumb. The seam wept. "Shit," I said. Quiet, dry, nothing behind it, just naming the thing. Dog moved a step closer and lay down at the edge of the floorboards. Watched with those flat brown eyes. Didn't blink. Didn't flinch. I tapped around the seam with the mallet. Slow, careful strikes, listening to the sound of wood meeting metal. Some parts rang clean. Some thudded low, full of water or weakness. I marked those spots in my head, no panic. Just steps. I tested the long wedge against the opening, too wide. I reached for the short one. Dog lifted its head once as the mallet scraped against the hull. I paused, adjusted, kept going. The water kept coming, one drop at a time. The wedge was rough at the edge. I'd carved it from teak back in March, shaved it with a draw knife that had belonged to a man who died before I was born. It wasn't pretty, but it was shaped for pressure. I held it in place with one hand, fingers pressed hard to the seam where the water came through. My palm was already wet. Salt crept up my wrist and into the sleeve. Dog didn't move. I reached for the mallet with the other hand, kept my body low so the motion wouldn't shift the hull. One knee braced against the rib frame, my back cramped. I tapped the wedge once, twice, the third time, harder. The sound changed, wood to wood. The leak paused, not stopped, paused. I kept tapping, the wedge seated deeper. I twisted it half a turn with the heel of my palm. It stuck. The seam puckered. Water slowed. I wrapped tarred linen around the head of the wedge and pushed it into the seam with the flat of my knife. Packed it tight. No beauty to it. Just mass. Force against force. The drip didn't stop, but it changed, from clear, thin beads to thicker, slower ones. Hesitant. Almost ashamed. I wrapped the whole seam in sail tape, the thick kind I kept for emergency tears. Pressed it flat with the mallet handle. No air. No give. I sat back on the floorboards, one hand on my thigh, the other still holding the knife. My heart beat in my ears. Dog was watching me. I said nothing. Not to the boat, not to the sea, not to the dog. I just sat there, the mallet on the floor beside me, the wedge buried in the wood, the water slowed to something like silence. An hour passed. I checked the seam again with the back of my hand. Not my eyes. The skin knows better when to trust. Wet, but barely. The drip had slowed to half a bead every 30 seconds. Long enough for the pump to keep pace without strain. Long enough to call it fixed for now. I gave the pump 6 strokes anyway. Old habit, and let it earn its keep. Dog came closer, sat beside me in the galley, back pressed to the cabinet wall. Didn't look up. Just sat. I leaned against the bulkhead, legs stretched out over the slats, head back. The sweat under my shirt had gone cold. My wrists ached. My fingers didn't want to close right. The skin across my knuckles was split. I pulled the cigarette pack from the tin on the shelf. Only 3 left. Lit one. The first draw was crooked, all filter and wind. The second steadied. Smoke curled in the air between us. I didn't offer one to the dog, didn't make a joke about it. We sat there in the near dark, listening to the hull breathe, the sea lean, the slow tick of water where the silence hadn't quite sealed. I smoked the whole thing down to the paper, then lit a match just to watch it burn. I waited until sunset. The water had gone flat again. Not calm, just flat. No texture, no tone. The kind of sea that gave nothing away. I pulled the old logbook from under the chart table, the one I'd stopped writing in somewhere around latitude 29. The back pages were blank, but soft from salt. Thin. I tore one out, folded it down the middle, no heading, no name. I wrote a date, then a line, then another, no story, no position, just the truth or close enough. I read it once and didn't change anything. There was an old green wine bottle stashed behind the tools. I'd meant to fill it with kerosene, but never did. I rinsed it, let it dry, rolled the paper loose and slid it in. Dog sat in the cockpit, chin resting on the top step, watching. I pressed a cork in with the heel of my palm and melted wax over it with a match. Crude. Ugly. The flame burned the edge of my thumb, and I didn't flinch. I stepped to the rail, looked once at the sky, not for signs, just habit. Then I dropped the bottle overboard. No speech, no wish, just the hollow sound of glass on water and then nothing. I didn't watch it drift. It showed up like a smudge, low on the horizon just before dawn, faint, gray-green. The shape of it not yet real, just the hint of something different than sky. I watched it through the binoculars, saw the rise of trees, then the cut of earth below them, red like rust. Sharp against the water, land, Australia. Not a banner, not a finish line, just there. The air was still, the swell long and slow. A tide shift worked gently under the hull, nudging the Madeline toward the coast without complaint. Dog stood at the edge of the cockpit, quiet, nose tilted slightly up. I trimmed the headsail, adjusted the main, and leaned forward on the tiller. The boat responded slow, but sure. She knew this rhythm now. So did I. The radio crackled to life around 7. Chatter from the shore, traffic reports, a weather warning inland, bits of life unrelated to us, unconcerned. I tuned the dial and caught the local harbor channel. Marina traffic was light. 1 yacht inbound, 1 fishing boat outbound. I clicked the button and spoke. Vessel Madeline requesting mooring slip. 1 person aboard. There was a pause, then a voice. Copy that, Madeline. Slip 12A is open. Come on in when ready. I reached into the nav box and pulled out the yellowed courtesy flag I'd dug up days ago. Australia. Edges frayed, faded where the sun had punished it. I clipped it to the starboard halyard and raised it half-mast. Dog didn't move, just watched the horizon. The land grew closer, the sea shallowed beneath us, green water, then brown, then ropes of seaweed near the surface. I kept one hand on the tiller and the other on the rail. No feeling in it, just motion. The trip hadn't ended, it had simply arrived. The marina sat low behind a breakwater of gray boulders and rusted steel. Quiet, except for a gull or two circling low above the masts. I could see maybe 20 boats tied in. Some were clean. Some hadn't been moved in months. A dockhand in a blue cap stood on the finger pier, one hand raised, the other in his pocket. He didn't wave, just waited. Slip 12A was near the far end, beside a small catamaran with sun-bleached canvas. I took her in slow, cut the engine, and let the Madeline drift the final yards, with a breath of wind behind her. No bounce, no scrape. The hull kissed the rubber bumper and stopped. I stepped off with the bowline and tied it quick. Looped, pulled, locked. Then the stern. I heard Dog behind me, small pause on deck, a click of nails on the cockpit step. He jumped to the dock, didn't rush, just landed, turned once in a slow circle, then sat, facing me. The dockhand stepped closer. Long trip? He asked. From Vancouver, I said. He raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything else, just nodded once. You're in. He pointed at a clipboard resting on a piling. Form's there. Bring it by the office later. Then he walked off, boots tapping against the planks. No questions. No welcome. Dog stayed where he was, sitting at the edge of the slip like it had always belonged to him. I stood there a moment, hand resting on the stern line, watching the water settle beneath the hull. The harbor office was a low beige building with a tin roof and a plastic chair out front. A screen door creaked when I pushed it open. The inside smelled like salt, paper, and stale instant coffee. The man behind the counter wore a short-sleeved shirt with a name patch that said Brian. He had a pencil behind one ear and a newspaper folded in half beside him. A slow fan turned overhead, but didn't do much. I handed him the clipboard. Madeline. 1 person, 1 dog. He looked up, then back down. Length of stay? Undecided. He nodded, no surprise, no interest either. He handed me a customs declaration. I filled it out, listed the ports, left the section about firearms blank. The ink ran slightly on the page, humidity creeping into everything. Slip fees paid daily or weekly. You can settle up when you know. He tapped the form, glanced once at the radio, then back at me. Need a bulletin? Sure. He tore off a weather sheet from a small printer. Thermal ink, barely legible. Chance of showers inland, calm seas, barometric pressure falling. I reached into my wallet, pulled out a few notes. He took them without counting. You want coffee? He asked, nodding toward a thermos. No. He didn't seem offended. I turned to go, stopped once at the door. You see many single-handers come through? Now and then, he said. Not many with dogs. Me either. The screen door creaked again behind me. Outside, the sun had risen fully, warm already. Dog sat where I'd left him, head turned toward the sound of my boots. I walked the dock slow. The boards creaked underfoot, the way docks always do. Never urgent, never apologetic. The breeze smelled different here. Not cleaner, just full of land. Dust, eucalyptus, warm pavement cooling in shade. When I reached the slip, dog stood. Didn't wag, didn't jump, just waited. I stepped aboard, he followed. No hesitation. I checked the lines once more. Tight. No strain. Then I sat in the cockpit. Boots up on the edge, back to the cabin wall. Dog circled once, then settled beside the rail. Head between paws. Watching the water between the docks. No other boats moved. No one came to greet us. That felt right. When the light softened, I ducked below and pulled the Frenchman's tin from the galley shelf. The duck confit he'd handed me on that heat-split dock like it meant something. I opened it with my old knife, the blade dull from rope and rust. The smell was sharp, heavy. Real food. I spooned some onto a cracked enamel plate, set it on the deck near dog. He sniffed it, ate it slow. No rush, no sound. I ate the rest straight from the tin. It was salty. Rich too much oil, not enough bread. But it filled the stomach. When we finished, I tossed the empty tin into the waste bag, tied it shut, set it near the ladder. The sun dropped behind the trees beyond the breakwater. The water inside the marina barely stirred. Dog didn't move. Neither did I. I made tea with the burner low so the whistle wouldn't scream. Poured it into the tin mug I always used, the one with the dent in the rim. Sugarless, no milk, just hot water and leaves that had crossed an ocean in a bag. Dog watched the whole thing from the cabin steps. When I stepped ashore, he followed. We stood at the edge of the dock. He sat beside my foot. Boats creaked around us. A man with a cooler passed behind, whistling through his teeth. 2 kids pedaled by on rusted bikes along the marina road, laughing at something I couldn't hear. The world moved like it didn't know I'd come ashore. That was fine. I drank the tea slow. The breeze came from the east now. Soft, steady. Not wind, just air in motion. I looked up at the Madeline, her lines slack in the calm, her hull streaked from months at sea. The patched mainsail folded like an old shirt. The halyards didn't rattle. The boat was still. Watching. So was dog. I looked back toward the water, past the breakwater to the horizon I had followed so long that it had started to feel like a line I'd drawn myself. I said it without thinking, quiet, not dramatic. Just the words that were there. Not done yet. Dog didn't stir. He didn't have to. The straps went under her just after 7. 2 wide black bands of webbing, one under the bow, one aft of the keel. The travel lift shuddered as the motor kicked in, and the Madeline began to rise inch by inch out of the water. The yard man in the orange hat watched the hull like it owed him something. Hand on the lever, eyes half closed. This wasn't a miracle to him. Just another job. Another boat from somewhere she didn't belong. Dog stood beside me on the cracked concrete, tail still, head tilted just slightly to the right. His ears had lifted when the straps pulled tight. Now they were flat again. The hull cleared the waterline and the sea let go. Slow. A sound like the ocean exhaling. Salt water spilled off her in long streams, running down the seams along the rudder, dripping from the zincs. She looked worse than I thought. The bottom was a mess of growth, barnacles, gray weeds, something white and fungal looking near the skeg. The waterline paint had peeled back in places, and near the bow, a wide band of scarring showed where something, coral maybe, had kissed her hard and left its mark. The yardman turned the lift and the Madeline swung forward over the concrete pad. The chains rattled, and the crane let out a groan. The whole boat swayed once, gently. The rudder wept a final stream of water like it didn't want to let go. When she settled into her cradle, I walked up and rested a hand on her side. Warm already from the morning sun, rough to the touch. Dog sniffed the dust, then sat down again. I started at the bow, took the chisel out of my kit, wide blade, edge dull from years of half-done jobs, and set it against the hull just under the waterline. The first push came with a wet crunch. The barnacles sheared off in clumps, some clinging to soft green slime. The smell hit quick. Old salt, rotting shell, copper paint lifting like paper. I didn't hurry. Every stroke of the chisel showed something beneath, some places clean, others blistered. I could tell where the paint had been laid too thin last time. I could see where the hull had flexed in heavy swell, where it had groaned and held. Dog lay 10 feet off, just inside the shade of the scaffolding. Head resting on his paws, eyes half-lidded. Dust on his coat, a fly buzzing near his nose. He didn't twitch. I kept scraping. By midday I was at midship, sweat soaking my shirt, salt burning the corners of my eyes. That's when I found it, the patch from the leak. A single teak wedge driven tight between two planks, the linen around it stained dark. The sail tape I'd laid over it had held, but the edges curled slightly, like they knew it wasn't permanent. I knelt in the dirt and put my hand against it. The wood was dry, but not dead. I kept my palm there for a while, not thinking, not grateful, just feeling what the ocean had done, what it had allowed me to do. Dog raised his head and looked at me once, and then put it back down. I was bent under the stern, sanding the prop shaft housing with a rag and vinegar, when I heard boots crunching on gravel behind me. "You've been at her a while," a voice said. Accent round and slow, somewhere between Auckland and nowhere. I stood and wiped my hand on my shorts. The man looked to be in his 60s, long white arms, canvas hat, buttoned shirt half open, a roll-your-own tucked behind one ear. He carried a bucket of tools in one hand and a thermos in the other. "From the looks of her," he said, squinting up at the Madeline, "she's seen worse than this yard." "Yeah," I said. He nodded like that was the correct answer. "I'm Bert," he said, holding out the thermos instead of his hand. "The sloop in Cradle 5. Hauled her in Monday." I nodded, didn't offer my name. Dog got up, stepped forward once, then sat again. Bert looked at him. "Yours?" "No," I said. "He came aboard." Bert grinned. "Stuck with you now, though, isn't he?" I didn't answer. He sipped from his thermos, then glanced at the wedge in the hull. "That's teak?" "Yeah. Hell of a save. You dry her out yourself?" "Middle of the Pacific." He let out a short, breathy laugh. "Jesus." I turned back to the sanding. "You need anything," he said. "I've got extra brushes, anti-foul, even some filler left over. Most of it's shite, but it holds for a season." "I'm all right." He stood a moment longer, drinking his tea. Then he tapped the hull with his knuckles. "You know what you're doing." Then he walked off, and I didn't watch him go. Dog followed him with his eyes, then turned back toward me. I ate lunch sitting on the keel. cross-legged back against the rudder, the metal still warm from the sun. The beans came from a dented tin I'd found in the galley locker. No label. I opened it with the same knife I used for everything else. Blade curved and stained near the tip. The beans were pale, soft, packed in salt water and fat. Dog sat beside me, close enough that our shoulders brushed. I tore off half a crust of hard bread and set it on the ground between us. He waited, then ate it slow. The wind was dry. It stirred the dust across the lot in little eddies that danced and disappeared. Overhead, the travel lift creaked as the crew hauled out another boat, a white one, newer, full of solar panels and bright plastic deck chairs. No one was talking, no radios, just the gulls and the sound of tools against wood. I finished the beans with my fingers and wiped my hand on a rag I kept in my back pocket. The salt stuck to my skin. I didn't bother with water. Dog leaned forward, sniffed the empty tin, then curled back down and put his chin on his paws. I leaned my head back against the rudder. Above me, the Madeline's hull rose like a sleeping animal, scraped clean in patches, raw in others. She looked strange out of the water, exposed, like a thing being watched, instead of something that watched the world herself. The sun moved, the shadow of the keel shifted across the dirt. Neither of us spoke. We walked the yard at sundown. The work was done for the day. The tools packed, the ladders leaned back against hulls. No engines, no hammers. Just the tick of heat coming off steel and fiberglass. Dog followed a step behind me. I didn't leash him. I never had. The gravel shifted under my boots with each step. Dust clung to the cuff of my pants. The air smelled like epoxy, cut wood, and something metallic. Old chain, maybe, or rusted cleats, baking in the sun too long. We passed 15 boats in their cradles. Some had names: Windflower, Nyoko, Sundown Jack. Others didn't. Just blank sterns and streaked paint. Nobody waved. Most boats were empty. The few that weren't had voices behind their hulls. Radio murmurs, pans clinking. One guitar played badly and alone. At the edge of the yard, near the chain-link fence, I stopped. The ground dropped just beyond, a slope of rock and grass down to the shore. The tide was low. Mud flats stretched out in wrinkled lines, gulls walking them like they owned the place. I lit a cigarette, drew once. Let the smoke sit in my lungs. Dog sat next to me, facing the water. The sky had turned that dull, hard orange, the kind that doesn't glow so much as press down on the horizon. The sun was a disk, too clean to look at, too empty to mean anything. I took one more draw, let the rest burn in my fingers. Then I dropped it, ground it into the dirt with my heel and turned back. Dog followed. The air was cool before sunrise, not cold, just empty. The way it feels when the wind hasn't made up its mind yet. I sat up slow in the quarter berth, careful not to knock my head on the frame. The plywood overhead was scarred with old screw holes and paint chipped from tools knocked loose during storms. The boat didn't move anymore, not even a sway. I still felt the sea sometimes when I closed my eyes, but the Madeline was dry now, braced in steel stands, keel in dirt. I struck a match and lit the camp stove. The little brass burner gave off just enough light to fill the galley with a low gold flicker. I poured water from the plastic jug into the tin kettle, same kettle I'd used since Alaska. Dog stirred when the water began to boil. No bark, just a shift of weight near the steps, the soft pad of paws moving toward the hatch. He knew the sound. I poured the tea. Weak, no sugar. The leaves were nearly gone. I didn't mind. We stepped out into the yard. Dog first, then me. The sun hadn't broken yet, but the sky was getting that shade of dull pewter it turned just before the day woke. He walked without a lead. He always had. The gravel crunched under my boots. He moved ahead of me by 20, maybe 30 feet. Never looked back. We left the yard behind and followed the same path we always did, past the chain-link fence, past the rusted crab traps, down the embankment toward the beach. The beach was narrow and the tide was going out. The sand was damp and flat, stitched with the tracks of shorebirds and the drag lines of crabs. Small shells scattered like teeth across the dark, wet line where the sea had paused, then pulled back again. Dog walked just at the edge of it, paws sinking slightly with each step. Not sniffing, not chasing, just walking. A straight line, slow and sure, like he had a destination, though we both knew he didn't. I carried my boots in one hand, the other around the warm tin of tea. There were always 3 others on the beach at that hour. A woman with a scarf tied tight over her hair, walking in the other direction. She nodded to me each morning. Never spoke, never missed a day. A wiry man in blue shorts who jogged barefoot, earbuds in, mouth always moving like he was explaining something to someone no longer there, and an older man in a sun hat, tossing a stick into the surf for a black dog that never chased it. Different dog, same failure. Today he tossed the stick again when we passed, and his dog didn't move. Neither did mine. "Guess it's not a fetching breed," the man said to me, not really looking. "No," I said. Dog kept walking. We reached the far end of the beach and turned back. The light changed as we walked back. Not brighter, just more certain. The kind of light that doesn't rise fast but settles into the air like it belongs. I saw the stone near a shallow pool at the high tide mark. Black, flat, about the size of my palm. It didn't shine exactly, but it held a quiet weight in the morning damp. The kind of thing you wouldn't notice if you were looking for something else. I crouched and picked it up, turned it over in my hand. The surface was cold, smooth on one side, scored on the other. 3 shallow lines, almost parallel, like it had been dragged across something that didn't care if it bled. Dog had stopped a few feet ahead. He stood still, watching the sea, or nothing at all. I turned the stone once more, then put it in my pocket. We walked back through the yard in silence. No one else was there yet. The lift was idle, tools still locked up. A gull picked at a crushed paper bag near the fence and didn't bother flying off. When we reached the Madeleine, I climbed aboard, wiped my feet on the faded welcome mat I still hadn't removed, and took the stone out of my pocket. I set it on the cockpit rail, just left of the compass. It stayed there without sliding. Dog lay down in the cockpit beside it. Didn't look at it, didn't look at me. I didn't say a word. I was sitting on the stern rail with a file in one hand, scraping corrosion off a clevis pin, when I heard the boots again. Same sound, same walk. Slow, deliberate, to be heard but not announced. "Figured you'd still be up," Bert said, stopping just beside the ladder. He held 2 brown bottles by the neck, sweat running down their sides. Dog raised his head, then lowered it again. "Beer?" Bert asked, lifting one bottle slightly. "No." He twisted the cap off his own and took a sip, winced a little. "Still warm." Didn't wait long enough in the cooler. I went back to the clevis. He stood in silence for a few seconds, looking at the hull, the fresh scrape lines, the faded paint that hadn't been touched yet. "She's held up," he said. "Plenty would have come apart crossing that far." I didn't answer. Bert took another drink, looked toward the far end of the yard, toward the hill where the dry grass bent low in the wind. "Japanese current," he said. "North Pacific gyre. Runs fast this time of year. Clean ride most of the way. Bump into a few freighters maybe, but you stay east of the main lane. It's quiet." I stopped filing, let the pin roll once across my palm. He didn't look at me, just kept talking. "Wind holds. Typhoon season's tapering. You catch it now, you could be halfway there before anyone even notices you left." I looked at Dog. He wasn't watching Bert, he was staring past him, out toward the open blue. I wiped the file clean and slid it into the toolbox beside me. Bert gave a small nod. as if we'd spoken more than we had. He drank the rest of the beer in one slow swallow, then tossed the bottle into the bin beside the ladder. "All right then," he said, and walked away. We walked the edge of town at dusk, dog at my side, no leash. Just the sound of our steps on broken sidewalk and the soft tap of claws on pavement. The breeze had cooled, but the air still smelled like sunlight on stucco and fish cooked hours ago. Shops were closing. People passed without looking. We came to a restaurant I'd seen every day, but never gone inside. Plastic tables, wicker chairs, menu boards written in 3 languages and none of them saying anything worth eating. There was a sign by the entrance, "No dogs allowed." I didn't stop, didn't slow, just kept walking. Dog kept pace. The sun dropped lower, casting long shadows between the palm trees lining the Marina Road. A kid pedaled by on a bike too small for him, one hand dragging against the chain-link fence. The sound of it was thin, metallic, like wire pulled tight and then let go. We reached the end of the dock, the far edge where the wood turned to sand and the sea came close again. I sat on the bench facing the water. Dog didn't hesitate, climbed up beside me, curled once, then leaned into my side. The tide was coming in now, slow. I could hear it. I didn't say anything. Didn't need to. The library smelled like dust and plastic. Not books, not really. Not the way the old ones had. This was a newer building, all glass and corners and air conditioning. It hummed gently overhead. The kind of place that offered quiet, but not peace. I found a seat near the back, one of those hard tables with 4 chairs too close together. Dog waited outside. I'd tied him loosely to a metal bike rack, but I knew he wouldn't pull. I opened the notebook, tore out a clean page, and started slow. "Anne, I'm not writing about anything we should have said. I know that. Just thought you might want to know," the patch held. Teak wedge, linen wrap, sail tape over the seam. Held through 3 more days of blue water. Would have held longer if I let it. The boat's out of the water now. She doesn't look good on land. Neither do I. I paused. A fly moved slow across the window near the emergency exit. A kid in the next aisle whispered something into a phone, too low to understand. I waited for it to fade. Then I kept writing. I think about that night in the kitchen. You remember, the one with the propane stove that always clicked but never caught? You asked me if the sea was worth it. I never answered, still haven't. I stopped again and then wrote nothing else. No name, no yours, no ending. Just folded the page once, then again and slipped it into the inside pocket of my jacket. I didn't reread it. Didn't need to. I turned to the next page. The light through the window had shifted. A narrow band across the table now, warm against the back of my hand. The hum of the air conditioner still filled the room. A chair creaked somewhere behind me, then silence again. I uncapped the pen, started slower this time. Rachel dash dash. I don't know what time it is there. I never seem to. I just know the sun is low here and the sea smells different. There's less salt in the air. Or maybe I'm too used to it now to notice. I paused, leaned back slightly in the chair. A woman passed by with an armful of books stacked high to her chin. She didn't look at me. I kept going. I'm still on the boat. Well, she's up on stands now, hauled out. I'm cleaning the hull, checking seams. One of the ribs is showing its age. Dog's still with me. He hasn't left. I didn't name him, and he didn't ask. He walks ahead of me on the beach every morning. Never looks back. Just walks until he stops. Then waits. There was a long stretch where I didn't write. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because I knew exactly what not to. Then I'm okay. That's probably not true, but it's not far off. I'm not writing for anything. Not to come back. Not to explain. Just to say that I still think of your laugh in the kitchen when the kettle boiled over. And that the stars are clearer here. They look close enough to reach, and that was all. I folded the page, not carefully, not with any sense of ceremony, just once across, then again. I didn't write her name on the front, just slipped it between 2 pages in the back of the notebook and closed it. Dog would be waiting. The cafe was 3 blocks from the library. Small place. Tin roof, plastic stools, no music. A chalkboard menu listed espresso drinks I didn't want and pastries I didn't trust. I ordered tea, sat near the back, dog curled under the table, nose against my boot. The waitress didn't mind. I opened the notebook again. Not for Anne, not for Rachel, just a blank page, no greeting, no purpose. I wrote, "There's a silence out there, not the quiet kind. It hums, beneath everything, even sleep. I think it's older than me, older than boats. The sea doesn't forgive anything, but it doesn't ask for anything either." I stopped. The tea cooled in its mug. Outside, someone revved a scooter too hard and then stalled it. A voice cursed in Vietnamese, then quiet again. I flipped the notebook sideways, sketched the Madeline from memory, her profile low and taut, sails furled, bow slightly down like she was leaning into something that hadn't happened yet. It wasn't good, but it was true enough. I didn't write a name, didn't sign it, just tore the page out and folded it twice, then once again. It fit neatly into my pocket, small, flat, weightless. Dog exhaled once and shifted under the table. I finished the tea. It was bitter and thin, just enough to remind me I was still on land. We walked the long way back, past the shops with the same souvenirs in different fonts, past the shuttered bait shack and the row of parked mopeds all missing mirrors. Dog kept close to my side this time, quiet but alert, eyes following nothing in particular. That's when I saw the bottles, a cardboard crate just outside a wine store. Half full of rinsed green glass, all different shapes, none of them corked. A handwritten sign leaned against the crate. "Free, please take." I stopped, dog didn't. He reached the end of the leash and sat down, head turned slightly, as if even he knew what this was. I knelt and picked up one of the bottles, held it up to the light. Dark green, tall-shouldered, clean inside. No label, just a faint ring where one had been, the kind of bottle you could drop into the Pacific and never see again. I turned it slowly in my hand. The weight felt familiar, almost too familiar. I thought about the letter in my pocket, the one with no name, the sketch of the Madeline. No request, no goodbye. Just silence, folded small. I set the bottle back in the crate. Didn't hesitate, didn't look at the others, just stood and kept walking. Dog rose without prompting and followed. The crate stayed behind. We got back just before dusk. The sky had that tight, heavy color to it. Not storm gray, just flat. The light behind it dulled everything down to the same pale shade of waiting. The marina was quiet. No one on the docks, no laughter, no engines, just the masts ticking in the breeze. I climbed up the ladder onto the Madeline. Dog stayed on the dock for a few beats, watching the sky like he'd seen this before in another life. Then he followed. One quick leap, nails tapping on fiberglass. He curled near the rail, muzzle resting on his paws, eyes open. I sat on the stern, legs over the edge, boots dangling above the dry earth. The wind was different, not in strength, in direction. Steady now, out of the south. A long, clean push that didn't twist or stumble. It moved the rigging in a way I hadn't heard all week. Like it knew where it was going. Like it was telling me, if I wanted to leave, this would be the time. I looked out past the harbor mouth. The sea was calm, not glass, just wide. The tide pulled gentle toward the reef line, and beyond that, open water. I didn't speak, didn't need to. Dog lifted his head once, sniffed the air, then lowered it again. The sails were folded and stowed, but the wind was with us now. The straps went under her just after dawn. Same machine, same man in the orange hat, same sun creeping up over the tin roofs and yard cranes. The only thing different was the Madeline. Her hull scraped clean, paint retouched, the teak wedge sealed tight beneath a coat of fresh anti-foul. She didn't shine, but she was ready. The travel lift coughed once, then moved. The slings groaned under her weight as she lifted off the blocks, rising slow into the light. Water still hadn't touched her. She hung above it like something caught between lives. I stood nearby, one hand on the main sheet, the other resting on the rail. Dog sat on the dock a few meters back. He didn't look at me. Just the boat. The yardman didn't speak, didn't need to. We'd gone through it before. His hands on the lever, mine steady on the line. Routine, precise. All it took was time. The sun climbed higher, light caught on the fresh paint. The boat hung still, then down, into the cradle basin, the water black and glassy beneath her. The first touch was gentle, a kiss on the keel. Then a sigh from the slings as they slackened and the Madeline settled back into what she knew. Not a splash, just pressure, just gravity meeting memory. The hull rocked once and the lift backed away. I stepped aboard barefoot and she knew me again. Every surface still warm from the dry yard, every line in reach, nothing unfamiliar. Dog didn't move. He was waiting for the lines to cast off. He knew what was coming. The diesel turned once, then caught. Low idle, no rattle. I'd cleaned the filter 2 days earlier, topped off the oil, checked the shaft seal. Everything held. No leaks in the bilge, no stutter in the prop. Dog jumped aboard just before I cast off. One leap, no sound. He moved to the foredeck and sat. I slipped the lines and backed out of the cradle slip slow, till the bow cleared the dock, then eased her forward. Throttle low, just enough to move the water. No urgency. Nobody noticed. No one came down the dock. No one from the yard looked up from their coffee or the morning's first job. No paper to file. No portmaster to hail. Just motion, quiet and unannounced. We passed the other boats in their berths, fiberglass cruisers with sun-faded covers, old wooden cutters waiting on dreams that hadn't moved in years. The sea opened up ahead, wide and glassy, pale blue laid over gray. A gull lifted off one of the buoys and followed us for maybe 30 seconds, wings level with the boom, then turned back toward the harbor like it had somewhere better to be. I passed the last mooring buoy and cut the engine. The sound disappeared so fast it felt unnatural. Just the creak of the boom vang and the faint slap of the halyard against the mast. Behind us, the water smoothed out. No wake, no mark. Dog stayed where he was, still watching forward. I reached for the halyard. The halyard stuck halfway up. Friction at the masthead, maybe salt still caught in the sheave, maybe just old rope gone stiff. I didn't curse, just leaned my weight into it and pulled slow until it cleared. The sail jumped, then climbed the rest of the way like it remembered how. The canvas snapped once, loud, then caught. A clean pull in the wind. Not sharp, not strong, but sure. The kind of wind that doesn't change its mind. Dog didn't flinch. He shifted his paws on the deck, adjusted for the heel as the boom swung out, and the Madeline leaned gently to starboard. His eyes stayed on the water, unblinking. Like he'd been waiting for the sail to rise before he could start breathing again. I cleated the halyard, eased the sheet. The mainsail drew smooth and tight. The boat moved, not fast, not loud, just forward, and I didn't say a word, didn't need to. The wind was at our backs, the sea opened wide ahead, and the sail, quiet now, held steady. I didn't turn northeast. Not yet. I followed the coast instead, kept it off the port beam, maybe 10 miles out. The wind still behind us, steady as breath. The land looked flat and dry from here. Sparse trees, dust-colored bluffs, no reason to go ashore again. Dog stood with his paws on the coaming, watching the horizon the way he always did at the start. Not looking for anything, just watching. The current was easy. The sail trimmed well. I listened to the creak of the rudder housing. Tight but not cracked, the hull cut clean through the surface. No slap, no chatter, just glide. The log showed 5.5 knots, good enough. I went below for the chart, spread it across the saloon table, still stained with coffee from that first storm near Tofino. Drew the line out of cairns, ran my finger along the possible route, then across the current bands, then stopped. Didn't mark anything. Just folded the chart back up and slid it into the locker. Some things didn't need plotting. Dog shifted his weight, looked at me once, then back toward the sea. His ears moved in the wind, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. I trimmed the jib and let her ride. The light went soft around 7, the kind of blue that doesn't stay long, too deep for day, too clear for night. Just enough to see without needing to. The land was gone behind us now, turned to shadow and shape. I didn't check the compass, I didn't need to. I took the tiller and eased her starboard. The mainsail pulled harder. The course shifted from southwest to due east. Then I let her go a little more. Northeast now, the bow cutting toward open water. Toward the gyre. Toward whatever came next. Dog stood at the stern, front legs braced, head low. When I made the turn, he didn't move. He watched the sail, then the horizon, then sat down, slow under the tiller, the way he always did when the direction changed. I tightened the halyard a half turn, just enough to keep the slack from humming. The stars came out one by one, no moon yet, just cold pinpricks in a clean sky. The boat held her angle. The sea didn't mind. We left the land behind without saying goodbye. The hunger came on slow. Not sharp, not the kind that twists your gut and makes your hands shake. This was deeper, older, like something waking in the spine and working its way out. I'd been stretching the tins, crackers gone, beans gone, half a bag of dry oats left, no sugar, no coffee, a tin of mackerel I was saving without knowing why. Dog hadn't finished his last bowl. He drank water, then curled under the bench and slept. Moved slower when the sun hit full. Didn't whine, didn't beg. Just waited. I set the handline again that morning, didn't expect much. Same rig, paracord tied to the stern cleat. 4 meters of line with a rusted swivel and a cedar plug shaped like a bullet. No skirt, no flash, just wooden wire and patience. The sea was flat, too flat, sky clear, sun white. We drifted, sailed technically. The mainsail held enough air to keep the rudder full, but not enough to make noise. I sat in the cockpit and tied a new stopper knot at the end of the handline. My hands moved without asking. I didn't think about where we were. Just watched the cord trail out behind us, slicing a thin V into the silence. Dog raised his head once, then put it back down. The hunger didn't bite, and it just settled in. It hit just before noon. No warning, just a jolt, sharp and mean. The paracord snapped tight like it had been tied to the belly of the sea. The cleat groaned. The line hissed over the gunwale. Dog barked once, quick, then stood, ears up. I didn't yell, didn't run for gloves. I was already moving. Both hands wrapped the cord. It burned my palms. Didn't matter. I braced one foot on the rail and leaned back, hauled it in an arm's length at a time. The line bit into my skin, wet and shaking. The fish fought hard, and it dove once, hard to port. I let it run, then began again. Pull, hold, wait. Dog stood behind me, balanced on the slant of the deck, tail still, eyes fixed on the line. He didn't move, just watched. I got the leader out of the water, thick mono, cloudy from salt. Then I saw it, yellowfin, not big, maybe 20 pounds, but clean, bright. Moving like it still thought it could win. One more pull. I reached with the gaff, missed, tried again, got it through the gill plate. Hauled it over the rail in one motion. It thudded against the deck, tail slapping, mouth open, gasping for water it would never breathe again. Dog didn't flinch, I didn't speak. The line sagged, empty behind us, the sea rolled on, unchanged. I knelt beside it. The deck pitched once, then stilled. The yellow fin kicked weakly. The tail slapped once more against the fiberglass. Eyes wide, gills flaring without rhythm. Its body still believed it had somewhere to go. I reached for the knife, same one I'd used since Sitka. Curved blade, wooden grip, steel worn dark at the base from salt and time. I didn't pause, didn't mutter a word. Slipped the blade behind the gill and pushed. Clean, quick. It spasmed once, then nothing. Dog stood 2 steps back, watching. Didn't move, didn't beg. He knew what it was. I pulled the gills out and let the blood run. Deep red, darker than it should have been. It spread slow across the deck, following the seams, pooling at the scupper. The smell hit, copper, salt, something like rust and coin. I filled a bucket and washed it clean. Took 3 passes before the water ran clear again. The knife stayed in my hand a long time after. I wiped it on my pant leg and slid it back into the sheath. Dog sat down. The boat kept moving, not fast, just steady. The fish lay quiet now. No more struggle, no waste, and it was enough. I cut the skin away first, ran the blade under it in long, sure strokes. The flesh beneath was red, clean, bright, warm from the sun. I trimmed it into strips, careful around the belly where the fat ran thicker. I set the spine aside. No waste, but no need to rush it either. The deck was quiet. Dog didn't move, not until I finished. He waited. I sat cross-legged against the cockpit bench and ate first. No seasoning, no heat, just meat. I chewed slowly, not out of caution, out of respect. Each strip was warm on the tongue, dense, salt-sweet from the blood still in it. My jaw ached a little, but I didn't stop. I hadn't felt full in 3 days. When I was done, I slid the rest into Dog's steel bowl. He moved forward without a sound, lowered his head, took the first piece gently, as if it might vanish if he bit too hard. Then another. No noise, no panting. He ate like the sea might take it back if he made a sound. He left 1 piece, then sat beside me and licked his lips once. I leaned back, hand on my stomach. Full, heavy, clean. We didn't speak. The wind held, the sail drew. The horizon stayed where it was. The sky cracked open after dark. Not with storm, with stars. More than I'd seen in months, maybe years. No moon yet, just the long curve of the galaxy laid bare above us, stretching bow to stern like rigging too high to climb. I sat in the cockpit with my back against the rail, bare feet up on the seat across. My hands rested over my stomach, still full, still solid. Dog was curled near the tiller. Chest rising slow, eyes closed but not asleep. The sea was quiet, not still, just gentle. It hummed under the hull like a deep breath held long. I didn't light a lamp, didn't write in the log, didn't look at the compass. I looked at the stars, felt the deck move beneath me, small and patient. I said it out loud, but only once. We'll be all right. Dog didn't stir. He already knew. I woke before the light came. The boat wasn't moving. Not the usual sway, not even the slow pitch that means a breeze is coming in sideways. Just still. The kind of still that doesn't last. The air inside the cabin pressed in close, heavier than it should have been. No heat yet. No sound. Just the low groan of something far off, beneath hearing. Dog was already up, sitting at the foot of the steps, facing the hatch. Didn't bark, didn't look back. I swung my legs out of the berth, barefoot, and padded to the bulkhead. The barometer hung just beside the galley, tarnished brass rim, salt-flecked glass. I tapped it once with my knuckle. The needle dropped half a tick lower than last night. And lower than the night before. 3 points down in 2 days, not a gale, not yet, but coming. I didn't speak, didn't make tea, didn't check the log. Just scratched the mark into the wood below the gauge with my thumbnail. A habit from years ago, a way to feel what paper can't hold. Dog hadn't moved. I climbed the ladder and stepped into the cockpit barefoot, the air hitting me like the inside of a sail before the wind catches. The sky was the color of lead that hasn't been poured yet. Flat, waiting. Something was out there. The clouds didn't roll in, they arranged themselves, high, sharp-edged, stacked one above the next like slate pulled into rows. No color to them. Just white and silver, and the faintest outline of blue behind, as if the sky hadn't decided what to become yet. They looked like teeth, not jagged, perfect, too perfect. I watched them a long time, standing by the mast, one hand on the boom, thumb working the edge of a bolt that always came loose when the wind built past force 6. It wasn't loose yet. Dog stood forward of the hatch. He looked up once, then sideways, nose twitching. The sea stayed steady. That was the worst part of it. No chop, no shift, no signal. It was lying to me. I went to the sail locker, pulled out the storm jib, still packed in its soft blue bag, the one with the torn zipper. I checked the stitching. No rot. Hanked it onto the inner stay but didn't raise it. Then I reefed the mainsail down to the 3rd point. Tied it off, ran the lines clean. No rush, no ceremony. Dog didn't move. He watched me the whole time. The clouds didn't change shape, just waited. The radio was mounted above the nav table. I sat there with the chart book closed, the signal list folded flat beside me. Channel 8167. That's what the harbor master back in Cairns had said. Australian weather traffic. Clear signal most nights. Stronger than it needed to be. I turned the knob. The soft hiss of static filled the cabin, calm and familiar. I waited. The clouds were still out there. I could feel them behind me, pressing their weight against the rig even with the hatch shut. Nothing had broken yet. That was the worst kind of weather. The kind that gave you time to think. Dog was lying on the top step now, his front paws over the edge, head resting between them, eyes open, not worried. I could have called. Could have checked the satellite relay, punched in a location, waited for a forecast that would tell me what I already knew. I didn't. I turned the knob back to silence, shut off the power. Then I went topside and checked the lines again, one by one. Stern cleats, halyards, shackle at the tack, lashing on the boom, everything tight, everything ready. Dog watched me, then turned his head toward the southeast. The sky was changing shape there now, slowly, like something remembering how to move. I said nothing. There was nothing to say. The wind came around midday, not hard, not sharp, just a slow build, the way a hand presses into your back before it pushes. It came from the southeast, the direction Dog had been watching. I tightened the reef lines, checked the sheet blocks again. Dog didn't move much. He stood on the windward side of the deck, eyes on the sea, tail low but still. He didn't pace, he didn't whine, he just stood there like he'd done it before. He had. The air smelled different now. Not salt, not rot, but something deep and wide and wet. The kind of smell that belongs hundreds of miles from anything, carried in the bellies of waves that haven't been born yet. The swell hadn't built, but the rhythm had changed. Longer between each rise, more weight in the space between. I looked up at the sails. Everything held, boom-bang snug. Reef, cringles tight. No slack to snap when it came. Dog sat down, facing forward. I knelt beside him for a moment, resting one hand on the rail, the other on the deck, felt the hum of it, the vibration that lives in the rig when the sea starts to speak up. He looked at me once, not nervous, just watching. I nodded just once and then stood and faced the wind. I checked the chart one more time. 100 ways I could have gone. Southeast to duck under the pressure line, west to angle back toward calmer water, or just stop, drop, sail, drift till it passed. I marked each one, then crossed them out. The pencil left a faint smudge in the margin. I closed the chart book. Dog stood again, quiet, eyes fixed on the clouds now folding themselves into darker shapes. The wind had a rhythm to it now. Not loud, not screaming, but coming in with purpose. No gusts, just pressure. I looked at the compass, northeast, right into the edge of it. I took the tiller and held it steady. The Madeline leaned slightly under sail, heels balanced, rigging tight and low. She didn't protest, didn't chatter. She was waiting too. I didn't change course, didn't flinch, just adjusted the sheet a quarter turn, gave the wind more bite, and let her carry. We weren't outrunning anything. We weren't skirting it. We were going through. Dog moved to the cockpit, curled beside the bench. His tail flicked once, no panic, no need. Ahead of us, the horizon disappeared into a wall of low gray. I narrowed my eyes, felt the line of the boat in my spine. And we held on. It didn't creep in. It hit. Mid-afternoon, sky still pale. Clouds the same sharp shapes they'd been for hours. Then one gust, just one, came like it had teeth in it. The rigging sang, not a whistle, a scream. The boom swung out, caught hard, snapped the sheet taut with a sound like splitting bone. The Madeline heeled fast to port. Not slow, not warning, just down. Water rushed over the rail, everything leaned. Dog shifted instantly, claws finding purchase against the non-skid deck. No bark, no panic, just braced legs, lowered head. I was already at the sheet, loosed the clutch a fraction. The boom eased. The sail spilled just enough wind to stand us back up. The helm went heavy in my hand. I leaned into it, teeth tight, knees bent. The bow corrected. We weren't broaching, not yet, but she was close. I reefed another half-point down, didn't even think about it. The wind stayed, not pulsing, steady, 30 knots, maybe more. Dog came to the cockpit. Water dripped from his coat. He stood close but didn't lean. I checked the lines. One cleat groaned, but it held. The ocean hadn't changed yet, but the wind had arrived, and it wasn't leaving soon. The rain came sideways. No warning, no drizzle, just there. 1 second the air was sharp and dry. The next it was slapping me across the face. Cold, bitter, like spit from something high and angry. It hit the sails like fists. Sheeted off the boom in a thick curtain. The deck turned slick in seconds. I clipped in, harnessed to jackline. Then leaned over to adjust the wind vane. The servo arm was already straining, twitching like it didn't trust me anymore. I gave it one full turn to port. Let the bow fall 10 degrees with the swell. Not enough to run, not enough to fight, just live with it. Dog pressed low to the cockpit sole, not cowering, watching. He blinked water from his eyes and kept his head on me. Visibility dropped fast. The horizon disappeared, replaced by white. Sky and sea blended to the same shade of rage. No markers, no shapes, just motion. I could see maybe 50 feet. Less when the rain thickened. The compass swung harder now, not off course, just heavy, like it needed help to believe where it was pointing. I pulled the hood over my head, though it didn't matter. Water found every seam. It pooled in my sleeves, ran down my back, soaked through my boots and made everything feel heavier than it was. I wiped my eyes, held the tiller with both hands, and leaned into the work. The world narrowed. Not suddenly, and just in pieces. The sea first, then the sky, then time. 4 hours passed, maybe 5, could have been 2. I stopped checking. There was no clock to trust, no sun, just sail strain, line tension, and the pitch of the hull as it climbed and fell and climbed again. The storm didn't break. It didn't peak. It just pressed, like a hand across the chest holding steady. I checked the cleats, then checked them again, then again. The third reef line creaked with every pitch, but the knots held. The storm jib didn't flap. It just pulled. Clean, angry, loyal. Dog hadn't moved from the cockpit floor. His coat was soaked through. But his eyes stayed open. Every hour, maybe less, I said something to the boat. Not yelling, not pleading, just short phrases half-muttered meant for no one. Hold here. Easy now. Not yet. Come back. The boom kicked once, and I grabbed the sheet fast, palms stinging from the rope's wet bite. No, you don't, I told it, low and calm. Dog looked at me. Not for answers, just to know I was still speaking. I was soaked, every layer, every inch. My body didn't shiver anymore. It had forgotten how. But the boat still moved, and so did we. The wind didn't scream, it hummed, low, constant, relentless. But it was the swell that changed things, not chop, not whitecaps. Just long, slow mountains coming in from the east, rolling under the hull like the breath of something asleep and dreaming badly. The Madeline climbed one, nose high, bow slicing upward through rain and wind, then dropped. Not a fall, a sink, a controlled lurch that sent the stern sideways and everything below rattling in protest. The second locker blew open, cup smashed. Metal tin rolled across the cabin sole and hit the nav table leg with a sound that made Dog flinch, first time he'd moved in an hour. I lashed the boom bag tighter, wrapped the tiller line double, ducked below for 10 seconds to stuff the locker shut and wedge a pair of boots against it. I couldn't fix it, only hold it in place long enough not to break more. The next swell hit harder. The bow dove deeper. Spray swept the cockpit, caught me in the face, salt and rain and wind in one strike. Dog shifted his paws again, planted against the seat bench now, fur slick and flat against his ribs. His eyes followed mine. I didn't say anything. Fatigue had started to drag at my joints. Arms slow, fingers tight, but I didn't sit. I couldn't. The helm pulled with each wave, asking me to answer, so I did. I didn't see it change, and I felt it. Somewhere past midnight, maybe later, the pressure lifted, not gone, not broken, just eased, like a boot taken off the chest, slow and quiet. The wind dropped half a point, enough to let the rigging breathe again. The rain stopped second. No warning, just stopped. 1 second it was stinging skin, the next it was gone. The sea still heaved, but the sound changed. No more hammering on canvas, just the groan of lines, the slap of spray. Dog raised his head, sniffed, waited, then curled tighter into the corner of the cockpit. Not asleep, just still. I loosened the sheet, eased the helm, didn't speak. The stars didn't come back, not yet. But the clouds were breaking in slow strips across the sky. Not light, just shape. The Madeline stayed steady. She was wet, she was tired, so was I. I slumped into the leeward bench, soaked through, hands still on the tiller. I didn't let go. Not yet. Dog leaned against my leg, warm through the cold. We didn't say anything, but we had made it. By morning, the wind had cleaned itself, still there, but shaped different now. No edge to it, no teeth, just steady, round pressure from the west, lifting the sails like breath and holding them there. The sea had calmed, too. Not flat, never flat, but easy. Swells moved in long rolls under the hull, slow enough to walk with. I let the Madeline ride them without effort. Climbed forward with the sail ties coiled around my elbow, unreefed the main one panel at a time. Canvas stiff with dried salt, lines humming in the sun. No rush, no strain, just the old rhythm of setting things right again. Dog followed me to the foredeck. He stood tall now, paws wide, ears up, nose in the wind. No crouch, no brace. The tension was gone from his legs. He didn't shake the water off. He let the wind do it. The smell had changed, not the heavy wet of storm, not the copper tang of fish blood or diesel. This was clean, briny, faintly sweet. It smelled like sea, the true kind, the one that doesn't want anything from you. I walked aft and set the tiller lock, tuned the wind vane again, 1/4 turn. She held her line perfectly. The boat moved east. The sea opened around us, blue sky, full sail, the world wide again. I saw it just after midday, a white speck off the port bow, low in the water. No movement at first. Could have been a gull, could have been a trick of light. I watched it for a while before I moved. The sea had gone so long without another shape in it, I wasn't sure I trusted it. Then it shifted, slow, deliberate, too steady to be anything adrift. I took out the binoculars, salt-crusted, one lens fogged. Still, I saw it. Long hull, low cabin, rusted stacks, a trawler, probably 80 feet, maybe more. Lines running out the back. White paint chipped to metal near the waterline. The flag flapped limp on the stern rail. Red circle on white. Japanese. I adjusted focus, saw the name painted along the side in thick black kanji. Hirumaru. A long liner by the look of it. Tuna, maybe swordfish. She was heading east-southeast opposite our line, slow, barely making headway. Dog stood beside me, ears forward, body stiff with attention. He made no sound. I lowered the glasses. The boat was still too far to hail. I could have gone below, spun the dial on the VHF, tried a call in English or rough Japanese, could have waved a flag, fired a flare, changed course to intersect. I didn't. I just stood. And watched her move across the world like a ghost I didn't want to wake. She passed 3 miles to the south. Maybe less. Close enough to see her wake, not close enough to see faces. The wind stayed light. The sails didn't flap. The sea made room for both of us, but didn't let us touch. Dog stayed standing, didn't growl, didn't wag, just stared. I thought about the radio, about reaching for the mic, tuning to international frequency. Just to say, I see you. Just to hear another voice, but I didn't. Didn't wave either, not because I didn't want to, because I didn't need to. The trawler kept its line, never slowed, never turned. Just a machine in motion doing its work. No greeting, no warning, no reason to stop. And that felt right. I watched her go until she vanished into the horizon haze. One white shape slipping back into the world I used to live in. Then I went below and marked her in the log. 1312 sighted Hirumaru, longliner JPN. No contact. Dog lay down by the galley steps. Didn't close his eyes. The ocean looked the same. But something had changed. The wind held through dusk. Steady, simple, almost kind. I set the vane and came below while the last light hung behind the mainsail like a slow fire going out. Dog followed but stayed at the hatch, watching. Always watching. I lit the lamp and pulled the drawer from under the nav table. The letter was still there, folded into quarters, tucked between a weather chart and the tide tables for Hokkaido. Paper soft at the creases, ink faded, but dry. I didn't sit, just leaned against the bulkhead and opened it. No name at the top, just the first line. I made it further than I thought I would. The rest was familiar. I'd written it in a cafe in Cairns the morning I bought engine parts I didn't need. Told no one. Drank the coffee too fast. Kept the letter in my pocket the rest of the day and never mailed it. I didn't read it to remember. I read it to feel the quiet of that moment again. The way it had settled into my hands without demand. Dog lay down inside once, not tired, just ready. I folded the letter again, didn't change a word, slid it onto the table, let it sit there. Unsent. I woke with the light coming in low and yellow, the kind that bends across the water and warms the cabin floor before it touches the deck. The sails were quiet, drawn but not full. The rigging barely moved. Dog stood by the hatch, already looking forward. I climbed into the cockpit barefoot, one hand on the companionway rail, the other brushing the canvas still damp with morning. The breeze had shifted, not hard, but honest. Off the starboard bow, quartering east-northeast, the right wind. I checked the compass, adjusted the wind vane 2 clicks to port, watched the bow shift in slow degrees. She turned with it like she already knew. The sea was smooth, the sky clear, Japan still far but not too far. I sat on the windward bench, feet braced, one hand on the tiller even though I didn't need it. Dog curled under my legs. His head rested against my boot. I didn't say it out loud, but we were going in. The light came in gray, not storm gray, just quiet. The kind of gray that meant the sun was somewhere behind it, waiting. The sea was flat, not glassy, but close. No swell, no shift. Just long, open water that didn't argue anymore. Dog stood by the bow. Still, nose forward, and he didn't bark, didn't growl, just stared. I followed his eyes. There, just a shade above the horizon, and was a line. Too dark, too straight, too still to be cloud. I blinked once, looked again. It didn't go away. I lifted the binoculars and pressed them to my face, salt-fogged at the edges, but clear enough in the center. The line stayed where it was, dark green at the base, then lighter above, the way hills look when they rise from sea. Land, I didn't say it, didn't shout or laugh or call out, it just looked. Dog exhaled once, loud through his nose. He sat down, ears forward, body still. I lowered the glasses, took the tiller in one hand, eased her a few degrees to starboard, and we kept going. I smelled it before I saw it. Not salt, not diesel, not that sour rot that clings to fishing docks. This was different. Sharp, dry, earthy, like pine needles burning slow, or wet charcoal catching on wind. Cook smoke. Not much of it, just a thread of it, carried out on the breeze like a message without a sender. Dog lifted his head, nostrils flared once. Then again, his ears twitched, but he didn't move from his spot on the bow. I scanned the coastline again through the binoculars. It had risen now, no longer a line, but shape. Dark green hills, sloped low. Terraces carved into the side of one. Rice, probably. Or tea. Scattered white houses tucked between the ridges, no towers, no cranes, no skyline, just land. Lived in. I leaned forward, elbow on the combing, breathed in again. The smell brought a picture. A fire under a clay pot. Water steaming over rice. Someone squatting beside it. Fanning with a folded paper lid. Not mine, not a memory, just something real, something grounded. The sea was still behind us, but the world had changed its shape. We were close now, and it didn't feel like an end. The coast split into names as we neared. Tide charts, radio call signs, red triangles on the chartbook margins, all of them options. All of them places I could go. Kagoshima, Nishinomote, Minamitane. Bigger harbors, busier ones. Probably with customs officers and ships stacked two to a berth. I looked at the smallest one. A little curl of inlet just south of Cape Katakura. Marked only as a breakwater, with no fuel dock, no channel lights, no English. Didn't even have a name, that was the one. I folded the chart back, slid it under the galley strap, climbed topside and stood with one foot on the combing, the other braced at the tiller. The wind had eased. I let it push us a little longer. One long breath toward land. Then I eased the main sheet, brought her into the wind. The sail sagged, then luffed, then died. I dropped it slow, tying as it came, folding it into the lazy bag with hands that remembered how. The storm jib followed. Dog watched from the cockpit. Didn't stand. Just turned his head as I moved past. When the deck was quiet again, I went below and turned the key. The old Yanmar coughed twice, then caught, a low hum under my feet, steady, familiar. It hadn't run since Cairns. I let it idle. Then climbed back up, slipped her into gear, and pointed the bow toward the inlet. The sails were down. The engine was on. The decision was made. The inlet opened with no ceremony. A long curve of concrete breakwater, a rusted green buoy just outside the mouth. No harbor master on the radio, no call sign, no flags, no one waving from shore. Just a harbor. And it let us in. The water stilled as we crossed the threshold, the way it does when the sea falls behind and the land wraps around you. Dog stood now, silent, watching. The docks were rough plank, narrow, set against sea walls pocked with age. A few fishing skiffs bobbed slack at their lines, nets piled on shore, no voices, no cranes, just gulls. I throttled down. Picked a spot where the fenders wouldn't scrape and the water was deep enough to hold. Steered in slow, glided the last yard, cut the engine with a flick of the wrist. The silence afterward felt bigger than it should have. I stepped off with the bowline in hand, tied it, then the stern. Double-checked both, didn't rush it. Dog stayed on the boat, front paws on the rail, eyes tracking every movement like we'd just docked on the moon. An old man with a broom stood 20 yards down the dock. He swept once, paused, looked up, didn't wave. I didn't either. The engine ticked once as it cooled and then stopped. The boat rocked slightly against the fenders. Dog waited. The first step didn't feel like much, just concrete under a worn rubber sole. Rough, warm from the sun. Slight give where moss grew near the edges. I didn't stumble, didn't pause. I just stepped down, both feet, and stood there. Dog jumped down after me, soft thud, claws tapping once. He didn't run ahead. Stayed just behind my heel. He sniffed the edge of the dock, then looked up at me like he was waiting for the next instruction. There wasn't one. I walked about 20 feet, past a pile of coiled rope, past an old bicycle leaning against a crate, far enough to feel the boat behind me, not far enough to lose it. Then I stopped, turned back. The Madeline floated easy, nudging against her lines, mainsail bundled tight, halyards tucked, no sign of the sea she'd come through, no mark of what she carried, just a boat, tied clean, quiet in the water. Dog sat down beside me, and I didn't speak, didn't reach for my pack, just stood with him there, feeling the weight of the dock, the stillness of the air, the shape of something ending, but not done. The sound was wrong, not wind, not wake against hull. No rigging chatter or swell under beam. Just a slow, hollow thud. Footfalls. Wood on wood. Someone walking past on the dock. I opened one eye. The cabin roof was still above me. Same water-stained curve. Same rusted screw near the light fixture. But something had changed. The boat wasn't moving. Not really. Just a faint tug at the lines when someone passed. A soft rock when another vessel moored 2 slips down, eased against its fenders. I lay still for a moment longer. Dog was curled at my feet, stretched long across the cabin sole, one ear lifted, already listening. I sat up. The smell hit me. Not sea, not oil or salt or fish. Earth. Warm stone. Something green drifting in from the hills. Smoke again. Softer this time. Rice steam, maybe. Tea leaves. We were docked, we were safe, and it didn't feel quite real. I dressed slow, same clothes, salt-worn, wrinkled, the kind that no longer held a shape unless you did. Dog stood when I did, no leash, no sound, just ready. I stepped out into the early morning. The sun hadn't risen fully. The sky was pale and washed. The tide was low. You could smell it in the pilings. A dark, muddy scent like wet rope and rusted nails. We walked up the dock together. The village lay ahead, quiet, folded in on itself like a sleeping hand. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't need to. The leash had stayed rolled in the drawer for months. I'd brought it mostly for the paperwork, in case a customs officer asked. I hadn't used it once, not on docks, not in towns, not in cairns, not anywhere. But I took it out this morning. Dog stood still while I clipped it to his collar. He didn't flinch, didn't pull, just tilted his head once, like he didn't remember what it meant. Neither did I. We walked through narrow streets that felt too clean, too quiet. Sand and salt in the cracks. A moped leaned against a pole with a crate of green onions tied to the back. No cars. A crow called twice from a wire overhead. We kept walking. Children passed on bikes, uniforms, backpacks, eyes wide. They didn't speak, but one pointed. Dog didn't look back. He walked steady beside me, not pulling, not straying. Just close. A woman swept the stoop of a noodle shop. She paused, leaned on the broom, watched us until we were gone. We passed a small fish market, tarps still being pulled open, styrofoam crates stacked 4 high, the smell of squid and clean knives. An old man sat beside a cooler with a cigarette tucked into the corner of his mouth. He looked at Dog, then at me, and nodded once. I nodded back. We didn't stop. The leash hung slack between us. The shop was barely wider than the boat. Window slid open when I stepped near. No menu, just 3 pictures, no English. I pointed at one. White rice, a square of grilled fish, pickled something in the corner. The man inside didn't smile, just handed it to me in a paper box, warm to the touch. I dropped a few coins into the tray, took the canned tea from a cooler beside the stall. We walked to a bench near the seawall, old wood, sun-bleached, carved with names I couldn't read. It faced the harbor mouth. No cars passed behind, no boats crossed ahead, just the water, and us. I unclipped the leash. Dog lay down in the shade of the bench, didn't beg, didn't whine. I opened the box and ate. The rice was soft, still hot. The fish tasted like smoke and salt, not ocean salt, but stove salt. The pickles were bright and bitter. They cleaned the back of my mouth. The tea was cold. Dog watched the pigeons gather near the gutter across the street. Didn't move. Just watched. I didn't write in the notebook, didn't take out the pen, and didn't need to. I just ate and sat and breathed in the scent of grilled things and dust. We came back before noon. The harbor was warmer now. The sun hit the side of the cabin, making the fiberglass shine like it had been cleaned. It hadn't. I stepped aboard, Dog followed, no leash this time. The boat felt smaller than it had that morning. The land does that. Shrinks things when you come back from it. I sat at the nav table, opened the drawer, pulled out the paper. Blank, clean, folded 3 times already. I started a line, we made land, stopped, crossed it out, started again. The dog's still quiet. So am I. Stopped again. The pen clicked shut in my hand. I set it down, folded the paper into the same shape it had started in. No words this time. Dog curled under the table beside my feet, breathing slow. Outside, the tide rolled in and out of the harbor wall, soft and steady. A radio played from somewhere on shore, tinny, distant, probably from the shop we passed. A woman's voice, singing something slow. I didn't listen to the words, and I just let the sound drift across the water and kept still. The sun dropped low, soft and gold behind the harbor ridge. Not fast, just enough to turn the dock posts long and stretch shadows across the water. The breeze smelled like soy and seaweed and warm wood. It didn't ask for anything. I sat on the deck, back against the cabin wall. Dog beside me, not touching, just near. I lit a cigarette, first in weeks. It tasted like rust and paper. I didn't cough, didn't say anything either. The sea beyond the breakwater was flat. The kind of flat that asks nothing of you. No tide pull, no message. Just distance. Blue turned orange. I didn't think about maps, or fuel, or weather systems. I didn't run routes in my head. Didn't weigh anchor points or mooring lines or food stocks. I didn't think about leaving. Not yet. Dog shifted once, pressed his head against the side of my boot. He didn't close his eyes, just settled his weight there. The cigarette burned down slow, and we stayed like that, not waiting, just still here. The third morning came like the last 2. Low sky, no wind, rope creaking, a gull on the piling, the radio in the noodle shop playing something with horns. Dog sat at the edge of the dock, legs tucked, eyes scanning the same horizon he always did. He'd eaten earlier, rice and a bit of canned salmon I'd saved from the crossing. He never begged, never looked for more. But when I came back from my walk, same cracked sidewalk past the same potted tree, there was something next to him, a paper napkin, folded once, half open. Inside, a piece of grilled mackerel, still warm. Dog hadn't touched it. He just looked at me when I approached, like he wasn't sure if it was his. I looked around. A man stood farther down the dock. Gray hat, blue coat with torn cuffs, smoking. He didn't look at me. Just out to sea. I picked up the napkin, broke the fish in half, gave the bigger piece to Dog. He ate it slow, no noise, no gulping. Just careful, like he knew it wasn't something he'd earned, just something given. I looked back at the man. He was watching now, barely. Eyes slanted under the brim of the cap. I nodded. He nodded back. Then turned away. That was it, but it changed the day. There was a path behind the fish market, narrow and uneven, with old ropes buried under the dirt like roots. I followed it without thinking, just walking. Dog stayed beside me, off-leash, no need for it anymore. At the end of the path, behind a row of squat houses, a woman was working on a fence. Not a real fence, more like a patchwork of netting, driftwood, and old bamboo lashed together with fishing line. One post leaned too far forward. A coil of line hung from her wrist like a bracelet. She didn't see me at first. Dog stopped a few feet back and lay down. I stood with my hands in my pockets, watching. One piece of bamboo came loose as she trimmed around it, dropped toward the ground with a soft rattle. I caught it before it hit, lifted it back into place. She looked up, didn't smile, didn't speak, just gave one nod, short and firm, like a period at the end of a sentence. I held the bamboo while she tied it. Her fingers worked fast, not graceful, but sure. When she finished, she gave the line one hard pull, checked the knot, then moved to the next section. I let go, stepped back. She didn't look up again. I didn't need her to. Dog stood and stretched, paws long on the dirt. We kept walking. By the time we returned to the boat, the dock was busier. Not loud, just lived in. Nets spread to dry, boots lined up outside the bait shed. A radio played something quick and tinny through the open door. Someone laughed once, then coughed. The sea lapped quietly between piles. Dog stepped onto the dock first. His tail flicked once. No tension in his body. He was at home now. More than I was, maybe. A man stood just ahead, one of the net menders I'd seen but hadn't spoken to. Wide shoulders, rough hands, cigarette behind one ear. His shirt was stained at the collar. He held something in his hand, thin, flat, brown at the edges. Dried squid, fanned open, still warm from the grill, not store-bought, not wrapped. When we passed, he held it out to me without a word. I stopped, took it, nodded once. He didn't nod back, just turned and kept walking. Dog sniffed it as I tore a piece off. His eyes met mine, not begging, just asking. I handed him a strip. He took it gently, held it in his teeth, chewed slow. I sat on the dock and ate the rest, tore it with my fingers, bit off the rough edges. Salty, smoky, the kind of food meant for people who work with their hands, the kind that means something only when it's given without asking. Dog finished his piece, licked once at his paw. We didn't say anything. The net shed was low and dim, half light, half dust, with sun leaking in through boards that didn't quite meet. I hadn't meant to go in. I'd followed Dog down the dock, past the stacked floats and the blue crates stamped with faded kanji. He stopped at the entrance, ears forward. So I followed. Inside, an old man sat on an overturned bucket, bent shoulders, ball cap, heavy boots. A net draped over his knees, weighted and tangled like seaweed. He didn't look up, just worked, threading line through a long, curved needle, drawing it through the mesh with hands that knew every fray before they touched it. I stood by the door, watched. He didn't wave me away. After a while, he reached into a plastic tub at his side, pulled out a second net, smaller, rolled tight, tossed it to me underhand. It landed soft against my thigh. A second needle lay coiled inside it, wrapped in green nylon like a bone in kelp. I sat, Didn't ask, just started. I fumbled the first thread. Missed the loop on the second. Watched how he held the mesh, 2 fingers tight, thumb anchored, and did the same. After 20 minutes, I had a rhythm. After 40, I didn't have to watch my hands. Dog lay just inside the door, tail curled, eyes half shut. The only sound was the whisper of thread through cordage. The old man never spoke, neither did I. When I finished my section, I passed it back. He checked the knots, didn't nod, didn't frown, just set it aside. That was enough. The sky turned amber before it went dark. Harbor lights blinked on slow, one by one, not electric glare, but low bulbs hung from sheds and doorways, softened by salt and time. I sat in the cockpit with my elbows on my knees. Dog lay across from me, half curled, head on his paws. His ears twitched once, tracking a sound I didn't hear, then went still. I reached into the drawer beside the nav table, pulled out the folded paper. The letter again, still blank. Not creased with meaning, not weighted with anything I could name. I didn't open it, just ran my thumb along the fold. The edge was soft now, worn smooth. Dog opened one eye, watched me. I looked at him. Maybe, I said, that was all. He flicked his tail once, didn't move otherwise. I set the paper down beside me. The boat rocked faintly, touched by the smallest ripple coming through the gap in the breakwater, like the ocean was reminding me it was still there, but not insisting, just waiting. The morning passed like the others, slow and silver. Dog lay stretched across the dock planks, chin on the edge, watching the water move. I sipped tea from a can that had gone cold, not because I forgot it, just didn't care. I'd finished splicing a new line for the starboard fender when I saw him. Same man, squid man, broad hands, blue coat, walked like someone who's always worked on boats. Steady, knees wide, heels first. He didn't stop 10 feet away, or 5. He came close like someone arriving at the place they were supposed to be. Dog lifted his head. The man pointed, first at me, then at Dog, then at his own chest. Then he turned slowly and gestured up the dock with his hand. A small wave, palm down, like guiding a skiff into harbor. Not a question, not a command. He didn't look back, just walked. Dog stood, looked at me once, then followed. I watched them both for a second, then stepped off the boat, barefoot, left the door unlocked, left the tea, didn't bring anything, and didn't need to. The house sat 2 streets off the harbor, wood siding dark from rain and years, a single row of planters outside, green onions, something leafy, something flowering. A blue bucket leaned against the step. The screen door was open. Just past it, another door, wood and paper, slid partway aside. The man stepped in without a word. Dog and I stood outside a beat longer. He turned and looked at us, then pointed down. Not urgent, not correcting, just pointing. Then he stepped out of his boots and disappeared inside. I slipped mine off, set them beside his. Dog waited, not stiff, not hesitant, just waiting. Then he stepped forward, quiet pause on smooth wood. Inside, the air smelled like broth and charred fish skin, a stove ticking down from use, tatami mats underfoot, soft and faintly sweet with age. No shoes past the step. We followed a narrow hall, low light, quiet hum from another room. Dog moved like he'd been here before. I ducked under a low beam and found the table. Short legs, floor cushions, no clutter. Another man sat there already. Older. Balding. White shirt. Hands like old rope. He didn't speak. Just looked up, then poured tea into 3 cups. One for him, one for the man who'd led us, and one for me. He placed a small ceramic bowl on the floor beside the table. Dog sat down beside it, not touching it yet, waiting again. I sat cross-legged on the cushion, my knees cracked. No one laughed, no one spoke. The tea steamed between us. The meal was already laid out, nothing showy. A bowl of rice each, a plate of grilled mackerel, bones clean but meat still hot. Miso soup, steam rising in a slow spiral. Pickled radish in a shared dish. Green tea, poured again without asking. Dog sat still beside the table, head tilted toward the small ceramic bowl they'd placed for him. Someone had scooped rice into it, and 2 slices of fish, neatly placed. No one told him to eat. No one called him a good boy, just set it there. He waited until I gave a nod, then leaned in, ate with quiet care. The older man, the one already seated, passed the radish dish toward me without looking up. I took a piece, nodded. He didn't smile, didn't speak. The first man poured more tea. I lifted the bowl to my lips, drank slow. The fish was simple. Salt, fire, thyme, nothing else, nothing needed. We passed the plate back and forth, no conversation, no stories, no introductions. We just ate. Dog finished before we did. He curled beside my legs and slept, belly warm, bowl empty. No begging, no licking, just stillness. For a long time the only sounds were the clink of chopsticks, the soft shifting of feet under the table, and the occasional breath drawn before another sip of tea. No one tried to fill the silence. It was already full. After the bowls were cleared, no rush, no fuss, the younger man stood and left the room without a word. We waited in silence. Dog stirred once beside me, stretched his legs, then settled again. The older man leaned back on one hand, slow and easy, like he'd done it 100 times in that exact spot. Maybe he had. When the younger man returned, he carried a short bottle and 3 cups, ceramic, unglazed on the outside, worn smooth from years of palms. He poured. No toasts, no clinking, just motion. Pour, pass, sit. I lifted mine and drank, warm, dry. Slight bite at the back of the tongue. The kind of drink that didn't try to impress you. It just stayed a while. Dog licked his empty bowl once, a single lazy swipe of his tongue, then flopped onto his side with a sigh. The old man chuckled. Just once. Deep and low. He looked at Dog, then at me, then nodded without expression as if to say, he knows something we don't. I didn't have an answer, just smiled, small, honest. Let the warmth of the room settle into the corners of my shoulders. They poured again. I drank slower this time. Still, no one asked questions, no names were exchanged, no origin stories, no curious glances, and only company. The old barometer hung just above the galley shelf, screwed into the bulkhead with 2 brass nails that had never held straight. I hadn't looked at it in days. But this morning, while the kettle warmed and Dog snored lightly under the bench, I caught it out of the corner of my eye. The needle had dipped, not much, just past the middle. Falling pressure, something moving. I tapped the glass, once same spot I always did. The needle wobbled, settled half a hair lower. Could be rain, could be wind, could be nothing. But I marked it anyway, quiet in my head, the way you do when the oceans close and pretending not to be. I stepped into the cockpit barefoot, mug in hand. The harbor was still. Ropes creaked. A gull called sharp, once, then was quiet. The boats didn't sway, but the sky had shifted, clouds thinning in places they hadn't before, a kind of light behind them that didn't come from the land. The sea was thinking about something. Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it was enough to make me take another sip and squint toward the southeast. I didn't make a note in the log. Didn't need to. The needle had moved, and I'd felt it. The chart was buried under tide tables and customs forms. I hadn't touched it since Cairns. It came out stiff, still folded into quarters, the corners dog-eared, the ink smudged where I'd rested a cup weeks ago. The route wasn't marked yet. No pencil lines, no dates, just a name in the corner. North Pacific East Section. I spread it across the nav table. It filled the space like a map of another life. Hokkaido in the bottom left corner, Aleutians in a jagged arc, then the long nothing, and finally, home. I didn't reach for a pencil, didn't start tracing anything, just looked. Dog rested his chin on the floor beside the table, eyes open, watching me, not the paper. He didn't move, didn't need to. I ran my hand across the center of the page, smooth now, no creases left, no decisions made. Just the shape of what might come next. It came after midnight, not loud, just a thin note stretched tight through the stays, a long hum through the aluminum mast, the kind of sound that's part breath, part warning. Wind. Not the heavy kind that knocks things loose, the kind that arrives early, polite, asking if you're awake. I was. Dog stirred once, then went still again. He was curled by the cabin door, belly rising slow. I lay in my berth, hands folded on my chest, watching the pattern of shadows on the ceiling shift with each small sway of the hull. The boat moved now, not from another ship's wake or someone walking on the dock, but from wind. The lines creaked in their cleats, the fenders bumped soft and regular. The sound of water under the transom came a little quicker. The sea hadn't spoken in days. Now it was clearing its throat. I didn't close my eyes, didn't try to name the wind or guess its speed, just listened. The boat remembered the sound too, and it leaned gently toward it. The wind hadn't left. It hummed low across the harbor, nudging flags, ruffling tarps, brushing the edge of every sound like it was signing its name. Not urgent, just present. I stepped onto the deck before the kettle boiled. Dog came with me, paws soft on fiberglass, nose high. I didn't make a list, didn't bring tools, just walked. Starboard cleat, tight, no slack in the bowline, port fender, a little low. I nudged it up, gave the line a twist, tucked the end back in. Main halyard, quiet, tied clean to the rail, sail cover, and snapped all the way. I checked each one anyway, gloved fingers, habit. The winches hadn't been used since the last tack out of cairns. I spun one slow. It clicked smooth. I ran my hand along the boom, checked the topping lift, kicked the base of the mast once just to feel the sound it gave back. Dog watched me, sat near the cockpit with his ears half back, tail still, not expecting anything, just knowing. I stood for a while at the stern, looking out past the breakwater. The sea beyond was wrinkled now, not white-capped, not restless, but leaning into itself, shifting. The boat was ready, or near enough. I didn't say it, didn't need to. My hands had already decided. I made tea in the afternoon, not for warmth, not for thirst, just to have something to hold. The wind hadn't stopped, still moved across the harbor like a hand-smoothing cloth. Dog lay by the companionway, nose tucked between paws. His ears twitched now and then, but he didn't lift his head. He was listening the way I was, to everything that hadn't been said. I sat below, opened a book I hadn't touched since Samoa. Pages still curled at the corners from damp air. I read one page, maybe two. The words didn't stick, but the act of reading did. The boat swayed. The spoon in the mug tapped once against the ceramic. Nothing was packed. No lines were coiled, no route was drawn. But the boat had shifted, so had I. I closed the book, left it on the table, poured the rest of the tea into Dog's bowl. He lifted his head, sniffed once, then drank slow. Outside, the sea waited behind the wall, still moored, for now. I started with the water tanks, unstrapped the jugs, carried them to the tap one by one, filled them slow, let the air bubbles rise, capped them tight, wiped them down, returned them to their cradle below the floorboards. No one watched. Or if they did, they didn't ask. Dog sat near the bow rail, ears up, following my movements without moving himself. Not tense, just alert. He knew what this was. I pulled the hatch on the Yanmar, checked the oil. Smelled the dipstick. Good. Pulled up the sailbags, unrolled the jib, ran fingers along the stitching. Still sound. A small tear near the leech. I patched it with sail tape and pressed the edge flat with my palm until it held. Re-stowed the gear, recoiled the halyards, tightened the vang. Opened every locker and shut it again with the latches clicked twice. I didn't write it all down. Didn't say the words out loud, didn't need to. The boat was listening. So was I. By late afternoon, the wind had shifted again, blowing clean down the harbor mouth, brushing the hull with just enough motion to wake the lines. I was stowing the last of the fuel jugs when I heard steps behind me, soft rubber soles on the dock. I turned. It was the same older man I'd mended nets beside, still wearing the same blue shirt, sleeves rolled, cap low. He didn't speak, just stood there for a moment with a plastic bag in his hand. White, no markings. He held it out. Inside, 3 onigiri wrapped in seaweed, still warm. I took them with both hands, bowed. He nodded once, turned, and walked away. A younger worker, maybe 20, passed a minute later. He looked at the boat, at the sails, at the way the gear was lashed. He didn't smile, but he lifted one hand. Not a wave exactly. Something smaller. A gesture you might give someone halfway gone already. I returned it. Just once. Dog lifted his head at that one, tail flicked. Once, then still. No one asked where we were headed, no one tried to stop us. But we had been seen, and that mattered. The sun hadn't broken the horizon yet. Mist hung low across the harbor. Not heavy, just enough to blur the edges of the world, the kind of morning that doesn't declare itself. It just arrives. I stepped onto the dock to check the lines one last time, and there it was, a fish. Lying beside the mooring post, fresh, clean, no hook wound, eyes still clear, no note, no string, no paper beneath it, just laid there careful, like an offering or a parting word. Dog approached first, sniffed once, looked at me. I bent down, lifted it, weighty, scales still slick. I didn't look around, just brought it aboard, cleaned it on the stern rail with a bucket and my old blade. Gutted smooth. Skin crisped easy in the pan over the alcohol stove. I ate half, gave the rest to Dog in his bowl. He ate slow. Looked up at me once between bites. We didn't speak, didn't toast, just chewed. Swallowed. Breathed in the smell of the harbor one last time, then cleaned the pan and made ready. The wind was there, not strong, not pushing, just waiting. Enough to fill the sails when I asked it to. Enough to carry us out. I checked the cleats one last time. Tight, dry. Then untied the bow, the stern midships, coiled each line neat and hung it below. Dog stepped aboard without a word. His nails clicked once against the deck, then silence. He took his place near the mast and sat, watching the harbor mouth. I stepped onto the tiller. Felt the way the rudder answered. 1 foot still on the dock. I looked up. No one on the piers, no voices, no curious kids, just the rooftops catching the first light. But near the slip, where the path met the water, someone had left the dock broom standing upright, bristles down, handle straight, like it had been placed on guard. Not fallen, not forgotten, left. I didn't smile, just stepped aboard and cast us off. The bow turned slow, didn't need the engine. The wind was kind, steady enough to catch the sail and press us forward with a whisper. Line stowed, hatch latched, compass steady. Dog stood at the bow, legs planted, ears forward, as if he'd been waiting all along for the sea to speak again. The breakwater passed to port, barnacles thick along its base. Beyond it, open water. The kind that doesn't offer promises, just distance. I didn't look back. Not at the dock, not at the rooftops, not at the broom. It would still be there, same as we'd left it. The sail pulled clean. The boat heeled just enough to remind me what it felt like, not to drift, but to go. Dog stayed at the bow, tail low, eyes ahead. Japan narrowed behind us, the ocean widened. and the Madeline found her way back to sea. We were 20 miles out before I trimmed the jib. It didn't need much. The wind came in steady, not hard, not lazy, just clean, like someone had brushed the wrinkles from the world overnight. The ocean was the kind you dream about when you're tied to land. Long swells, wide sky, air you could breathe all the way down. The boat found her rhythm in the troughs, without a word from me. I tightened the sheet 2 fingers worth, just enough. The sail bellied smooth and full, no flutter. Dog had already claimed his spot on the starboard deck, half in sun, half in shadow, chin down on his front paws, eyes half-lidded. Nothing to prove. He'd known this was coming. I checked the heading, east of Vancouver in the long invisible distance. Days, weeks, I didn't care. The noise of the harbor was gone. The clutter in my chest, gone with it. Out here there was only water and wind and the clean motion of a boat doing exactly what it was meant to do. And for the first time in a long while, I felt like I was doing the same. The logbook stayed shut, not because I'd forgotten it, but because I didn't need it anymore. Not out here. I didn't keep watches, not by the clock anyway. I slept when I was tired, ate when I was hungry, trimmed sail when the wind asked. Dog kept his own rhythm, moving from shade to sun to the cockpit cushion like he'd been doing it his whole life. Maybe he had. Maybe I had too, before I started keeping score. Once I drifted off just after noon. The sail full, the water easy, a steady hiss off the bow. I woke with Dog sitting beside me, ears perked, watching the main sheet like it might speak. The wind had backed a little, the sail had started to luff, barely. I adjusted course 5 degrees, pulled the sheet in a hand's width, and the boat settled. Dog lay back down. We didn't say anything, of course not. But I looked at him and nodded, and that was the whole exchange. Nothing was neglected. Nothing was rushed. The boat didn't demand much, she never had. And I wasn't counting hours anymore. There were no markers out here, no buoys, no ships, no floating bits of trash, just ocean and sky. But I still knew where I was. The sea has its own language. You don't learn it from charts or manuals. You learn it from staring, for years, from getting it wrong, then less wrong, then not needing to think about it anymore. The wind lines came in from the southwest, low and sharp, like knife scores across silk. They told me the breeze would hold through the night. The long, gentle swells from the east said there was nothing behind me chasing. I looked at the color of the water, a deep blue that edged toward green around noon, then slid back toward ink by dusk. Clear. That meant current from the south. Warm water. No storms nearby. For now. Every so often I'd run my hand along the tiller, feel the weight of the rudder, the slight pull of the sea, like checking a horse's gait by how it leaned into the reins. No alarms, no notes in the log. I didn't need to document it, I just knew. Same way a man knows when he's home, even if he's never seen the place before. It was sometime past midday, not hot, but bright, the kind of light that makes everything quiet, not still, just quiet. I came up from below with a cup of tea and found Dog at the stern, standing, not pacing, not stiff. Just standing there, tail low, ears forward, eyes fixed out behind us. He wasn't watching the wake exactly, more like watching past it, like he expected something, but wasn't in a hurry to see it. I sat beside him on the deck, careful not to spill the tea. Didn't speak. We stayed that way for a long while. The wind brushed over our shoulders. The sea kept sliding past, same as it had the hour before, same as it would the next. Once, Dog shifted his weight, stepped forward 1 paw length, then sat down again, still watching. I followed his gaze but saw nothing, and I realized it didn't matter what he was looking at. It was the looking that mattered, the watching without needing an answer. That was enough. We didn't mark the days, not out loud, not with X's on the chart, not with notes scratched in the logbook. The wind stayed gentle, the boat held her course. The sail barely needed trimming, just a little each morning, a little each night. I cooked simple, slept well, didn't dream. Dog moved like the boat was his, found sun when there was sun, curled near my bunk when the sky went gray. We spoke less now, not from silence, but from ease. There was nothing that needed saying. Everything that mattered was being done. A school of flying fish skimmed past us one morning. Dog watched them. Didn't chase. Just lifted his head and followed their arcs, one after the other, until they disappeared behind the swell. The ocean stayed blue. The sky stayed high. The world kept its shape. And we were in it, still sailing and nowhere urgent, just forward. I woke before the light. Not from a sound, not from a dream, just woke. The kind where your eyes open and your body already knows something's shifted. The boat was still moving smooth, no banging, no sudden gusts, just the same roll she'd held all week. But the air felt heavier, not cold, just thick, like it had forgotten how to move. Dog was already awake, sitting near the companionway, head tilted slightly, ears just off his skull. Not alert, just listening. I climbed out of the bunk without a word and ducked below to the nav table, tapped the barometer. The needle had dropped 2 ticks since the last time I'd checked. Slow, steady. Nothing to worry about. Not yet, but it didn't stop there. I stepped into the cockpit, looked up. The sky was wrong in a way you couldn't name. Still scattered stars, still space between clouds, but the light was missing something, like the color had been drained just a shade too far. No wind shift, no smell of ozone, just a quiet that didn't feel right. I didn't speak, didn't scratch it in the log, just sat behind the tiller and waited for the sun to rise, and watched. I reefed the main before the kettle boiled. No rush, no flapping canvas, no sudden gust pushing me to act. Just a breeze that felt tilted, pressed a little too flat against the sail. The boat moved fine, but it was time. I pulled the halyard slow, took out the slack, tied in the first reef like I'd done 100 times before, tight at the cringle, clean at the clew. I didn't need to look to know the folds were even. My hands remembered. Dog sat on the cabin step, watching. Didn't move, didn't bark, just followed each motion with his eyes like he knew it mattered. I checked the sheet, let it out a touch. The sail caught again, smaller now, but steady. The boat didn't protest. She leaned into the change without argument. Back below I made tea, poured water into a pan, cracked an egg, let it cook without stirring. Outside, the sea still looked the same. Blue-gray. Rolling, even. Nothing sharp. But it wasn't the sea I was watching, it was the wind. It always comes ahead of itself. It showed itself slowly. First, a thickening in the horizon behind us, not black, not towering. Just a low stretch of gray that didn't belong there. Like a curtain drawn halfway, waiting. By noon it had grown. The wind hadn't picked up, but it had turned, a few points west, maybe less. But I felt it in the way the boat moved. The bow pulled tighter on the line. The helm needed a touch more pressure to hold course. The sea darkened, not in color, in weight. It leaned heavier against the hull now. The swell was still long, still even, but it carried more force. A different rhythm underneath the surface. Dog stood twice, walked the deck, not anxious, just alert. He stopped near the stern, ears forward, eyes on the horizon. I went below and pulled out my foul weather gear. Jacket stiff from disuse, pants creased from being packed too long. I shook them once, stepped into them, zipped the jacket halfway, then left the hood down. Didn't need them yet, but I might. When I came back up, Dog looked at me for a long second, then sat. We didn't say a word. The sky behind us thickened. The boat kept on. I moved through the boat like a man tidying a room before sleep. Not fast, not afraid, just checking. The forward hatch, sealed tight. Companionway slats in place. Stove gimbals locked. Fuel cans, double lashed. Water jugs, centered and braced. I coiled the loose halyard that had been slapping the mast since morning and tied it off mid-height. No need to hear it if things got louder later. Below, I tucked the kettle into its cradle and slid the knife into the drawer. I didn't think about what might come, didn't name it, didn't call it a storm. Just said to myself, best to be ready now, while it's still quiet. Dog followed me cabin to deck and back again, close but never underfoot. He didn't pace, just stayed with me. By the time I stepped back into the cockpit, everything that needed doing was done. I sat, pulled the hood of my jacket up, more out of habit than need. The air had changed, not wild, not wet, but waiting. The wind dropped just after dark, not gone, just still, as if it had stepped out of the room to collect itself. The sails luffed once gently. A sigh, more than a snap. Then fell quiet. The boat rocked with its own memory of movement. Dog curled near the foot of my bunk. Not asleep. Eyes open, reflecting what little light there was from the compass and the moon. I lay back, hands folded across my chest, not even pretending to sleep. There's a quiet that comes before real weather, not the kind that rattles you, but the kind that pauses, like the ocean is holding its breath, like the sky is thinking hard about what it's going to do next. That's what this was. No rain on the deck, no boom in the distance. Just a stillness that pressed against your ribs and said, wait. Dog shifted once, then stilled. I didn't speak, didn't move. We waited together, eyes open, breathing slow. The boat creaked once, soft, and the sea said nothing at all. The first drop hit the hatch at 4:07. Just one, sharp, precise, like a coin tossed from God's pocket. Then another, then three more fast, then none. That stillness, right before the hammer falls. I was out of the bunk before the next one landed. Dog didn't move. He sat up but stayed put, ears back, eyes wide. Not afraid, just knowing. The wind didn't build. It arrived, full, from nowhere, straight down the mast. The sail groaned hard once, a slap that cracked through the whole hull. Not torn, but tested. Then rain came sideways, not down. The sky had opened all at once. No warning, no light. Just wait. I was in the cockpit by the time the second gust hit. Foul weather gear already on, lines in hand, no thinking, just doing. The sea answered a second later, a hard roll to starboard, then another. The kind of motion that tells you you're in it now, and it doesn't care how ready you are. Dog watched from the companionway, legs braced, eyes locked on me. I didn't speak, didn't yell, just took the helm. The tiller was slick in my hands, but I didn't wear gloves. You don't steer with fingers. You steer with feel, and feel needs skin. The boat heeled hard under the first push. The reef held, thank Christ, and I eased off half a point to take it on the shoulder instead of the jaw. Rain lashed sideways, not drops, sheets, like dragging the whole boat through a river turned vertical. I blinked through it, didn't wipe my face. No point. The waves were building now, but not wild, just tall, hungry, methodical. I let them come, rode the troughs easy, trimmed nothing. The sail was already where it needed to be, tight but not overdrawn. You reef before you need it, or you'll wish you had. I already had days ago. Dog stayed at the companionway, back legs braced against the steps, front paws forward, tracking every movement with eyes that didn't blink. Not panicked, not confused, just locked in. The boat rose again, slammed down into the next trough with a hard slap of hull and spray, the kind that lets you know everything's working as it should. The lines groaned, the mast sang, the rudder pulled, steady as a heartbeat. I breathed, not deep, just steady. The helm belonged to me now, and I belonged to the sea. Time, bent in the rain. Could have been 20 minutes, could have been 2 hours. All I had were the waves and the feel of the tiller, and the noise. Not loud, just constant. Wind in the rigging, rain in the sail, wood under strain. One of the lazy jacks came loose. Maybe it had already frayed back in Japan. I should have checked it. Didn't matter now. The line whipped against the mast with a crack like a rifle. Dog flinched once, didn't move otherwise. I lashed the tiller down, quick and tight, then scrambled forward, boots slipping twice on the soaked deck. No tether. I should have clipped in. Didn't. The line had wrapped around itself near the spreaders, flailing in gusts, slicing the air every time it swung back. I grabbed it barehanded. Salt bit the cut across my knuckle. A clean one. Sharp from the braid. I gritted my teeth, pulled it down, looped it 3 times around the cleat, yanked it tight, and tied it off without thinking. Rain stung like glass. I turned back to the cockpit, knuckles dripping, jacket heavy. Dog still there. Watching. He didn't wag, didn't whine, just was. I took the tiller back, felt the pull of the boat settle again under my palm. Wind still howled, but we weren't fighting it. We were inside it. The wind hadn't stopped, but it had eased. Not much, just enough for the rain to come down instead of sideways. The sail still strained, but it held its shape now. No shudder, no fight, just wait. Dog stepped forward. Careful, deliberate, one paw, then the next, not urgent, just done waiting. He climbed into the cockpit and sat beside me, pressed up against my leg like we'd rehearsed it. His coat was soaked, nose streaked with salt, eyes clear. No shake, no sound, just there. I let go of the tiller for one breath, just one. Put a hand on his head. Heavy, still. He leaned into it. The sea groaned behind us, foam in the troughs now. The waves still slapping hard across the hull, but the rhythm had returned. Above, a seam of light cracked the edge of the cloud line. Pale, thin, almost nothing. But there. I took the helm again. Dog stayed close. We were through the worst of it. The rain stopped with no ceremony. 1 minute it was drumming the deck, the next nothing. Just the soft hiss of water rolling off canvas, the kind of silence that feels heavier than the storm itself. The wind backed down to something I could name. 15 knots, maybe less. The sail fluttered once, a quick protest, then filled again with a gentle belly. No slap, no strain, just pull. Dog stood, shook once. A spray of salt and wet fur across my pants and the cockpit seat. I didn't move. The sea had smoothed itself again. Still tall in places, still carrying the memory of the blow. But the worst of the weight had passed. I looked out. The sky was still gray, but softer now. A few pale slashes of light trying to find their way through the breaks. Nothing golden, just not dark. I took a long breath, didn't smile, didn't laugh, just let it out. Slow, and let my shoulders drop for the first time in hours. The boat kept sailing, and we were still here. The sea flattened sometime after noon. I didn't notice it at first, not in a sharp way. It came on like sleep does, gradual, soft, until I looked around and saw nothing moving that wasn't us drifting with the current. No wind. The sail hung slack against the mast, not luffing, not pulling. Just there, like a coat draped across a hook that no longer held shape. The water lost its edges. No swell, no chop, no reflection of anything except itself. It looked like glass. Not the pretty kind, the kind you find in old windows, warped and thick and heavy. It stretched in every direction. A plate you could walk across if you were bold enough or foolish enough. I took my hand off the tiller. Didn't need it. The boat turned slowly, imperceptibly, nose following the current's quiet arc like it was listening for something I couldn't hear. Dog stood at the rail and looked out, not tense, just curious. He sniffed the air once and sat down. Even he could tell. There was nothing coming. I looked out across all that calm, and it was beautiful. And I hated it. There's not much to do when the wind dies. You stop trimming. You stop steering. You stop watching the sea because it's no longer moving under you. It's just holding you. The day shrank. I boiled water. I made tea. I read the same page of 2 years before the mast 3 times and still couldn't tell you what was on it. Dog lay near the galley for most of the day, head on his paws. His tail thumped twice when I walked past, but otherwise he was asleep or pretending to be. I opened every locker, not because I needed anything, just to check. Shifted a tin of lentils to the front, folded a towel that was already folded. Wiped down the inside of the head door where the salt had dried in streaks no one would ever see but me. When I finished that, I wiped it again. The stillness didn't feel restful. It felt stalled. The boat wasn't drifting so much as suspended, held up by something invisible and vast. I checked the wind gauge just to give my hands something to do. Still flat. Time passed in small pieces. Tea, dog, deck, tea, dog, sky, repeat. I thought about starting the engine, just once, around mid-morning. The silence was thick by then, not just in the air, but in the sails, the ropes, the water itself. The kind of quiet that makes you want to do something, just to hear it break. The key was within reach. I even looked at it, but I didn't move. There wasn't a deadline, no port waiting, no one pacing a dock wondering where I'd gotten to. And truth was, I liked the sound of nothing more than the rumble of diesel. So I waited. Fed Dog a bit of leftover fish from the tin we'd shared the night before. He took it politely. Licked the bowl once. Went back to sleep. I made another cup of tea. Sat on the deck and watched a cloud that didn't move. Sometimes I'd stand, stretch, check the tension on a line I already knew was slack. Then I'd sit back down again. There's a kind of patience the ocean teaches you, not the kind you learn, the kind that gets put into your bones whether you want it there or not. So I waited. No hurry, just drift. The third night was the quietest. I woke with no sound to wake me, just breath, mine, steady and too loud in the stillness. Dog stirred when I sat up, didn't lift his head, just opened his eyes. I didn't speak. Didn't need to. Climbed the steps and stepped into the cockpit barefoot. Deck was dry, air thick, still no wind. Above me the sky was wide open, cloudless, moon high. A sheet of pale silver hung across the ocean, turning everything soft and unreal. The boat hadn't moved. Not really. A slow yaw, port to starboard, like breathing. But otherwise she sat the same way I left her. Sails slack. Lines loose, bow turned at nothing. Dog padded up behind me. No sound but the click of his nails. He sat at my side and looked out over the stern. The horizon was a single hard line in the moonlight, flat as a ruler. We sat that way for a long time. No stars falling, no fish jumping, no voices, not even the whisper of rigging, just water and light and waiting. I was already on deck when it happened. The first pale smudge of dawn slid over the eastern rim. No fanfare, just the color shifting from cold steel to something warmer, a little gold in the gray. Then I saw it. Not much, just a line on the water, not a wave, a ripple. Thin, stretched, low, but it moved. Dog was still sleeping under the tiller, his back rising and falling with the boat's slow breath. The ripple passed under us, gentle as a hand brushing linen, then another behind it. The sail stirred, not filled, not taut, but it twitched. The first sign of life in 3 days. I didn't speak, didn't adjust a thing, just stood there. Hands at my sides, eyes forward, and waited. The wind was coming. You didn't have to chase it, you just had to be ready when it arrived. It started as a suggestion. Not a gust, not even a breeze, just a tug. the kind you feel in your spine before your hands know what to do. The sail leaned. The canvas didn't snap or groan. It didn't even stretch. It settled, into shape, into purpose. The boat responded slow but sure. A shift underfoot, a tilt forward. The bow turned a half degree and held it like it had remembered where it was going. I didn't smile, didn't speak. Just stood there with one hand on the coaming and the other loose at my side, feeling it. Dog stirred below. His collar clinked once as he stood, then climbed out into the cockpit, blinking against the morning light. He looked at me, then at the sail, then at the water, then sat down beside my leg. We leaned, just a little more, not fast, but forward. The ocean had cleared its throat, and we were listening. The jib was loose, still pulling but baggy, like a shoulder shrugged halfway into a coat. I stepped forward, unclipped the lazy sheet, and brought it in 3 inches. Not more, just enough to feel the line tighten between finger and winch. The sail answered. Taut, clean, ready. A low hum came back through the rigging, the kind that's not noise, not music, just the boat speaking to itself. I looked at the compass. The needle held steady on 082, east by southeast. Good enough. The sun had climbed a finger width above the horizon, throwing light across the foredeck in long, bright strips, the kind that made you squint but not turn away. The air smelled like salt again, not the faint tang of still water, but the crisp, living kind, the kind that bit at your nose and said, "You're moving. Keep moving." I went below and lit the stove. The kettle hissed, then boiled. I poured the water, dropped the bag, held the mug warm between both hands for a while before I took the first sip. Dog lay beside the table, one paw curled under his chest, eyes half closed, tail twitching in his sleep. The boat moved beneath us, the kind of movement you trust. It started like a whisper, a soft hiss trailing off the stern, the faintest suggestion of a wake. But there it was, the first in days. A thin white V pulled itself into shape behind us, steady and symmetrical, stretching out over the glass that had once held us still. Not loud, not fast, but there. Proof that we were moving again. I leaned against the rail and watched it. Let the tea cool in my hand. Dog came up from below, stretched once with a low grunt, then walked to my side. He saw it too. Or maybe he felt it. Either way, he stood there quiet, staring back at the mark we were leaving behind. The sea didn't fight us, didn't cheer either. It just let us go. There's something sacred in that. Not escape, not arrival. Just the long, slow goodbye to where you were, drawn out behind you in ripples that would fade before anyone else ever saw them. We watched them fade, and kept sailing. The horizon had texture again. Not storms, not squalls, just clouds, low and wide, layered in soft blue-gray sheets that stretched east like a road laid out across the sky. Fair weather clouds, the kind that meant movement, the kind sailors used to follow before they had satellites and systems. I'd followed them plenty. I stepped below, pulled the chart out, more from habit than need. My pencil moved slow. A rough, dead reckoning. Pencil line curved where I figured we'd be by the next day, wind willing. Didn't matter if it was right. What mattered was that it pointed east. Dog sniffed at the base of the table leg, then turned a tight circle and settled beside the bunk. I marked a spot on the map. No name, no island. Just ocean. Enough. Back on deck, the clouds had shifted slightly, edged forward, inviting. I didn't speak, didn't set a firm heading. Just gave the tiller a nudge and let the sail talk. And we followed the sky. The sun dipped low behind us, laying gold across the water. Not fire, not drama, just gold, the quiet kind, where the light softens the world instead of setting it on fire. The boat still moved, not fast, not slow, just true. The kind of motion you don't notice until you stop. the kind that becomes part of your blood. Dog lay curled under the bench beside me, legs twitching now and then like he was chasing something in his sleep. Maybe a bird, maybe nothing. I opened the logbook, wrote wind light east-northeast, sea smooth, boat steady, dog asleep, still sailing. That was enough. I closed the book, leaned back, and let my eyes fall half shut. Didn't think about how far we'd gone. Didn't think about how far we had left. Just listened to the hiss of the hull, the whisper of canvas, and the breathing of the boat. And I thought, this was a good day. It came in soft. Not a change in the sky, not a shift in the sea, just the air. There was still salt in it, always salt, but something else now, threaded low and dry underneath. A smell that didn't belong out here. Cedar maybe, smoke maybe. Soil after rain, nothing strong. Nothing you could name with confidence, but it was there. I stood at the helm with both hands loose on the combing and drew a breath without thinking. Not to test it, just to feel it. The wind had carried 1,000 things these last months. Heat, cold, dust, memory. But this was different. This had weight. Dog lifted his head from under the bench and sniffed once, just once, then rested his chin on his paws again, but didn't sleep. I didn't say the word, didn't even think it. I just stood there and let it pass over me. One long breath and then another. The chart was still open on the nav table, folded in quarters, creased from damp fingers, marked up in pencil and salt. I ran a line from the last fix, noon the day before, and guessed at our drift overnight. Just a ballpark. You don't get fancy this far out. The ocean doesn't care about precision. Still a few hundred miles to the coast, but closer now than we'd been. Close enough for the sea to remember it. Close enough for the wind to start changing its mind. I tapped the spot lightly, not to mark it, just to feel the shape of it. Then leaned back. Dog stood in the companionway, didn't come up, didn't lie down, just stood there, watching me. His eyes weren't anxious, they were ready. He could feel it, the shift in the air, the way the hull carried sound, the way the boat had picked up purpose again, even if nothing had changed in the sky. Even if the sea still looked endless. Something was ahead of us. We both knew it. Coastlines don't leave you, not the real ones. You forget names, harbors, buoys. But the shapes stay, the way the cliffs north of Haida Gwaii rise straight from the sea like the ribs of the earth. The black rock around Cape Flattery, how it always smells like kelp and diesel, no matter the tide. The roll of the islands near Nanaimo, soft hills, fir trees, the color of wet stone. They live somewhere under the surface like a keel. I didn't picture them on purpose, they just came. In flashes, not scenes and not memories, just feelings. The kind that settle behind your ribs and make you straighten without thinking. Dog paced the deck once, slow, nose to the wind, then curled up again, not restless, just aware. I stayed in the cockpit and watched the water. It still looked the same, blue, open, deep, but it wasn't empty anymore. It was carrying us toward something we'd seen before. That night the boat creaked different. Not louder, not from wind, just different. The kind of creak that doesn't come from stress. It comes from anticipation. Wood and rope and canvas all aware that something's about to change. The rigging hummed once in the dark. No wind shift, just a note, like a throat being cleared in a quiet room. I felt it in my back, between the shoulders, the way you feel a dock under your boots after too long at sea. Not pain, just pressure. Dog didn't sleep long. He got up twice, circled, shifted. Eventually came up and lay down at the foot of the companionway, watching the open hatch. Just watching. I didn't say anything. My jaw was tight. I realized it halfway through the night. Hadn't noticed I was clenching. Hadn't noticed how long my hands had been in fists. It wasn't fear, it was direction. The boat wasn't just moving, she was going somewhere now. And every board, every sail, every line seemed to know it. And so did I. The sun came up behind a thin veil of cloud, just enough to color the sky without blinding it. I sat with my back to the mast, tea cooling beside me, eyes half on the compass, half on the horizon. Still no land, still just water, still ocean. But something passed overhead, low, quick. A gull, not a storm petrel, not a tern. A gull. Dog's ears perked. He stood, front paws on the coaming, head tilted just enough to follow its glide. I watched it too. Could have come from nowhere. They follow ships, fly far, mean nothing, but still. I exhaled, quiet, even. Didn't move. Then stood, checked the sail, gave the tiller the smallest correction. Didn't say anything, still sailing. Not there yet, but close. Barely there. Low on the western edge of the horizon where the sky met the sea like two halves of a coin. The kind of shape you ignore, because it's always a cloud. It always fades. But this one didn't. I watched it for 10 minutes, maybe 15. Didn't touch the tiller, didn't move, just stood there with one hand on the rail and the other loose at my side, eyes narrowed against the sun. Dog joined me without being called. Sat at my feet, looked out the same direction. He didn't bark, didn't whine, just stared. The smudge stayed, no drift, no lift, no scatter at the edges, not cloud. I knew it then, though I didn't say it. Not out loud, not in my head, just stood there, watching the faint line hold. The sun came up slow behind us, casting the light forward, flattening shadows, sharpening edges. The line was still there. I took the hand-bearing compass from its hook, stepped to the rail, and sighted down the bow. The mark sat 4 degrees north of our course. Steady. Didn't climb, didn't fall. Just held. That's how you know it's land. Clouds move, ships shift, imagination drifts, but land stays. I checked it again after an hour. Still there. Taller now. Not by much, but enough that I could see a difference. It had weight. I've seen a dozen coastlines like that. First, just a shadow, then a hill, then a whole world unfolding out of the sea, but it never felt rehearsed. It always felt like the first time. Dog had moved closer to the bow. He lay down, facing it, not tense, not excited, just pointed, waiting. Same as me. I thought maybe I'd feel it when it became real. Relief, satisfaction, a weight lifting off the spine. But it didn't come like that. There was no swell of music, no hitch in the breath, no tear in the eye. Just the shape on the horizon getting darker, getting clearer, holding still. It felt like recognition, like seeing the face of someone you used to know across a crowded street. Not surprise, not joy. Just, you're still here. Dog stood beside me, tail lifting slightly, then dropping again. He wagged once, just once, then sat. I crouched beside him, let my hand rest on his shoulders. Didn't pet, didn't speak. We both looked ahead. That was enough. The wind had shifted, just enough to matter. Nothing sudden. A slow veer, a few degrees south of east, enough to nudge our bow off target if I let it. I didn't let it. I eased the tiller to starboard, felt the boat pivot with a sigh, sail trimmed just so, hull finding the groove again like it had been waiting. Didn't take much. Just small corrections. It's always small corrections. The land grew, but not fast. A long line now. Darker. I could see definition in the rise and fall. Maybe a ridge, maybe treetops. Hard to say. I didn't aim straight for it. That's not how you sail home. You read the wind, you give the land your angle. You let it come. Dog stood again. This time he stayed at the rail, tail still, ears forward. There was no hurry in it, no urgency. The boat was doing what it was made to do, so was I. I kept one hand on the tiller and the other resting on my thigh. Not gripping, not bracing, just holding the course. By late afternoon, the line had shape, not just height, color. Dark green low on the waterline, broken by darker patches that had to be trees. No buildings, no signs of people yet. Just the old, untouched face of the coast. British Columbia, probably. Could have been farther north, maybe south, didn't matter. It was land, not promise, not salvation, just there. Dog stood again and didn't sit down. I think he knew we'd reached the edge of something. The edge of the sea, maybe. Or just the end of drifting. I let the boat keep its pace, no need to trim, no need to chase. It was coming to us now, inch by inch. The closer we got, the quieter it felt. I breathed out. Slow. Not because I'd been holding it. Just because I'd forgotten how much I had left in my lungs. The sails tugged gently. The tiller pulled true. The boat moved forward and we went on. No words, just there. The headland curved in on itself like a closed fist. We rounded it just after 4, wind still light, sails full but gentle. And there it was, a marina tucked into the crook of the bay. No towers, no flags, just a breakwater of old pilings and 3 rows of finger docks, maybe 20 slips total. A few boats tied off, mostly locals. Fiberglass hulls with moss along the waterline, a metal skiff, one weather-beaten cutter with laundry strung from the boom. It looked like it had always been there. No harbor master on the radio, no chatter on Channel 16. Just still water and the echo of gulls somewhere near shore. I reached for the depth sounder, 6 fathoms, then 5, then 4, good bottom. I eased the main to spill wind. The boat slowed. Sails flapped once, loose and light, then fell quiet. Dog stood beside me, tail low, ears up, nose pointed straight into the cove. He knew. I took the helm in both hands and brought us in, slow, steady. Not like a return, like a landing. The sail came down without complaint. No snags, no wind shifts, just the quiet slither of canvas folding in on itself as I hauled down the halyard. I flaked it quick and loose on the boom. Nothing ceremonial, just clean. Dog didn't move, just watched. I turned the key, the engine coughed once, then caught. The sound felt too loud, too modern, like someone breaking glass in a church. Still, she ran smooth. Diesel rhythm under my feet, familiar, faintly sad. I guided her past the outer slips, picked one near the end, wide enough, away from the crowd. If there ever was a crowd here. No one waved, no one called out. A man in overalls was fixing a cleat 2 docks over. He didn't even look up. Good. I eased the throttle down to a crawl, nudged her into place with one short burst of forward, then neutral. The lines were ready. Bow first, then stern, then the spring, snug to keep her from drifting. I tied the knots automatically, felt the cleats bite and hold. Then stepped back into the cockpit. It was done. No flags and no words, just a boat, tied off, same as any other. Dog didn't wait for permission. As soon as the engine was off and the lines were set, he stepped off the boat, smooth, quiet, confident, like he'd done it 100 times before. His paws landed on the dock with a soft thump. He stood still for a moment, nose high, reading the air. Then he walked forward, gave a few things a sniff, a coil of line, an old cleat, a gull feather stuck between the boards. He circled once near the piling and lay down in the shade. Didn't roll, didn't stretch, just settled. Like he'd always meant to be there. I stayed on board a while longer, not out of hesitation, just watching him. Watching the dock, letting the stillness sink in. Then I stepped off too. The planks felt solid but light under my boots. Not foreign, not familiar, just real. I crouched next to Dog. Put a hand flat against the dock, palm down, fingers spread. Warm from the sun, dry, unmoving. We both looked out toward the boat. She sat still, creaking once against the fender. Nothing more. It came back in pieces. First was the sound. Not loud, not at all. But it hadn't been there yesterday or the day before or any day for weeks. A buoy bell clanged once, faint and far out, like it didn't want to be heard, but couldn't help itself. Then something harder. A hammer on metal. Rhythmic. Slow. A man fixing a railing across the inlet maybe, or a crab trap. Underneath it all, the low hum of cars. Just a few. The sound of tires on pavement, then gone. It wasn't noise, it was world. Creeping back in from the edges. Filling up the quiet that had held so long. The boat didn't react. Neither did Dog, but I felt it. Not jarring, not heavy. Just present. Like the gravity of the land was stronger now, pulling more than just the boat to rest. I stayed still. Didn't look toward the road. Didn't check the time, didn't make a list of what came next. I just listened, and let the shore make itself known. I didn't go to the office, didn't fill out a form. Didn't tell anyone I was here. The slip might have been reserved, might not have, and didn't matter. The boat was tied, the wind was down, and we weren't in the way. Dog had stretched out now, full length. Belly flat to the wood, chin resting on his paws. His eyes half closed, but watching. Always watching. I sat down beside him, leaned back against a piling, and let the sun fall across my legs. Didn't think about food. Didn't think about sleep. Didn't even think about the boat, just sat, hands resting on my thighs, boot heels planted square against the dock. The water lapped gently at the hull. Lines groaned once, then went quiet. I closed my eyes, and not to rest, not to drift, just to be still. I backed her in slow, the reverse gear coughing a little from disuse. The slip was open, same one I used before. Number 24. Third dock on the south finger. The cleats were still scarred from the last time I'd left, almost a year ago now. I recognized the knot someone left in the mooring line on the opposite piling. Sloppy, but familiar. I tied off bow and stern, fenders snug, spring lines firm. The boat stopped moving. Not completely, she still rocked a little. Old habits. But she was held now. Contained. I stood for a while with one boot on the dock and one on the deck. Didn't rush to grab my bag, didn't power anything down. Just listened. There was noise again. A man hammering something down the dock. The high-pitched whine of a belt sander from a fiberglass hull 2 slips over. Someone's radio, turned too loud, playing something with horns and yelling. Dog had stepped off already. He was sniffing an empty flower pot someone had filled with cigarette butts and dead lavender. I followed him with the dock key still in my pocket. "Hey," a voice called out, sharp, not unfriendly. I turned. A young dockhand, kid with a ball cap too tight and sunglasses that didn't fit his head, was walking toward me with a clipboard in one hand and a coil of line in the other. "Captain Michaels?" I nodded once. He grinned, toothy. "Holy hell. They said you were still out there." I didn't say anything. Just looked at him. He pointed at the boat. "Is that her?" I nodded again. "Damn," he said, more to himself than to me. "Didn't think we'd see you again." "Neither did I said. He laughed like that meant more than it did. "Well, welcome back." Dog sneezed, then sat. "Thanks," I said. "I'll check in later." He waved me off. "Take your time." I walked down the dock, Dog at my side, the boat creaking once behind us. The marina office hadn't changed. Same chipped paint on the trim. Same map of the harbor, framed behind dusty glass. The clock on the wall ticked just out of sync with itself. A young woman sat behind the desk, maybe early 20s. She wore a fleece vest with the marina logo and had a pencil stuck behind her ear. When the bell over the door rang, she looked up quick, smiled without blinking. "Morning," she said. "Can I help you?" "I'm in slip 24, I said. "Returning tenant." She tilted her head slightly, checked a clipboard, then squinted at me. "Name?" "Michaels, Carter." Her eyebrows went up a fraction, not surprise, recognition. "Oh," she said, you've been gone a while, right?" I nodded. She clicked her pen once, then handed me a form. "We'll need a current contact number, emergency info, and proof of insurance. If you still have the same plan, we've probably got it on file." I took the pen, wrote slow. Name, phone number. Left home address blank. Wrote same as slip. When I slid it back across the counter, she looked at the signature. She didn't hand it back right away. "Where were you?" she asked, like she wasn't sure if she was supposed to. I looked at her for a moment, not long. "South," I said, then west. Then back again. She blinked once, then smiled. "That's a good loop." I nodded. "Yeah." She stapled the form to a second sheet. "Welcome back, Captain." "Thanks." I stepped out into the sun. Dog was waiting under the bench outside, tongue out, tail thumping once against the wood as I came down the stairs. The dock groaned underfoot as we walked. It always had. Sun-swollen boards, rusted nails that breathed with the tide. I used to think it was the sound of wear. Now it just sounded like the world telling the truth. People were busy. A man in a red vest was loading fuel cans into the back of a skiff. 2 teenage boys in wetsuits shouted to each other from the end of B-Dock. Somewhere behind the harbor office, someone revved an engine 3 times before shutting it off in frustration. I walked through it like someone walking upstream. Not annoyed, not overwhelmed, just out of pace. Dog stayed close, no leash. He never needed one. He didn't bark, didn't veer off. Just moved the way I did, slow and steady, with a sense of direction that didn't ask permission. When we reached the boat, she was right where we left her, rocking gently, tide clean. The only boat in sight with real canvas. The only one with salt still crusted under the rail. I stepped aboard. She shifted under me. Not much, just enough to say, "Still here." The marina felt louder from on deck. Voices, footsteps, the clatter of halyards from other boats, a kind of chatter the ocean never allowed. Even the quiet here had edges. Nothing stretched, nothing echoed. Everything bounced off something else. I sat in the cockpit. Dog climbed up after me and curled under the bench without sound. I looked out past the breakwater. Couldn't see the sea from here, just the tops of cranes, the curve of the seawall, the red ribs of a cargo ship sliding north toward Burrard Inlet. The horizon was gone, but inside it still stretched. The second step still creaked, had for 20 years. I thought once about fixing it for him, years back, but he said no. He liked knowing where people were on the stairs. I stepped on it the same as always, creaked the same. The porch boards were worn smooth, faded paint, a few pine needles caught in the corners. The wind chimes rattled just once, low and loose, like they were still waking up. I paused with my hand half raised to knock. Didn't need to. The screen door opened with a squeal and there was Frank, same as ever. Gray now. Not all over, but enough to show. T-shirt with a tear at the collar. One eyebrow lifted like he already had something smart to say, but was waiting to decide if he'd say it. "Well," he said, "you still walk like you got a boat under you." I smiled. "Maybe I do." He stepped aside. "Get in here." The kitchen hadn't changed either. Same ugly linoleum, same tin of dry dog food next to the fridge. Even though Frank hadn't had a dog in 4 years, said he liked the smell, said it kept mice honest. He pulled 2 brown bottles from the fridge, popped the tops with a flathead screwdriver, handed me one without a word. We took them out to the porch and sat. The same 2 chairs side by side, one cushion torn, a table between them with 3 cigarette burns and a ring where someone once left a hot pan without thinking. Frank leaned back, took a sip, stared out at the street. "So," he said. Didn't finish it. I didn't pick it up. We sat for a while like that, watching 2 kids ride by on a pair of cheap bikes with plastic streamers, a neighbor across the way mowing a lawn that didn't need it. A crow hopped along the gutter like it owned the block. "I think the Canucks are worse now than when you left," Frank said. I took a drink. That bad? Maybe worse. They can't even lose right. I nodded. That takes real talent. We talked like that for an hour. Weather. Neighborhood gossip. How the hardware store closed and the bank's now a bakery that sells bread no one can afford. Nothing about the sea. Nothing about where I'd been. That was the shape of the friendship. And I liked the fit. The sun dropped behind the neighbor's roof, and the air cooled the way it always does near the coast. Not fast, but certain. Frank tilted the neck of his beer and drained the last of it. He didn't reach for another, just looked at me sideways. You look different, he said. I didn't say anything. Not older, he added, though you are. I nodded once, fair. He ran a thumb across the label of his bottle, peeled it halfway off with a slow, practiced tug. It's like something got taken out of you, he said, and something else got put in its place. He said it like a man describing the engine noise of a truck he doesn't own. Detached, but precise. I didn't correct him. You were always fast to talk, he went on. Fast to push back. You'd bark when the leash was still loose. I looked at the trees across the street, leaves barely moving. He leaned back in the chair like it had just occurred to him to relax. Now you wait. You listen more. You don't jump in. Do you mind, I asked. He barked a short laugh. Hell no. I always liked you, Carter. I just like you even more now. Dog had stretched out between us, half in the light, half in shadow. His breathing was slow, his eyes half closed. He wasn't sleeping, just still. Like he'd been on the move too long and didn't quite believe he could stop. Frank leaned forward and scratched behind his ears. Dog didn't react much, just blinked once and thumped his tail once against the porch. He's quieter too, Frank said. I smiled. He saw it all. Frank kept petting him with one hand. That'll do it. He didn't ask what it was, didn't ask what Dog had seen, didn't ask what I'd seen. He just sat back, hand resting on his knee now, beer bottle empty, and sweating against the arm of the chair. His eyes drifted out toward the street, but they weren't really on it. They were somewhere else. Some old place of his own. Some long horizon he'd crossed before I ever thought to try. The light got long. Street lamps hadn't kicked on yet, but the air had that edge. The kind that tells you to say what you're going to say or don't bother saying it at all. Frank didn't move, and neither did I. Dog let out one of those deep, groaning sighs that only come from a body that's known salt and time. Frank leaned forward again, elbows on his knees. You gonna stay put for a while? I looked down at my boots. Not sure. He nodded like that was the right answer. You don't have to, he said. But come back once in a while, would you? I looked at him. I mean the porch, he added. The beer. The dog giving me the stink eye. The usual. I smiled. Yeah, I can do that. We didn't say much else, just let the silence stretch, soft and easy. Still friends. No need to say it. I waited on the bench near the curb. The old one, with the cracked green slats and one armrest missing. It faced the water, but you could still hear the street behind you. Tires on gravel, brakes, voices, a bus shifting gears a block away. Dog was stretched out under my boots, head resting on his front paws. Not asleep. Just there. I'd told Anna 10 o'clock. She was early. The tan sedan pulled in fast, a little too sharp on the turn, like she wasn't sure if she'd stop or just drive on past. But she stopped. Door opened. She stepped out. Tall, dark jacket, sunglasses, hair back in a knot that had half fallen out. 2 paper coffee cups in one hand, car keys in the other. She didn't wave, didn't smile. She just saw me, adjusted her grip on the cups, and walked over. Dog stood. She crouched and scratched behind his ears first. Hey, buddy, she said, low and warm. Still putting up with him? Dog thumped his tail against the pavement once, and then she stood up and looked at me. She held one of the coffees out. Here. I didn't know if you still took it black. I took it. I do. She nodded, then sat down. Steam rose off the coffee, curling soft into the morning air. It tasted familiar. Not good, not bad. Just hot, a little burnt, and like something made by someone who meant well. She held hers in both hands, elbows on her knees, not looking at me right away. "How long you been back?" she asked. I sipped. "Not long." She nodded. "Docked here?" "Yeah, 24. That's the same slip, right?" I glanced over at her. "You remember that?" She shrugged. "I remember most things." We were quiet again. Then she turned her head and really looked at me. Not hard, just long. "You look older," she said. I didn't flinch, just nodded. "I feel it." That got the smallest smile out of her. Barely there, but real. She looked down at her cup, then back out toward the water. "It's weird," she said. "I used to picture you floating out there somewhere, just drifting, like a message in a bottle." "I wasn't drifting," I said. She nodded. "I know, but I didn't have anything else to go on." Dog sneezed. She reached down and rubbed behind his ears again. "I'm glad you're back," she said, like she didn't want it to come out sounding like it mattered too much. But it did. She was still looking out at the water when she said it. "I thought you'd write." No sharpness in it, no heat, just a plain sentence set down gently like a card on the table. I didn't answer right away. Let the tide speak for a moment. A gull calling out over the breakwater. A rope slapping slack against a mast somewhere down the dock. "I thought I might too," I said, finally. She nodded. "Then why didn't you?" I looked at the water like it had something I could use. But it didn't. It just kept moving, soft and steady, not giving anything back. "I didn't have the words," I said. Anna glanced sideways at me. "You never did." I smiled. She did too. Crooked, tired, but real. "It's okay," she added. "I didn't write either." We sat with that for a while. Dog circled twice, then dropped between us again, stretched out like a bridge across something too wide to jump. Dog stood up suddenly, gave a shake from neck to tail, then licked Anna's hand once, quick and deliberate. She looked down, eyebrows raised. "Guess that's his version of a speech," she said. Then he trotted off to the edge of the grass behind the bench. Came back with a pine cone clamped in his teeth like it was something rare and valuable. He dropped it at her feet. She looked at it, then at him. He stared at her like he'd just reinvented the concept of joy. She picked it up. "Okay," she said. "You asked for it." She tossed it underhand, lazy and far. The pine cone arced out over the pavement, bounced twice, then disappeared into a clump of weeds near the edge of the lot. Dog took off like a shot. Anna watched him go, laughing under her breath, a sound she hadn't made since she sat down. "At least he's glad you're home," she said. I sipped my coffee. He never doubted I'd be. She didn't answer, but I saw the corner of her mouth turn just enough. Dog came back seconds later, pine cone soggy and broken, tail wagging like a metronome stuck on high. She took it from him and scratched his head. "Maybe I shouldn't have thrown it," she said. "He's not going to stop now." "He never does." She stood up without saying anything at first, looked down at her coffee, still half full, still warm. "Come on," she said. "Let's walk." I stood too. Dog was already ahead, nose to the wind, tail high. We started along the seawall path, the one that curved past the marina and ran alongside the park. We didn't talk much, just stepped in time with the gravel. Listened to Dog's tags rattle, smelled salt and cedar and old boat fuel, faint on the air. She stayed a half step ahead. There was space between us, but no distance. The front door was already open when I got there. Just the screen closed, light from the kitchen spilling out through it in gold. Voices overlapped inside. Laughter. A pot lid clattered. Someone said, "No way," He didn't, and got cut off by something boiling over. I stepped up, tapped the frame once. Jane pushed through the screen door a second later, wiped her hands on a towel, and smiled. There he is. She didn't hug long, just a quick, firm squeeze and a hand on my back. Come in. You're late, which means dinner's ready. I followed her through the house and smelled like garlic and lemon and a little too much olive oil. Paul was already at the table, sleeves rolled, wine half poured. Nick stood by the oven, teasing something out of a cast-iron pan. His girlfriend, I think her name was Sam, was trying to chop parsley without getting in anyone's way. Uncle Carter, Nick called. Jesus, you actually made it. I nodded. So it seems. Jane pulled out a chair. Sit, eat. You're not allowed to disappear again without eating first. Dog found a spot under the table before I did, like he already knew where the best crumbs would fall. The plates hit the table. Wine poured, steam lifted, and we ate. The table came alive quick. Nick started in on his job, something to do with project bids and office politics, and a guy named Curtis who couldn't schedule a meeting to save his life. Paul jumped in with a half-joking rant about Vancouver traffic, bike lanes, and how nobody knew how to merge anymore. Sam talked fast, nervous at first, then settled. She was funny, smart. Nick looked at her when she spoke, like she was telling it better than he could. Jane kept the wine moving and the bowls full. It didn't feel like a performance. Just family doing what they do when the food is hot and the stories come quick. They tried to pull me in, once or twice. Nick said, "Hey, Uncle C, what do you think? Did Curtis screw that up or am I crazy?" I chewed, swallowed, and said, "Could be both." They laughed. Nick pointed at me. See? Neutral as hell. Paul leaned back in his chair. He's conserving energy. Long voyages will do that. I smiled, took another bite. Didn't say more. No one pushed, but I could feel it. A slight pause in the room every time I didn't jump in. A space where I used to fill the gaps. Now I didn't, and the room just kept going. Jane didn't say much for a while. She served, she passed things, she poured more wine when Paul wasn't looking. But every few minutes I'd catch her eyes on me, not suspicious, not critical, just watching. She was always the quietest one in the room, which made her the one who saw the most. She noticed the way I sat, the way I didn't hunch forward into the noise like I used to, how I didn't stab at my plate or cut with too much pressure. I moved slower now, measured. She noticed the way I listened, really listened, like every word might matter or might not, and I was letting them fall where they may. She saw it, all of it, and she didn't say anything, not yet. But the tilt of her head said she was taking notes. Not the kind you write down, the kind you carry. After the plates were cleared and the last of the sauce wiped up with torn bread, the others drifted. Nick and Sam into the living room. Paul off to fiddle with something in the garage that didn't need fixing. Jane wiped her hands on a dish towel and glanced toward the back door. "Come out with me?" I nodded. Dog was already halfway there. The porch was old wood, half-stained by rain. The swing crooked on one chain. We sat on the steps instead. The air had cooled. You could smell the grass again. She didn't speak right away. Neither did I. Then she said it, soft and sure. "You've gone quiet, Carter." I looked out at the garden. Half-grown herbs in clay pots. A trellis with nothing on it yet. "Noise doesn't land the same," I said. She didn't rush to understand it, didn't ask what I meant. She just nodded once. "Yeah." The porch light flickered once, the same loose wire it had 10 years ago. She never fixed it. I think she liked the way it hesitated, like even the house wanted to be sure before turning anything on. I stood up slow. Dog stretched, shook once, and followed. Jane didn't move right away. She stayed seated, one elbow on her knee, looking at nothing in particular. "You'll come back next week?" she asked. I paused at the screen door. "Maybe." She smiled. Not wide, just enough. I'll cook too much just in case. I turned to go, then stopped and reached out. Not something I did much anymore. Put a hand on her shoulder. Gently. Thanks for dinner, I said. She nodded. Thanks for showing up. And I stepped off the porch into the dark. The street was quiet, the air still warm. Dog walked beside me, our steps easy. No rush, no plan, and just moving. The door stuck halfway, like always. I gave it a shoulder and it groaned open, the bell above it rattling hard like it hadn't been touched in a while, even though it rang 100 times a day. The place still smelled like diesel, dry rope, and burnt coffee. That old mix that clung to the walls and your clothes and your skin if you stood still too long. Nothing had moved. The oilskins were still hung on the far wall, faded and creased. Coils of line sat in plastic bins, some still wrapped, some unraveling like they'd lost interest. A stack of battered tide tables lay crooked near the register. Last year's, too. Behind the counter, Gabe looked up from a shortwave radio he was half disassembling with a flat screwdriver and a toothpick. His eyes went wide, then narrow, then wide again. No shit, he said. Carter Michaels. I nodded once. He leaned forward over the counter, both hands flat like he was bracing for a wave. If you're a ghost, you're the cleanest damn ghost I've ever seen. Dog walked in behind me, sniffed a bin of boat soap, then plopped down like he knew the floor. Still got that mutt, huh? Gabe said. He's got me, I said. Gabe grinned. Hell yeah, he does. He waved a hand toward the shelves. You just browsing or you finally run out of rope? I looked around the shop, same as I'd left it, maybe older, so was I. Gabe didn't stop to breathe. You know they finally paved the parking lot? Now the puddles are permanent, just deeper and shaped like whales. Oh, and get this, I hired a college kid 2 weeks ago who called the bow the front and thought cleats were for his shoes. You'd love him. He's got that earnest idiot thing you always liked. I let the corners of my mouth turn up. Not quite a smile, but enough for him to keep going. I told him to flake a line the other day, and he looked at me like I'd asked him to skin a bear. Said, You mean fold it? He mimed it. Full body. Fold it, Carter. He shook his head, leaned against the register. You'd have torn him in half. Not anymore, I said. That made him pause for half a beat. Then he grinned again. Ah, right, you've been out there. Gone feral. A real sea monk. Came back with barnacles on your soul. Dog snorted from the floor. I reached down and scratched behind his ears. Gabe picked up a bolt of sail tape and turned it in his hands like it might explain something. You look good. I mean weird, but good. Like a guy who almost got lost and didn't. I looked at him, didn't say anything. He kept turning the tape. It took him a minute to stop moving. He set the sail tape down, looked at me fully now. Not scanning, not performing, just seeing. The grin faded. You've changed, man. He said it low, not surprised, not accusing, just flat, like someone saying it's gonna rain. I didn't answer. There wasn't anything to deny. He let out a breath through his nose, leaned back against the pegboard wall like he needed it to hold him up. I mean, you're still you, he said, softer now. But there's something quieter about it. Like somebody turned down the engine but kept the heading. I gave the faintest nod. Gabe scratched the back of his neck. It's not bad. It's just different. You don't look like a guy who's done talking. You look like a guy who's done explaining. I looked down at Dog. He blinked once and laid his chin back on his paws. Gabe didn't ask for more. He didn't need it. I walked past the racks, let my hand run along the bins until I found it. Half-inch double braid, weathered on the outer wrap, but solid. Reliable. I lifted a coil, felt the weight in my hand, brought it to the counter and set it down. Gabe looked at it, then at me. You're not going to tell me what it's for, are you? Nope. He nodded, started ringing it up slow, like the longer it took, the more time he had to figure something out. You headed back out? I shrugged. Maybe. He folded the receipt, slid it across the counter. Of course you are. I reached for my wallet. He waved me off. Don't insult me. I picked up the coil. Dog stood. Gabe watched us move to the door. You know, he said, you walk like the world's still moving under you. I looked back once. It is. The bell over the door rattled as we left. Same as always. The kettle hissed before it whistled. I took it off the burner. 2 slices of toast, dry, browning slow in the pan. A jar of blackberry jam I picked up at a roadside stand in Oregon. Label peeling off, sugar crusted around the rim. Black coffee in a chipped mug. Nothing fancy. Never needed to be. Dog stood by the galley ladder, tail low, head tilted. I dropped him half a crust. He took it like it was currency. Outside, the marina was already busy. Engines starting, coolers being loaded. A man yelling down the dock to someone named Lou. About what? I couldn't tell. I took the plate up top and sat in the cockpit. Same seat, same angle. The sun wasn't high yet, but the sky was open. No clouds, just that soft gray-blue stretch that meant it wouldn't rain today. A seagull landed on the piling 2 slips over and watched me eat like it was owed a share. I didn't give it one. I chewed slow, let the jam bleed through the bread, let the heat from the coffee sink into my hands. People passed, some with purpose, some just moving. None of them looked twice. That was fine. The city was louder than the sea, but it stayed behind the breakwater. For now. The bookstore was still there. Different name now. New sign, newer paint. But same window, same crooked door frame, same tin bell that rang once going in, twice coming out. I used to stop in once a week before I left. Paperbacks mostly. Weathered covers, old maps, nautical fiction, the kind where everyone had a pipe and died on page 211. Inside smelled like damp paper and sun-faded carpet. The layout had changed. Poetry where history used to be. Cookbooks where the travel guides were. A display of coffee table art books under a hanging light that buzzed and flickered every 3rd second. The man behind the counter was young. Round glasses, shirt too small. He didn't look up. I walked slow, ran my fingers along spines out of habit. And then I saw it. A copy of Moby Dick. Not rare. Not special. Cover creased, corners soft. The kind of book that had spent time in someone's coat pocket or on the floor of a truck. I picked it up, flipped it open. The page fell on a line I half remembered. Something about the ocean being more than a blank. Something deep and ungraspable. I brought it to the counter. He rang it up without a word. I left without a bag. Didn't know why I wanted it, didn't need to. The coffee shop had changed names twice since I'd last been inside. Now it was called Bloom, all lowercase written in brushed white letters across the glass. The inside was big. Too big for a place that sold muffins the size of your thumb and cappuccinos that came with a side of philosophy. I stepped in. No bell this time. Just music. Jazz, if you could call it that. Drums without rhythm. Horns that wheezed more than they played. It curled around the space like steam with no heat. The room was full of screens. Students hunched over laptops, headphones, furrowed brows, a couple arguing in whispers. One woman video calling someone in a language I didn't recognize. I ordered plain coffee. The barista repeated it twice, confused like I was missing half the sentence. Just coffee, I said again. She nodded like I'd passed a test I didn't know I was taking. I found a seat in the back, near a window with nothing much outside but the side of another building. I didn't open the book, didn't write anything, just sipped, listened. Every voice felt like it was moving too fast, too eager. The words stacked high, not deep. Like they were all trying to get somewhere before someone else did. I sat for a long time. Nobody spoke to me. which was fine. I wasn't there to be spoken to. The grocery store was bright and cold. Not the corner place I used to go. That one turned into a pharmacy years ago. This one had wide aisles, polished floors, music piped from somewhere in the ceiling. I didn't need much. Just bread, fruit, rice, something to keep the stove warm at night. I passed by the frozen meals, the endless shelves of sauces, and stopped in front of the apples. Picked the ones with bruises. They tasted better. At the register, the girl with the red apron and blank face asked if I wanted a bag. I shook my head. No. She looked at me like I might change my mind. I didn't. I carried the groceries in one arm, the book under the other. Walked out into light that had gone pale and flat. The kind of light that makes you think it's colder than it is. Downtown had changed. Not much, just enough. New signs, new faces, old buildings cleaned up too much to feel like themselves. Everything glass and steel. Intentional. Like a model of a city instead of the real one. The sidewalk felt tight. People didn't make eye contact, didn't need to. It wasn't unfriendly, just full. Like there was no space left for anything not already scheduled. I kept walking, didn't stop, didn't need to. The marina looked the same from a distance, lines taut on cleats. Flags shifting just enough to show the wind had changed again. A man scrubbing his hull with a long-handled brush that wasn't doing much. Dog stood as I got close, didn't bark, didn't whine, just stared like he'd known I'd be back. I stepped aboard. He circled once and lay down again, nose tucked under his paw like nothing had happened. I put the groceries away, bread in the tin, rice in the jar, fruit on the shelf where it would bruise if the weather picked up, but it wouldn't. I set Moby Dick on the table, didn't open it. Then I climbed back up, sat in the cockpit, and looked out. Cranes moved slowly on the far side of the port, lifting steel from places it didn't belong to places it didn't want to be. A gull circled above them, then another, then three. I watched them for a long time. The city behind me, the water under me, still not quite here, but not gone either. I saw her coming before she called out. Paper bag in one hand, sunglasses pushed up on her head, coat unbuttoned. She walked steady, same stride she had as a kid when she was trying to keep up with grown-ups and wouldn't admit she was tired. She reached the slip, stopped just shy of the gangplank, and raised her free hand. I stood. Dog stood too. Brought lunch, she said. I offered a hand across the plank, and she took it, not out of need, just ceremony. Then she stepped aboard, slow and sure, looking around like she expected something to tilt under her feet. It didn't. She handed me the bag and sat on the port side bench. Dog settled between us without a sound. Ginger beer and turkey on rye, she said. The place on 4th still remembers you. Kind of. I opened the bag, took one of the sandwiches, passed her the other. We ate in quiet. Sun overhead. Hull creaking gently as the tide shifted underneath. Voices distant on another boat. Laughter, music turned down low. She looked comfortable, legs crossed, shoulders loose. "This is nice," she said, unwrapping her sandwich. "We should have done this before you left." "I wasn't good company before I left," I said. She didn't argue. We kept eating. Dog nudged her knee once. She gave him a crust. She leaned back a little after the last bite, brushing crumbs from her lap. Then turned slowly, letting her eyes drift across the boat, from the boom overhead to the coils of line, the winches, the lazarette hatch, the mainsheet track, the compass mounted by the helm. "It's smaller than I thought," she said. "It always is," I said. "That's the point." She nodded. "But you were on this, how long? A year? More? Close to 2? Her eyes traced the rigging, the solar panel lashed to the rail, the tarp I'd rigged for shade over the companionway. Nothing fancy, nothing new. "It doesn't feel cramped," she said after a moment. "Just efficient." I gestured toward the deck. "Every inch has a job." She looked at Dog, who'd made a full lazy sprawl across the cockpit like he owned every inch of it. "And his job?" she asked. "Ballast company judgment." She smiled, soft and honest. "That tracks." Her fingers tapped absently on the bench slat beside her. "You ever think about living in a house again?" I shook my head. "I've had enough roofs." She didn't push it, just looked down at the empty sandwich paper and folded it into a neat square. She looked toward the open hatch, then back at me. "Mind if I go below?" I hesitated. Not because I didn't want her there, just hadn't had anyone there in a long time. But I nodded. "Careful on the ladder." She stood, ducked under the boom, and descended slow, one hand on the rail, the other bracing against the hatch frame. Her boots touched down with a soft thud. I stayed where I was. "Let her take it in. It's not a big space. You can stand in the galley and reach the chart table. You can stretch your legs in the berth, but not if you're taller than me. It smells like teak and coffee and salt." She was quiet a long time. Then I heard her voice, not loud, more like someone walking through a memory. "It's warm down here." She moved slowly, fingertips brushing the edge of the chart plotter, the spice rack, the shelf of weather-beaten paperbacks tied off with string. She paused in front of the bunk, leaned down, touched the corner of the wool blanket. There was a photo tacked above it, me and her years ago. I didn't hear her react to it. She just looked. "This feels lived in," she said, turning to glance up toward the hatch. "It is," I said. She stayed down there another minute, and then I heard her footsteps stop. Her voice floated up the ladder, quieter now. Not surprised, not exactly, but softer than before. "That's Mom's." I didn't answer at first, just let her sit with it. She came up slow, one hand on the hatch rail, the other holding something delicate. A small ceramic mug, off-white, hand-thrown, with a chip on the rim and a hairline crack that ran down one side like a scar. She held it like it might fall apart. "I haven't seen this since—" She didn't finish the sentence. "It was hers," I said. "She used it for tea. Always hated mugs with handles." Anna turned it over in her hands. "Why didn't you tell me you had it?" "Didn't think I had to." She looked up at me, not accusing, just open, searching. "You kept this all that time?" "Of course." She turned it again, then set it gently on the bench beside her, like it belonged there. "I forgot the way it feels," she said. "It's heavy. Heavier than I remember." I didn't say anything. There wasn't anything else to say. She looked around the deck again, quieter this time. The light had shifted. The water beyond the marina had gone darker. The wind had changed, just enough to notice. She didn't rush to leave. Stood a long time on the deck, one hand on the boom for balance, eyes drifting out past the dock, past the moored boats, out toward where the bay widened into something not quite ocean. The mug still sat on the bench between us. She didn't take it. Didn't ask if she could. "You know," she said, "this is beautiful." I nodded once. "It works." She looked at me, studying something behind my eyes. "You seem settled." I didn't know if it was a compliment or a concern. Maybe both. Then she said it, soft, just a little more than a whisper. "Just don't drift too far." She meant it, but she didn't need to explain it. I gave the smallest nod. Enough to say I heard you. Not enough to say I won't. She stepped carefully back onto the dock. Dog watched her go without getting up. I did the same. She didn't look back. But her hand lifted once halfway to a wave. I stood there long after she disappeared down the gangplank. The water moved beneath me, and I didn't. Couldn't sleep. Not that I'd really tried. The bunk felt too still, the air too soft, the kind of quiet that made noise louder. Dog shifted once below me, didn't wake, just stretched, sighed, and went back under. I sat up, Swung my legs over, didn't put on shoes. The cabin light was off, but there was enough from the dock lamp outside, dull gold leaking in through the port light, just enough to see what I already knew by heart. I stepped to the chart table, opened the drawer beneath. It stuck, like always. A soft hitch near the halfway point. I jiggled it loose and slid it the rest of the way open. Loose coins. A rusted key from a lock I no longer had. A fuse I'd never needed. And the envelope. It was plain. White gone yellow at the corners. A soft fold down the middle, smoothed out but still visible. No stamp and no return. Just her name. Anna, in my handwriting. I stared at it a long time before I picked it up. Then I sat. And opened it. The paper had held the fold too long. It creaked as I opened it. I didn't remember writing it exactly. Not the day. Not what I'd been drinking. Just the shape of the moment. Windless, sun too high, the sea wide and empty behind me. It wasn't long, just a page. I read it slowly, mouthing some of the words without sound. Anna --. I don't know if I'll ever send this. Probably not. I've thought a lot about what I could have said before I left. I thought about trying to explain it. The truth is, I didn't leave you. I just left. I didn't know how to be there anymore. I didn't know how to be me there. I thought maybe I'd find a version of myself out here that made sense again. Maybe one you wouldn't look at like a stranger. I don't expect anything. Not forgiveness, not understanding. I just wanted you to know I never stopped loving you, even when I didn't know how to show it. You were always more patient than I deserved. Dad, I let the letter fall to my lap. Didn't fold it yet, it didn't move. Just stared at the ink like it wasn't mine anymore. The boat creaked once, gentle, a shifting of lines in their cleats. Dog didn't stir. I stared at the letter until the words blurred a little. Not from tears, just from time. Like they'd stopped being something I wrote and turned into something he wrote. The man I was when I thought this might matter. I didn't speak, didn't shake my head or sigh or smile or scoff. There was nothing left to say about it, and nothing in it I hadn't already shown her by being here now. I folded the page slow, once, then again, slid it back into the envelope like a ritual. Clean, quiet, careful. I held it for a while, not long enough. Then I stood and stepped up the ladder to the deck. The sky had gone to charcoal, no stars, no moon. Just the faint orange haze from the city over the treetops, soft and low. The dock was still. The water moved, but nothing else did. I stood at the rail, took a match from the tin I keep by the galley, struck it on the heel of my boot. Habit. It flared, shook once in the wind, but held. I touched the flame to the bottom corner of the envelope. It caught fast. Dry paper always does. The flame moved up like it already knew the way. No smoke, not really. Just heat and orange. The edges curled inward, blackened, turned to lace, then nothing. Ash floated out over the water. Danced once, fell. I didn't look away until the last of it was gone. Then I pinched out the match, dropped it in the tin, set the lid on slow. Didn't think about the letter again, not because it didn't matter, because it had already done what it needed to. The light was gray through the porthole. That quiet kind of morning where the fog hasn't made up its mind yet. I sat at the chart table with coffee gone cold, hand on the dial of the old VHF, Channel 1, same as always. I turned the volume up just enough to catch the tail end of the Marine Bulletin. Winds light and variable, shifting northwest at 5 knots. Seas calm. Visibility 4 to 6 nautical miles. No warnings in effect. Repeating, Georgia Strait to Juan de Fuca. The voice was mechanical. Flat. But I listened anyway. It didn't say anything new. Nothing dangerous, nothing inviting, just facts, wind, sky, water. But somehow it sounded like more, like permission. I let the broadcast cycle twice before I turned it off. Then I sat in the silence that followed, the kind of silence that holds something underneath it. The chart was still pinned above the table. Hadn't moved since I put it up months ago. Creased from travel, corners soft from the sea air, but it held. A wide sweep of blue. Vancouver in the upper right corner. Australia faded now near the bottom edge. And Japan, to the left, up near the fold. Not circled, not underlined, just there. I leaned forward. Ran my eyes along the longitude lines, tracing an arc I hadn't drawn yet. Northwest, then west. The Aleutians in the far periphery. Ocean in between, a lot of it. My finger hovered just over the paper. Not touching, just measuring. It wasn't a plan, not yet, but the shape of it was starting to form. I leaned back, sipped my coffee, cold as it was. Dog thumped his tail once against the cabin floor, like he knew where I'd been looking. I stepped up onto the deck. The air was wet and clean. That soft morning chill that doesn't quite bite, just reminds you you're alive. The lines were fine. I knew they were. Still, I checked them. Main sheet, jib halyard. The furling line on the headsail drum. Each one run through my hands, checked for fray, pulled snug, then coiled again the way I liked them. Not pretty, but certain. Dog sat near the companionway, watching. Didn't get up, didn't whine. Just tracked me with his eyes, tail tapping the deck once, then still. I moved around the mast slow. Felt the boat under me, still but not dead. Like a lung that hadn't yet drawn breath. Everything was in its place. Everything was ready, even if I wasn't. Not yet. I sat on the forward bench, the lines now coiled at my feet like sleeping snakes. The sun had started to climb. Not much warmth yet, but it was trying. Dog lay on the deck beside me, head resting on his paws, eyes half-lidded but open, always open. I hadn't told anyone, not Jane, not Anna, not even myself if we're being honest. But it was there, the shape of it, a tug somewhere just under the ribs, not urgent, not loud, but steady. I wasn't planning, not plotting, just listening. Sometimes the sea didn't ask, it just waited. And I'd learned, somewhere along the way, not to resist when something starts to pull. I looked out past the boats, the pylons, the quiet harbor mouth, and I waited too. She opened the door in her house shoes. Didn't say hello right away, just looked at me like I was a page she'd already read once, quietly, carefully, and had just now remembered the ending. Then she stepped back and let me in. "I'll put the kettle on," she said. Dog followed me up the steps, nails ticking against the wood, then found a spot near the front railing and flopped down like he'd always lived there. The porch was clean, same as always. 2 wicker chairs with flat cushions, a small wooden table between them, and a fern she still hadn't figured out how to kill. The kettle started to hum inside. I sat down without waiting to be asked. A breeze came up from the water. It didn't smell like salt this far inland, just old wood, dry paint, grass that needed watering. Jane came out with 2 mugs, one chipped, one not. She set mine down without asking how I took it. Then she sat, didn't ask what brought me, didn't need to. We talked about everything except the thing. She mentioned the neighbor's new fence. Too tall, too bright, and built crooked. Said Paul was threatening to fix the roof himself. Said Nick and Sam were saving for a house, which meant they were broke already. I listened, sipped the tea, watched the leaves flicker in the streetlight across the way. Every so often, she'd stop and look at me like she was checking the sky before hanging laundry, gauging if she had time before the rain came. "You eating?" she asked finally. "Mostly." "You sleeping?" "Enough." She nodded, turned her mug in her hands. "You always were bad at enough." That got half a smile out of me, maybe less. Dog shifted beside the steps, stretched, sighed. The porch boards creaked under his weight. Jane looked at him and said, He's calmer now. So am I. I can tell. We let that hang there for a while. No one mentioned the boat, or the water, or what might come next. But she knew. I could see it in her eyes, the same way she used to sense storms before the radio caught up. The wind shifted. The porch creaked once, like the house had something to say. Jane set her cup down on the table, still half full, and leaned back in her chair. She watched the street a long moment before she spoke. "You're not staying." It wasn't a question, and I didn't answer. She nodded once, like she'd been expecting the silence. "You never really do." Still no bitterness in it, just the weight of something said enough times to have lost its edge. She picked her mug back up, took a slow sip, eyes on the fence across the street. "You always had a way of hearing things the rest of us didn't. The sea, the wind, whatever it is that pulls you." "It's quieter here," I said. "Maybe too quiet for you." "Maybe." She looked over at me again. "You don't have to explain it, Carter. I've stopped trying to anchor you. I just like knowing where you are for a while." Dog stirred but didn't rise. The air had gone still again. Jane stood, went inside, and came back with the kettle, refilled both our mugs. "You'll tell me next time," she said, "before you go." I nodded once. "If I know." That got a smile, small but real. The light had started to fade. Not sunset yet, just that long slope into evening when everything turns the color of memory. I stood. Dog stood too. Jane didn't, not right away. She looked up at me for a breath or two, then rose without a sound. She stepped forward, not fast, not hesitant. And she put both arms around me. No ceremony, no last words. No grip like she was trying to hold something back. Just held me, the way you do when the weather's about to change. I stood still for a moment, then brought my arms around her. She smelled like clean cotton and the lemon balm she kept on the kitchen windowsill. She didn't say goodbye, didn't need to. When she let go, she gave my shoulder one last pat, then stepped back. I nodded. Dog followed me down the steps. She stayed on the porch, one hand on the railing, watching. I didn't look back, not because I didn't want to, because I didn't need to. The chart table was cold under my forearms. Outside, the marina sat quiet in a low bank of fog. Not thick, just enough to dull the edges of everything. I opened the logbook, flipped past the weather entries and latitude notes and a few lines I'd written without dates, tore out a blank page, took the pencil I kept wedged behind the oil lamp, sharpened it with my pocket knife. Not because it needed it, just because it felt right. Then I started the list, top to bottom, no numbers, just the things I knew by heart. Stitch mainsail seam. Bleed fuel line. Check head gasket. Dog food. Spare fuses. 50-foot rope. Batteries AA and D. Port light sealant. Rice. Coffee. Or fish hooks. That was enough for now. Not a full inventory. Not a float plan, but a beginning. The pencil sat in my hand a while longer. Didn't write anything else, didn't need to. The hatch groaned as I lifted it. Same sound it made in Fiji. Same sound in Hobart. The engine sat quiet, dull gray and oil dark in all the usual places, like it had never really been clean. I leaned down and put my hand on the block. Cool, dry, familiar. I checked the lines first. Fuel, cooling, no cracks, no leaks. Still soft under pressure, still whole. Then the gasket. Still seated, but the sealant had started to dry out near the edges. Would need redoing. Not urgent, but not optional. Oil was low, not dangerously, just enough to make a note of it. I found the old rag tucked beside the battery box, wiped my hands without looking. Grease in the creases of my knuckles, black under the nails. It felt right. Like prayer, if you believe in that sort of thing. Dog watched me from the galley, chin on the floorboards. Not curious, just keeping track. I closed the hatch, set the latch, ran my palm over it once like telling it, soon. The chandlery was 3 blocks from the marina. Still had the same sign above the door, chipped blue paint, white lettering that had once said, Marine Supply, but with some missing letters. I pushed the door open. Bell rang once. Dust smelled like rope and bilge cleaner. The man behind the counter glanced up. He didn't smile, didn't wave, just nodded once, like sailors do when words cost more than they're worth. I handed him the list, folded. He unfolded it, read it without comment, and walked into the back. I didn't browse, didn't kill time, just stood by the rack of weatherproof lighters and packets of desiccant, listening to the muffled sound of boxes shifting. He came back with what he had, 2 coils of line, a tube of sealant, hooks, fuses, a tin of coffee, a new pencil. Still like the cedar ones? He asked. I nodded. He tossed it in the bag. He rang me up without saying a price, and I handed him cash. Going far? He said finally, handing me the change. Not sure yet. He nodded like that made sense. Back on the boat, I unpacked slow. Set the line down coiled. Sealant in the tool locker, coffee in the tin. Dog sniffed the bag, found nothing interesting, and lay down again. The light was starting to change, that long lean of afternoon that makes the deckboards warm and the shadows sharper. I sat at the chart table, unfolded the list, took the pencil, cedar, fresh with the edge of a new beginning, and crossed out 3 lines. Not fast, not careless, just 1 clean stroke through each. Spare fuses, 50-foot rope, coffee, that was it, but it was enough. I didn't say the thing out loud, didn't need to. The boat already knew. So did the dog. I heard her boots on the dock before I saw her. Not hurried, not heavy. Just enough weight to say she wasn't here by accident. I didn't stand, just turned my head and waited. She came into view around the piling, cloth bag over one shoulder, sunglasses in her hand. She squinted into the light. No smile, not right away, just a nod. Dog lifted his head, watched her, thumped his tail once. She crouched next to him, scratched behind his ear, and whispered something I didn't catch. Then she stood and stepped lightly onto the boat without waiting for an invite. Her feet landed soft and certain, like she'd been doing it all her life. "Thought I'd bring you something," she said, voice low but easy. I gestured to the bench across from me. "What is it?" She dropped the bag next to her seat. "You'll see." Dog shifted back into sleep. The sun had started warming the teak underfoot. Anna sat, no rush in her movements, like she had all the time in the world. She reached into the bag without ceremony, pulled out a chart, rolled, rubber-banded, a little creased at the corners. She handed it across the cockpit like someone passing a wrench or a sandwich. "No big moment." "Thought you'd need it," she said. I took it, unrolled it just enough to see the blue. Latitude lines across the western Pacific. Micronesia, the Ryukyu chain, southern Japan. A long sweep of ocean between here and there. "Where'd you find this?" I asked. "Dad," she said, "I work at a library." I gave a small grunt. Could have been a laugh. Could have been thanks. She didn't press me for plans, didn't ask when or why. She just leaned back on the bench, arms stretched along the top rail, eyes on the water beyond the slip. "I figured you wouldn't tell me you were going," she said, almost casual. "But you might need help getting there." I looked down at the chart again, then folded it clean, tight, tucked it under my arm like something worth keeping. "Appreciate it," I said. She didn't nod, didn't speak, just let the silence do the rest. She watched the wind tease the halyards into a light tap-tap against the mast. Then she said, not looking at me, "You waiting on a weather window?" "Always." "How close are you?" I shrugged. Still watching. Could be days, could be longer. She nodded like she understood. And she did. Then she said it. Not like a quote, not like advice. Just a plain thought she'd carried to its end. You never really wait for perfect. You just wait for close enough. I turned my head. That was the truest thing anyone said in weeks. I didn't smile big, just enough that she'd see it. She didn't grin back, just flicked her eyes toward me once, satisfied. Dog shifted, sighed, put a paw over his nose. Is Japan it? She asked. Don't know yet. But it's next. Yeah. She leaned forward and rested her elbows on her knees, hair falling a little in her face. I get it, she said. I didn't used to. But I do now. I didn't ask what part she meant. There was no one part. She stood after a while. No signal, no shift in the wind, just a quiet decision. Dog lifted his head, blinked once, then let it fall back down. She slung the empty bag over her shoulder. It swung light at her hip as she stepped toward the rail. Need help ashore? I asked. She shook her head. Nope. One foot on the dock, one still on the boat. She turned halfway back, hair pulled by the breeze. I don't need postcards, she said. I don't need updates. She paused there, not heavy, not waiting for weight. Just stay safe, that's all. I gave her a slow nod, not a promise, not a lie, just the only thing that fit. She stepped off, walked back down the dock without looking over her shoulder. The map still sat folded beside me, like a gift that didn't need unwrapping. The lines came off easy. I'd coiled them neatly the day before, maybe knowing this would be the day, maybe not. There was no wind, no wake, just the dock beneath me and the low, soft stretch of morning light on the water. Dog stood near the helm, alert now, not barking and not pacing, just watching. I untied the bowline first, slipped it free, tossed it onto the deck, then stern, then spring, 3 knots undone, 3 quiet decisions. I stepped aboard and started the engine. It turned over without complaint. A low diesel grumble, familiar and calm, like a throat clearing in another room. I shifted to idle. Dog stayed steady, eyes on the dock as we eased out sideways, then forward. The water peeled away under the hull without sound. I didn't check the time, didn't need to. The movement had already begun. The harbor opened wide in front of us, slow and silver in the early light. I kept the throttle low, just enough to push water, not enough to draw attention. Not that anyone was watching. A couple of fishermen leaned on the stern of a cabin cruiser. One raised a hand, I saw it. Didn't wave back. Not out of coldness. Just didn't have the part of me open that waves. Dog stayed near the cockpit, ears up, steady on his feet like he knew the motion before it happened. We passed the mooring field. Empty boats, lines tight, fenders bumping quietly against fiberglass. I could smell fuel in the air before I saw the dock. That mix of diesel and sun-warmed wood and salt. The dockman was already out, coiling a hose. He looked up when he heard me, didn't smile, didn't need to. He reached for the line without a word as I eased in. The bumpers kissed the pilings, and we were tied. He looped the stern cleat with one hand, a smooth, practiced move. Didn't ask where I'd come from. Didn't ask where I was going, and he'd seen it before. I handed him the deck key. He opened the filler cap and passed me the nozzle. I filled both tanks, port and starboard, slow and steady. No spills, no rush. Dog sat near the mast, ears twitching. Eyes on the gulls. The engine clicked softly at idle. I gave the nozzle back. He capped it. Wiped his hands on a rag tucked in his belt. Cash? He asked. Yeah. I counted bills from the envelope I kept under the chart table. Didn't flinch at the total. Didn't blink. He took the money, folded it once, tucked it into the box beside the radio. As I stepped aboard again, he said, almost as an afterthought, "Good weather for it." I nodded. Didn't say for what. Didn't need to. The sound of the fuel hose hitting its hook faded behind us. I eased the throttle forward. The bow turned slow. The water caught light like metal. Dog stood by the mast, steady as always. Tail still, eyes forward. The wake rolled out soft behind us, rippling the reflections of cranes, pilings, and rooftops painted gray by the morning. I looked back once, not at the dock, not even at the boats, just the town. Still half asleep, windows fogged from inside. The same streets I'd walked for months trying to fit my feet back into their old rhythm. It looked small from here, not in a cruel way, just true. I turned back toward the open channel. The wind caught the edge of my collar. Dog's ears lifted once, then settled again. I throttled down, cut the engine, let us drift. Didn't need to say it out loud, we were already gone. The cabin was still dark when I opened my eyes, didn't need an alarm. The body knows. I sat up slow. The boat creaked with me, low and familiar. Dog lifted his head, blinked, didn't move, just watched. I clicked on the kettle and lit the flame under it. Didn't speak, didn't hum, didn't think in words yet. When the water hissed, I poured it over the grounds and drank it black. Hot, sharp. The way I like it when I'm about to do something I won't come back from the same. The sun hadn't cleared the horizon, but the sky had started to gray. No stars now, just outlines. I folded the list once more, nothing left on it that mattered. Slipped it into the logbook, checked the lines, checked the wind. Southwest, just a breath of it. Not perfect, but close enough. Dog stood, stretched. The kettle clinked once on the cooling stove. Time to go. The dock was slick with dew. I stepped barefoot onto it, slow, steady, the chill working through the planks into my soles. No one else was up, no footsteps and no coffee pots, no sound but the distant slap of halyards on masts, and the quiet breath of the tide coming in. I started with the stern line, loosened the hitch, pulled it in, coiled it in my hand like I always had, tight enough to hold, loose enough to let go. Then the bow, and then the spring. Each knot undone like a sentence ending. No punctuation needed. Dog didn't need telling. He stepped aboard on his own, turned once near the mast, then sat, watching the water like he owned it. The boat eased backward under her own weight, barely drifting from the slip. I stepped aboard and didn't look back at the dock, just the deck beneath my feet. The lines now resting beside the cleats, and the shape of the morning stretching wide in front of us. We ghosted out of the marina on idle. The engine murmured, just enough to steer. Dog stood with his nose to the wind, ears shifting. He knew before I did that the breeze was waiting. I cut the engine as we cleared the breakwater. The silence came full. I moved to the mast, hands steady on the halyard, looked once up the line, then pulled. The mainsail rose smooth like a lung filling, cloth whispering through the guides, one flap, then another. Then it caught, it didn't snap, didn't shout, just leaned. I stepped aft and trimmed the sheet. Didn't need a winch, not in this wind. Just pulled it tight until the sail curved right, until the boom found its balance and held. The bow turned a fraction, almost on its own. I didn't touch the wheel, didn't need to. The sea had her hands on us now. The last buoy slid past off the starboard beam. Red paint faded, barnacled, leaning ever so slightly from the tide's pull. It gave no sound, no signal. Just sat there. One more marker I didn't need anymore. I glanced once toward shore. Nothing stirred, houses dark, docks empty. No one at the end of the breakwater, not even a gull. No send-off, no wave, no reason for one. Dog stood at the bow, the breeze teasing his ears. He didn't bark, didn't look back either. The wind filled steady. The boat leaned, just enough to know she was awake now. I adjusted the tiller with 2 fingers. Didn't oversteer, didn't overthink, just let her go. The coastline began to fall behind. Not fast, but without hesitation. It wasn't the first time I'd left a place like this, and it wouldn't be the last. but it was the first time in a long while it felt like something beginning. Not something left behind.